I sent you some slides this morning on one of the speakers.
She might be.
Just confirm it, I'll wait.
It looks like a level to me. Can you turn that down at your end, or do you want me to turn it down? Yeah. 2-2. Yep.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just test that. I think we're ready to begin. I'm delighted to welcome you to the UCL AI and Art Futures Symposium, the inaugural event in which we hope is going to be an ongoing programme. But it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all as guests and speakers and contributors today to this event. So UCL, one of the top 10 universities in the world, convenes thought leadership and academic rigour in this emergent art tech space. Situated with research excellence through an interdisciplinary or post-disciplinary lens, the nuances of digital innovation are to be interrogated and applied. This symposium aims to explore the interplay between art and data in artistic practice, arts management, and the art market. I'm Jo Townsend. I'm the Senior Partnerships Manager for the Creative Industries at UCL Innovation and Enterprise. And every creative practice, curatorial concept, cultural mission, and tech innovation begins with an idea. And innovation and enterprise seeks to work at the interface of industry and academia to turn knowledge and ideas into action. AI and Art Futures exemplifies the interdisciplinary approach to partnership and creating new knowledge. And today's symposium has been created by a blend of such colleagues. This is Kieran Reid, Director of the Slade School of Fine Art, one of our curators here, as well as Professor Miguel Rodriguez from UCL Engineering, Dr. Anna Donovan of UCL Laws, and with partnership from Tonya Nelson, Director of Arts, Technology and Innovation at Arts Council England. Today has also been inspired by Mary Ellis Stack, Creative United, Bernadine Brockovida, Vastari, and Francesca Guerra, who has supported the design of our prototype lab, which you can enjoy later on. But it's my pleasure to welcome international speakers and contributors to join the discussions today, which I think will prove to be a catalyst for future debate, if not just a firecracker of a start to the morning. But it has been the case that people have believed art and data to sit on opposite sides of the spectrum when it comes to gaining insight to the world around us, with art situated with the subjective realm of the humanities and technology situated within the objective realm of the hard sciences. However, as new digital technologies emerge, providing the ability to acquire, analyse and process data about the world, these distinctions collapse, offering new mechanisms to advance the arts and wider and intersecting realms. Listening closely to today's provocations, ideations and concepts, we seek to identify emergent agents for change. How will AI inform art futures? What will technical advances mean to audiences of the future? As digitalisation impacts on monetary systems, what will the implications be for artists and collectors? As we recognise through the institutional history of the Slade School of Fine Art, digital is not new. Artists explore data as material, and considerations of the intangible and immaterial are daily practice. But what does this mean for conservators, gallerists, and collectors? As we move to exist through data, should we question if art is relevant? Here in the Barbican, as we reflect on AI and what it means to be human, we look to open today's proceedings, and I wish to welcome our opening speaker, Chris Salter. Chris Salter is an artist, Professor of Computation Arts at Concordia University in Montreal, and co-director of the Hexagram Network for Research Creation in Media Arts and Technology, also in Montreal. He completed his PhD in directing dramatic criticism in Stanford University, where he also researched and studied at CCMRA. He has collaborated with Peter Sellers and William Forsythe at Frankfurt Ballet. His work has been seen all over the world at venues such as Venice Architecture Biennale, the Barbican, Kronos Art Center Shanghai, Wiener Forstwochen, Berliner Festspiele, Vitra Design Museum, Lille 3000, CTM Berlin, National Art Museum of China, Villette Numérique, Today's Art, amongst many others. He is the author of Entangled and Alien Agency, and he has a new book project on machine and human sensing that will appear from MIT Press in 2020. And so please may I welcome Chris Salter.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning. So I just got off a plane yesterday from Montreal, so there's this thing. Now I have to deal with this and this. Two things at the same time. So I want to thank Joe, Paula, Kieran, and also Sasha Rosnay, who's the Dean of Social Science at UCL, who made my visit here possible. And it's also good to be back here at the Barbican, although I never came up to these rooms. This became a kind of second home for me over the last 2 years because I was a creative consultant working on the entire season this year called Life Rewired with Sid Kajuria and Chris Sharp, which many people in London have been enjoying as well as many internationally. Let's see, which one do I go to? Oh yeah, excellent. But I want to open the conference today with a few brief reflections on the history of AI in the arts, since contrary to popular belief, the discussion about how AI will impact not only the arts but creative practice in general is not something out of the blue, but has very deep historical roots. This quotation from the late artist and writer Steven Wilson, who wrote a book in 1997 called Information Arts for MIT Press, it was an article called Artificial Intelligence Research as Art, perhaps captures this very directly. He says, artificial intelligence is one of these fields of inquiry that reaches beyond its technical boundaries. At its root is an investigation into the nature of being human, the nature of intelligence, the limits of machines, and our limits as artifact makers. I felt that in spite of falling in and out of public favor, it was one of the grand intellectual undertakings of our times, and that the arts ought to address the questions, challenges, and opportunities it generated. Now, this is 1993. What's so interesting is the use of the past tense. It was one of the greatest intellectual undertakings. But let's go further back. Now, how do I turn this video? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay.
When one goes to an art exhibition or an exhibition which involves poetry and music, we think that the people who have composed the music or who have produced the images or who have written the poetry are artists or poets or composers. In this exhibition, this is not true.
Yeah, Kim, calm down.
Of course, this is, some of you might have even seen this. This is Cybernetic Serendipity, legendary exhibition at the ICA, curated by Joshua Reichardt in 1968. It was the exhibition that actually brought the issue of whether a machine can make art en masse to the masses. Now, the interest in AI and artistic practice in its early phases carried on from the late 1970s until the present, with works ranging from, for instance, George Lewis in the middle, his famous improvisational system Voyager, which aimed to embody the rhythms and cadences of African-American music like jazz in computing code, as well as something like this top image on the left, of Nick Baginski's Three Sirens in the 1990s. This was a rock band trained with neural networks before anyone even knew what those terms meant. To more recent projects, of course, by people like Anna Riddler and Menmo Acton, who are both based in London, and of course that famous Sotheby's painting, which everyone claims is the first work made by a machine that was sold, but that's not true. Now, not only the speed, resolution, calculation, and modeling of such artificially intelligent systems that have been used, artists have changed radically, but our cultural conditions since this period. In fact, so much so that the computer scientist that coined the term artificial intelligence, John McCarthy, in 1954 at a private Dartmouth summer conference, would not even recognize it today. In fact, the laboratory has come out of the ivory tower, and now the artificially intelligent lives everywhere, in our everyday phones, our appliances, our cars, and even inside our bodies. Now, as most of you know, the Slade School at UCL is one of the strange places where interest in thinking about AI and the arts took early roost. In 1972, Malcolm Hughes founded something called the Experimental and Computing Department. Now, Paul Brown wrote a history of this in his book, White Heat, Cold Logic, for MIT Press about 10 years ago. And he describes this early revolution in thinking about computing machines as the new paintbrushes and clay of their time. Now, what's really interesting is that Brown discusses two really different models of artists that Slade had links to. So one was the Polish-born mechanical engineer, Edward Ignatowicz, who created that kind of strange robot you saw in the Serendipity, cybernetic Serendipity video. Now, Ignatowicz wasn't trained as an artist. He actually worked at UCL in mechanical engineering as a researcher, but he always came over to the Slade School because he was very interested in what was going on in terms of what he was doing. Now, what's interesting is that Ignatowicz had a really different understanding of artificial intelligence. He was basically following a number of British scientists, these kind of British cyberneticians, for instance, like Gray Walter and Rosh Aspie and Gordon Pask, in terms of thinking about what a computing intelligence could mean. He saw AI and machines as being what's called bottom-up. Bottom-up basically means that you build up intelligence from the ground based on sensing and actuating. You sense something in the world, and then you act on it in the world. He believed that if machines were ever to become intelligent, they could only do so by interacting in the real world, in a real environment. And we know the real world is very messy. It's not like computing, essentially. Now, this bottom-up model later was called artificial life, and it birthed things, for instance, like the Roomba, which maybe some of you have at home, which is vacuuming up your house. Now, another artist, going back to this image in the middle, which you probably know, is Harold Cohen. Now, Harold Cohen represented the Venice Biennale for Britain in 1968. He was a very well-known British artist. And he was the inventor of a famous AI system called Aaron that was essentially a painting and drawing system. He developed that at Stanford later, actually, in the artificial intelligence lab that McCarthy had developed. Now, Brown was very interesting because he was very, very different from Ignatowicz's idea of this kind of bottom-up model. He was interested in a kind of top-down model. He designed Aaron as a kind of expert system. And what he tried to do is externalize his own painting skills in creating a kind of general system of rules that would paint. Now, this kind of bottom-up model of Ignatowicz and Cohen shows a two worldview of artificial intelligence. And this is the was that comment that you read earlier from Stephen Wilson was referring to. Why was artificial intelligence seen as a was? Well, this early vision of artificial intelligence was what we call now strong AI. It was the idea that the world, the material world that we live in, can be easily reduced to symbols and logic. And that's essentially how human brains also function, as logical processing systems. Now, the reason I put those two models together, both Cohen and Ignatowicz, is to get you to see that there's not only one AI, but the way that artists have envisioned their relationships with these machines is deeply social, cultural, and political. And this quote from my friend Simon Penny, who's worked with artificial intelligence systems and robotics for a long time, I think sums it up very nicely. He says, there's a deep ontological, meaning there's a kind of a sense of being. There's a rift in our being between the cultures of computing and the cultures of art practice, cutting deep into core ideas of mind and being. On one side of this rift, the reification of the mind-body dualism in computer technology is apparent in hardware and software. Arts practices on the other side of the rift endorse and implement, but seldom explicitly, a holism that is both embodied and contextually embedded. This is why the arts are so important to this discussion around AI, not only from the cultural side, but from the political and ethical one as well. AI, in fact, is what Bruno Latour calls a hybrid. A hybrid is something that the intellectual culture in which we live does not know how to classify. AI, machine learning, deep learning, all these terms all escape disciplinary ownership. You think they're owned by the computing sciences, but in fact, their impact is much broader. As a phenomenon, these models of machine sentience depict a world where our very understanding of what it means to be human is being rapidly turned upside down. In fact, you might say that AI embodies the crisis of knowing and being in the 21st century. But it's not only our academic institutions, as Penny states, our cultural and economic institutions are also not prepared for these coming transformations. A 2008 Arts Council and Nesta report on experimental culture states the following, quote, between 2013 and 2017, there was no increase in the amount of born digital work created by arts and cultural organizations. This is quite extraordinary, actually, in the UK. With the proportion of organizations creating standalone digital exhibits or works of art remaining static since 2013 at 23%. Now, to finish, this is, of course, AI More Than Human, the exhibition at the Barbican that I was part of. If you saw that kind of blinking tower of lights, my team created that. That reached 88,000 people from May 15th until August 26th when it closed. And yet, listen to some of these choice snippets from the reviews that demonstrate that the disconnect between arts and the expectations of institutions. Quote, why bother with the questions about sentience and consciousness raised by artists when those are also raised by Alexa? Unquote. Quote, this exhibition proves that robots will destroy us all. So, great one. But, of course, some of you know our favorite, and everyone, of course, told me, don't worry about this person. More classically, The Guardian, quote, for amid all its rhetoric about utopias and dystopias, AI More Than Human does not actually prove that we're anywhere near the sci-fi future in which computers can think or make art. But that shows historical myopia, because obviously computers have been making art since the 1960s. So I leave this image with you today with one last remark. These audiences here are soon going to transform into these audiences here. In 1954, Alan Turing wrote an essay that was published in the pages of the British journal Mind called Computing Machinery and Human Intelligence. This is a pretty profound piece of writing, and I urge you all to read this after this conference. Turing was nothing but prescient. He called these machines, these new machines that might be able to learn and think, although he didn't like the term think. He said, learn, or let's say, try to imitate or mimic human intelligence. He called these machines oracle machines. Now, we all know what the Delphic oracle motto was in Greece. It was, know thyself. Thus, this machine vision of Turing's, the oracle, know thyself, is being transformed as we speak in this present and future moment, as we live among these oracle machines. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris, for an excellent start and the context for our conversations to continue this morning. Our opening panel discussion is now to discuss how the democratization of art is challenging the art markets. And I'm delighted to welcome our first chair, Adriano Piccanati di Torcello from Art and Finance at Deloitte. Adriano is the Art and Finance Coordinator for the Deloitte Group of member firms and has over 20 years of professional experience. He is in charge of the art and finance activities within Deloitte Luxembourg, an initiative he has coordinated since its inception in 2008. Adriano also coordinates the development of the art and finance activities at Deloitte Group level. Over the past decade, Adriano has been working towards the creation of an art and finance business cluster in Luxembourg. To create public awareness of the art and finance subject, Adriano initiated the International Deloitte Art and Finance Conference cycle that has become the annual benchmark event in the field. He has also developed art and finance seminars for professionals seeking guidance about the global art market, and he is the co-author of the Deloitte and Arctactic Art and Finance Report. As the spokesman for art and finance initiatives within Deloitte, he regularly speaks at international and national conferences. Adriano started his professional career as auditor at KPMG. He also spent several years with Banque de Groff at Luxembourg to develop the group's activities in France through wealth structuring and fund services. Before joining Deloitte in 2008, he held management positions in the Asia Business Development Team and in the strategic planning team of Deutsche Börse Group. It's my pleasure to invite Adriano to join the chair.
Good morning, everyone. Joe, thank you very much for your superb introduction. Thank you, UCL, for organizing this event. Thank you for the Art Council to support. Thank you, all of you, to be there. And so when I discussed the preparation of this panel with Joe, so we will try to take a kind of a more global view on what we see in the art market in terms of trends, to explain you a little bit, of course, what also we do on the Deloitte without making any promotion of what we do in terms of services, I promise. And from there, so we will run into the panel. So the organization of the panel is that I will do a kind of a 12 minutes intro, and after that, so my 4 panelists will comment on my provocation during 7 minutes. I will ask with you questions to the panelists, so we really want to engage with you for these discussions that we hope will be vivid, intense, and of interest to everyone. So before I move into my short presentation, I would like to maybe introduce my different panelists. So Chris, you already know him, fine, so I don't have to mention anything more about him, except that he's a great guy, and I met him for the first time today. So that's fantastic. He's an artist, a professor, so really, really, I'm looking really forward to his views on the subject and the provocation. He has very strong, interesting views. So we have also Mary Alice Stack. Mary, maybe if you can, I think everybody knows you, but yeah. So Mary Alice Stack is Chief Executive of Creative United, a community interest company that supports economic growth and social impact in the art, cultural and creative industries across the UK. She's a specialist in the use of retail finance as a mechanism for building consumer engagement and sales within the contemporary art sector. And this is kind of very interesting because it's related to my provocation, and she has a very interesting view on that too. Prior to the establishment of Creative United, she spent 8 years working for Art Council England, leading on the development of a range of pioneering public engagement and access to finance initiatives, including Own Art, Take It Away, and Creative Industry Finance. She's graduated from Courtauld Institute. Do you want to add anything? That's fine? Cool, fine. My second woman on the panel, so I have 3 women, great, so I'm lucky, is Bernardine. Bernardine, that was mentioned as also a co-organizer supporting the organization of this event. So we know each other for quite some time, so Bernardine is contributing to our next Art and Finance report, and thank you very much for that, Bernardine. So now, what about her? So she's the CEO and co-founder of Vastari Group, an online platform securely connecting private collectors of art, exhibition producers, venues, and museums for exhibition loans and tours. She was a founding member of the team at Trinity House Gallery on Maddox Street in London, has worked to represent illustrators at Traffic Creative Management Agency, and facilitated museum exhibition design at Ralph Hippelbaum Associates in New York, correct? Yeah. She's a member of PIAM. She's a member of different associations, including the Associations of Women in the Art. She's an ambassador to the Museum of London, an advisor to We Are Museum, and other places. And she's definitely also a huge proponent of technological innovation for the art world. So very welcome, welcome Bernardine to join the panel. And finally, we have Kadeen, that was on time, so thank you very much to meeting. Thank you so much. So Cadine has a very impressive also CV. So she's a learner, maker, innovator, and 3D technology enthusiast. Cadine is Hub Studio 3D creative tech lead and is a prominent UK tech evangelist. You are among the 100 top 10 UK person, if I understood you well. So, and Bernardine, she's one of the top 40, before 40, so entrepreneurs, so if I'm correct too. No? Yeah? So I've read that somewhere. So we have a lot of top. Coming back to Cadine, she combined 7 years of experience in 3D printing, virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. But she's real, I promise. She's driven by big ideas, a global mindset, and empowering the use of 3D printing in art and architecture. She produced the largest 3D printed master plan projects in the UK. She sits on the tech and media board at Rathbones University and is the CEO and founder of the Immersive Kind Collective, a social enterprise which brings together artists and creatives that are using technology in their practice. Want to add anything? So there's more there, but I try to keep it short. So fine. So that's the panel, my panelists that we welcome. So you can maybe already come to the, if you want, the stage. And I will try in 12 minutes, yeah, so please control my time. So to give you a few words about what I do on the Deloitte and what we do on the Deloitte. So I guess I have to go this way. Yeah. So as was mentioned by Joe, so this is something that I've been crazy enough to start 12 years ago at Deloitte Luxembourg, that now is developing, I hope, around the world. So I have connections with more than 26 different countries in the world within Deloitte practices. So bit by bit, it's a very long-term initiative. So the relationship between art and finance is taking some ground also within Deloitte. But what does that mean, and how does that fit with our topic today? So first of all, what does that mean, art and finance for us? So art and finance for us, it's an ecosystem, an industry positioning on three main sectors. The first one is the financial sector, and all this is going to be connected to my provocation. So where you have mainly wealth managers, private bankers, but also the one that are supporting investment into art, or another very interesting topic, social investment into different topics like education, ecology, and maybe why not culture. We will see that in a minute. The other major sector of our art and finance practice is art businesses. And there you have the classic, usual suspect, art galleries, auction houses. But most important and relevant for today is also all the art tech companies. So we have heard, and you probably have heard a lot about blockchain, artificial intelligence. Of course, that's the topic of today. But there are many technologies also developing in the art sector, and many startup companies also entering, or a lot of art tech startup developing in the art sector too. The third sector is the cultural sector, where you have, of course, public cultural institutions, but also governments, cities, regions, looking at their culture as a real asset that they want to manage. We believe with the transformation of the art market, the global transformation of the art market, and I will show you some of the drivers transforming this art market, that the relationship between those three sectors, finance, culture, and business, art businesses, they are more and more interconnected, and it's interesting to have this kind of overview of the relationship and interconnections between those three sectors and how they can support each other. And this is also going to be connected to my provocation. So what are those trends? And of course, one of that we want to discuss today is art and technology, and then I will talk a little bit about that in a sec. So, but first of all, and this is of course linked also to the topic of today and the panel, so there's a globalization and a democratization of the art market. I will not go into all the details. I think it's quite obvious for everyone. You know very well the art market. The second trend that we see in the art market is definitely this trend in terms of transparency, regulation, professionalism. So we all have these discussions around trust. You are probably aware also that by January 2020, the 5th Anti-Money Laundering Directive will also apply to all art market seller, so auction houses, galleries, and everything. So this is a major transformation also for the art market. anti-money laundering is, of course, very well developed in the financial sector, and this is also now moving into the art sector. In the next Art and Finance report, we will have an entire section just dedicated on the impact of this anti-money laundering directive in Europe on the art market, which is also a repercussion in Asia, in the US. The third trend that we can see is definitely art and development of technology. So I'm a very strong supporter of the development of technology in the art market. We see many different impacts that technology is bringing to the art market. The first one is about digitalizations of collections, but also in terms of creation of art objects. The second one is about experience. So thanks to technology, we can definitely improve experience. Kaden will mention a lot about VR, 3Ds, about mixed realities. And in our next conference, so we will have a panel dedicated of private museums and virtual reality. The third subject that we have is the social impact that technology is supporting. Many of you are artists, you use Instagram, so technology used to disseminate information about art is extremely, is kind of used every day. The fourth impact is geography, so there's not anymore any borders, so online sales, you know that, so artificial intelligence can also help in terms of online sales. We may talk about that in a minute. So Sotheby's bought Trade Genius, so this is the combination of artificial intelligence, online sales, so we may say something about that. The last topic is about, no, the two last topic is securities. So we talk a lot about securities to support, technology to support security in the art market and the use of blockchain to improve transparency, traceability, but also combined with fingerprinting, where you have the ADN, or the DNA, sorry, of an art object that can be defined to support the matching between the info you have in the blockchain and the physical art object. We also mentioned a lot about how blockchain can help to create a market for digital art by really ensuring the scarcity of the original art object. We talk also about blockchain and fractional investment, and we will see how this connects to my provocation. Finally, so we have also the developments of analytics. So we have all heard about the big data that we have in other fields. So data is a very important component. We have also a certain numbers of initiatives that try to combine data and artificial intelligence for also valuation purposes. And we will probably also touch upon that topic in a sec. The next trends that we can see is this new economic reality for the public sector. So the public sector is, in many countries in the world, is more and more recognized as an economic sector. So an economic sector means that it generates a positive impact in terms of GDP. So we have a certain numbers of countries that measure, and UK is one of them, the impact of the cultural sector in terms of GDP. But that the cultural sector also have impact in terms of on other sectors. The first obvious one is tourism. The other one is real estate. When you have a very nice cultural infrastructure, you have a positive impact on the prices of the real estate that surround these cultural institutions. But on top of that, you have also other elements like global competition among cultural institutions. We have seen huge development in terms of cultural infrastructure all over the world. So I'm just mentioning, of course, the Louvre in the UAE, Qatar recently. Look at what Saudi Arabia is investing right now in culture. So the cultural offering is developing, and I'm not even mentioning China. We have also seen in the public sector the development of private museums. So we have a competition between private and public museums for visitors, but also if you develop your private museums, this money will not be given to culture. So this is also an interesting element that needs to be considered in the new dynamic in the cultural sector. And this is going to be connected to my provocation in a second. Finally, so we have, in terms of drivers, new business models, so in terms of how to sell. But what is also very important to you is, in terms of trend, is the recognition of the creative sectors as a very important economic sector. Recently in Europe, at the EU level, for example, the European Commission with the European Investment Fund is supporting a fund to promote funding of creative industries by educating the banking sector how to give loans to the cultural sector and to the creative industries, because those industries are very not well known by the financial sector. They have difficulties to provide loans to those sectors, and now the European Investment Funds and the European Commission really want to support also those creative industries by facilitating the understanding of those sectors, because they recognize that as very important economic sectors. On the financial trends, I will be very brief. But what is important for you is that what we can see is that there's more and more wealthy individuals on that planet, more and more people allocating their wealth on collectibles, art, and others. Of course, we talk a lot about these ultra-high net worth individuals, but what is also interesting to keep in mind is that you have also this new generation, these millennials, that you probably have heard a lot, that you are part of it, and what they want is also to invest in intangible assets. And when we talk about intangible assets, that means they invest into education, in health. What about maybe investing in culture? And we will come back into that in my provocation. And you look at me like, wow. So in the financial world, so there are certain numbers of services that are developed, and I will move to this one first. So in terms of when we talk about art and wealth management, so we really look at mainly 4 pillars. So the first one is accumulating wealth. I know, Marie, that you hate that. So but this is where what is interesting is that when we talk about accumulating wealth and when we talk about transferring wealth to the next generation, so when we talk about transferring wealth, it's about, or you give to your kids, or if you don't have any family or whatever, you may enter into philanthropic activities. So you may give to culture. Okay? When you talk about accumulating, there's also a very important new trend, which is about impact investment. So it's a very important new development. It's not a new development. It's a development that exists for many different sectors: education, environment, health, so on and so forth. But when you look at the social investment in culture, so far is still very limited. So part of my provocation, and all the dots are coming back now. So can we imagine that in terms of transferring wealth, we could also have this mechanism of impact investment in cultural sector? But let's come back in a minute. So this is just to connect with the topic. Now, just in terms of Deloitte Art and Finance. So Joe mentioned our next Art and Finance conference. So we've done 12 Art and Finance conferences. The next one will take place in Monte Carlo, the 14th of October, between Fries and FIAC. So let me know if there is any interest. So the focus of the next Art and Finance conference is going to be about new collectors' trends in art and finance. We will also release during that conference our 6th edition of the Art and Finance report that we do in collaboration with Artactic. In the report, there's also a section dedicated on technology, which I think is very, as I mentioned before, it's something that is inevitable. It's a no-brainer. We need to discuss technology in the art market. Now, moving to my provocation. So, democratization means also that more and more people get interested in culture. Okay, fine. So, however, the public sector is facing financing challenges as well as global competition due to increasing cultural offering, but also the rise of private museums. This is something that I've already mentioned in the intro. Can you think of an alternative financing model to support the public cultural sector where technology will help? Can we think of a private-public fractional ownership model for the public sector using blockchain, fingerprinting, big data, AI technologies? So those are all elements that I mentioned before. So where basically, so the monetary value of public collection will be co-owned by the public and the private through a blockchain platform with a social impact investment objective. So I'm not talking about a pure financial impact. I'm just combining the fact that people are looking at intangible investment, people are investing in other sectors like education, health, environment. Why not culture? Could we use the value we have in our collections in public sector to have investors coming from the private sector to support the cultural sector, to have solidarities between museums, because, of course, very large museums with very prominent collections will maybe never suffer. What about the medium and the smaller museums? And probably, Bernardine, you can mention a word about that. So can we think that maybe larger museums can securitize their collections through a blockchain, through a mechanism of social impact investment, and to use this money to also support the development of those small and medium museums, especially also to develop new technologies, virtual reality technologies, to share to a larger audience, because there's a cost to develop all those technologies, and I guess, Kaden, you will talk about that. So that's my kind of provocation. So concretely, a museum would securitize its collection and sell a fraction of the ownership to private owners, and with the money collected, invest in its cultural missions to fulfill better its mission, such as developing digital experience to democratize even further the access to these collections. So this is my provocation. Of course, you may disagree, agree, whatever, have other suggestions. So this is what we will try to discuss today. And we will start by having first Bernardine, after that Chris sharing their view, Mary and Kadeen. So they all have 7 minutes to express their view on that. And after that, we run into the Q&A. Is that fine for you? So let's rock.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Adriano, for that great overview of the space and what's changing. Thank you for having us here today. I think that I'll speak from the point of view of an art and technology company that's been operating for the last 8 years and is also a member of the International Council of Museums, and one of our team is actually on one of the boards of the subcommittees of the International Council of Museums. So we've been very involved with speaking to museums directly about their collections, about their exhibitions, and really extracting value from their collections in an ethical way. And in essence, if you think about it, one of the most ethical ways that museums feel comfortable extracting value from their collections is through exhibitions, because you pay a ticket to go view the works, and that's one of the ways in which, I guess, there's cash flow generated from these, if you want to think of it, assets that are sitting in their possession. However, the one issue I have is that even currently, there's a whole thread on the academic museums and galleries listserv, let's say, like email list, about not having their collections on the balance sheet anymore, not acknowledging the value of these collections, and not then running the risk of having de-accession problems. Because if we look at, for example, the issues in Detroit, when the city went through its bankruptcy issues, one of the things they looked at selling was the art, because it was so valuable. And you need to protect these assets, because it's short-termism to think of it as something that can just generate cash immediately. This is why the International Council of Museums and other accreditation bodies will, including the Arts Council England actually, will be very strict on how you're allowed to de-access works that are in a museum collection. What is interesting to think about then is you're not really selling the works, because you're selling a portion of the works. And yes, but what is ownership, right? Because the other thing is that if they're taking these assets off of their balance sheets and they're not acknowledging that they are of a certain value, then how could you sell ownership of those pieces? And I think the risk is that by building these, so let me tell you another story. Because of the fact that we work with over 9,000 museums around the world, we get sent a lot of these white papers from blockchain companies asking for partnerships to promote the services that they're developing for museums. including exactly what you're describing, that they are developing these perfect blockchain solutions for art to be securitized, and then that they can sell small shares of the works on their platform in order to raise money for the museum. And we've always had issues when reading these white papers in terms of the difference between the abstract idea of it and the reality of the execution. And in our work, what we've seen in terms of the reality of execution is, number one, there's a huge issue with data. The type of data that exists about the artworks, the type of data that exists about visitors to museums. They don't even have their own CRM system centralized about their patrons, about their visitors, etc. So it's quite ambitious to think that they will be able to develop these types of technological solutions quickly. And they are long-term organizations thinking in terms of not just this generation, but 10 generations from now. So the concept of a startup managing shares in their artworks, a startup that could fail, a startup that could run out of money, a startup that could suddenly disappear, doesn't match with their plans. The other issue that we discovered is that there's a lot of, that there are scalability issues in terms of if one museum works with one blockchain solution and another works with another, if those systems don't talk to each other, then it's very difficult to scale up because you'll have for example, the Pushkin Museum is already developing a solution for this with a company called Oraundo, and then you have that in conflict with maybe another solution that's been developed in the US and then another solution that's been developed in France. How do we make those those talk to each other? And we need to be speaking about this in the beginning when you're developing the data architecture to make sure that these systems will be able to speak to each other rather than developing something and then having to build the bridge once the roads are already finished. And the last issue, I just want to double check my notes so that I make sure that I'm covering everything that I'm discussing. The last issue is exactly that issue of the governance of museums and the legal issue of developing this. Even in its simplest form, the idea of sharing ownership with others just goes in direct contrast with all of the legal frameworks that have been set up for museums around the world. So it would be a really difficult situation to build it. On the other hand, I think that when it comes to digital art, there's a different story. There are less rules written already about digital collections. There are more possibilities in terms of flexibility. There is a definite need to be able to get funding to develop, for example, immersive exhibitions that are very expensive and need a lot of upfront capital and only get the money back once they're visible to the public. So could you develop that type of investment and return on investment for digital art rather than physical art? That's where I would probably go first. So that's my response to your provocation.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'm going to speak as an artist who has a background in economics. I think I'm going to pull this back a little bit. What we're talking about here is this tension between what constitutes a private versus a public good, right? And you know, the thing is, economics doesn't come before culture. Culture bursts economics. You know, so and what then we talk about cultural assets or cultural objects. What does that mean? What means that, I mean, what is culture in general? It's not art. It's basically all the material and social things that are produced by human labor, right? So is that even up for sale? That's the first question. The second question is, what is a public good? So in economics, a public good is something which, when it's consumed, it doesn't reduce the amount available to others. So for instance, you benefit from a street light, that doesn't reduce the light available for others, whereas if you eat an apple, it does, because that's the kind of scarcity model. The second is non-excludability. For instance, if you erect a dam to stop flooding, you protect everyone in the area, whether they're contributing to flooding or not. You know? So this is important to understand when we talk about what public is. Now, it's interesting, too, because the notion of Adriana and I were talking about this earlier, the notion of the museum, the kind of private collection which is emerging, this is actually an older idea. we tend to think that culture has been kind of publicly supported by arts councils around the world. This is actually a very, very recent model. It only goes back to the 1950s in the United States and certainly in Canada. And in Germany, for instance, federal support of the arts is something which didn't even happen until after the wall fell down, because it actually was illegal in the Constitution for the federal government to support the arts. Now, what's interesting is that these museums that we tend to think are public, like the Guggenheim or the Whitney, because the public goes to them, are essentially private museums. They were funded by private funding in the 1920s by the so-called robber barons, by the Vanderbilts and Standard Oil, the Rockefellers, and so on. And so those museums that we tend to charge admission, we tend to think they're public. Their collections have already been private. So. The question really comes up to what role then the public funding of arts should be, And it's interesting to think about digital assets because, for instance, something like the Digital Revolution show that happened here at the Barbican, there was a huge controversy. Google was the main sponsor. There was a huge controversy, as some of you remember, that Google had basically a competition for artists to submit projects, and then they claimed they would own all the IP. So this caused a strong, let's say, backlash against this kind of model. And in fact, the AI show, when we were originally talking with the BIE here in the Barbican about the funding of the larger season, the Life Rewired, we said, well, what about Google? And said, don't touch it, So there was already a strong thing. The interesting thing is this thing about the digital as a kind of new model. It's very interesting to try to think about how you would actually make assets out of these kind of interactive works. Because what constitutes the work itself? Is it the software? Is it the hardware? Is it the room that things take place in? Is it the people moving through the room? All of these things. And there's, of course, a long history of private collectors collecting digital assets. I mean, the Kremliks are a very good example. The Kremliks are venture capitalists in Silicon Valley, built an entire house housing their collection. And they own, essentially, many of the early artworks of so-called video art. But now it gets more and more complicated because who maintains those collections, in private things? Who's updating the software, which comes the update now comes every 6 months or so. So this is also, I think, a very, very, very complicated question. So I think the ultimate in this discussion is to think, okay, if we're going to try to monetize these mixed collections, well, as I said to Adriano on the panel, we could sell stock in these things. We could essentially, Thomas Piketty's new book suggests, for instance, that 50% of corporations should be owned by not the shareholders, but the employees. So we could say, okay, let's basically take these public collections and sell stock in them. And so the public would own part of those collections through these blockchain technologies, which are also quite problematic. But let's just say that they could sell those assets, and a fraction of that funding would go back to the museum, a fraction would go to those artists or those galleries that own those works, and a fraction would go back to those shareholders who own those things. So we could talk about that kind of model, or we could also talk about a model in which essentially the funding of these kind of cultural assets is starting to be distributed and acknowledged that it's being distributed across, for instance, research contexts, public institutions, and private. So you're talking about a much more mixed model of support. So I think this question about public and private needs to be pushed much further in many of these discussions.
Hi everyone, I'm Kadeen James. I'm going to speak from the point of view as a woman working in technology and as a founder of the Immersive Kind Collective. So I think really great points made by such a fantastic panel. 6 forces that are practically shaping everything at the moment: automation, experience innovation, connectivity, game-changing technology, cybersecurity, real-time data intelligence. Technology is literally rewriting the rules of the art world. Automation, large-scale 3D printing technology, is now being used by artists who are uploading their designs onto the web and having robots build the work at remarkable speeds. We're doing things that not so long ago would have been completely unimaginable. Platforms like Sedition give artists the opportunity to enjoy art outside of traditional spaces, on their phones, on their TVs, on their monitors, through headsets, and through augmented reality. All of these tools are being deployed across the art world at the moment. Artists working in VR and other new and emerging technologies will continue to gain cultural value. They're providing new, fresh energy and excitement to the contemporary art scene. The history of this medium is being written right now. Blockchain has become part of the artist's practice, both as a subject and also as a medium. There is a blockchain art movement from Bitcoin graffiti art to artworks such as the last Bitcoin Supper. And also, Simon Denny has examined blockchain in his work. I'm sure that everybody's aware of the work that Simon's doing. He's been examining blockchain and cryptocurrency as a subject matter for years. And other really interesting examples, in my view, include the Plantoids, which is a plant-based robotics plant which interact with people who donate via Bitcoin, and Ethereum. And let's not forget the CryptoKitties. Last year, Codex Art Auction, exclusive collections were auctioned for up to $140,000. This is a movement that isn't going anywhere fast. This is the technology of our time that's being deployed by the art world. I also want to reference blockchain in a bit more detail. So can blockchain make the marketplace safer? One of the art market's greatest challenges is to look at authenticity and verify provenance. In 2014, the Fine Art Experts Institute in Geneva stated that over 50% of artworks it had examined were either forged or not attributed to the correct artist. Wow. Blockchain could potentially change this, but I agree with you, Benedine. There's definitely work to be done in terms of these platforms. As a public decentralized list of records that are linked and that are secured using cryptology, blockchain's key feature is a fragmented nature. Hosted by millions of computers simultaneously, no centralized version of the information exists for a hacker to access or to corrupt. Blockchain is currently believed to be the most secure way to transfer digital data. Blockchain's capacity to track and verify authenticity through timestamps on transactions and through fingerprinting, as Adriano alluded to earlier on, is definitely being used by a lot of contemporary artists at the moment. Cryptographic signatures could potentially solve that problem. That's something that I think could be really interesting for the art market. I'm also thinking about the Art Market 2.0 report that was published recently, where it stated that blockchain is more than a technology. It's a discourse that unites and divides and holds great meaning for all that are involved. Blockchain is not so far along in its development as many expect. And one leading technologist recently compared it to the internet in 1993. So there's certainly lots to look forward to with these technologies. The art market and the UK can potentially set a standard for the adoption of digital technologies across the creative economy. So I want to talk a little bit about new models of funding. Investment in the arts and in R&D. Arts organisations could invest in R&D to expand their audience's reach. Emerging technologies are allowing us to do things and engage with new and diverse audiences, not just in the UK, but globally, all over the world. However, there is currently little targeted public funding in these areas, despite the potential cultural, social, and economic payoffs. Arts organisations should at least match the UK economy as a whole in allocating a 1% share of their current spending towards R&D, and funders could potentially allocate at least 1% of their money towards financing it. Following the example of R&D in other areas, the state could fund and incentivise them to do so. Venture funding and accelerators. Social ventures in the UK may offer lessons for arts organisations that want to engage investors and those that combine financial, social and artistic impact, along with the public backing for new arts accelerators to develop the most promising new, fresh ideas, and looking at the next generation in terms of being able to deploy that and take that forward. Finally, match public support for crowdfunding. There are growing numbers of online platforms that can connect small-scale donors or investors to new projects and to new ventures. How can we support that? And how can the art market support that? Art funders may be able to grow these potential benefits by making some grants conditional on match funding, and these platforms are looking at a new way that can generate more money into the arts. My final remark is on the Forbes list of the top 100 billionaires. Those people should be ashamed of themselves being at the top of that list. They need to allocate those funds into education. There's 240 million young people that are not going to school, and that they could be funding arts and education, and so could the big tech companies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I have a fundamental problem with the provocation, which is that it suggests that by offering shares in works that are in public collections, that this is some form of democratization, which it is not. It is privatization. And to dress it up as a form of access and participation is simply wrong. I've spent the last 15 years working on programs to try and genuinely, trying to remove the barriers to genuine participation and access in the fine art sector by allowing people on very modest incomes to begin their journey in buying art. And I think that what technology offers us today is the opportunity to radically change people's understanding of what participation means, not what ownership means. Public collections are there to be enjoyed by everyone, and they are owned by everyone. The problem is that people aren't necessarily understanding that that is their cultural entitlement, and that those items that exist in museums are unique, irreplaceable, theirs to be enjoyed and protected. And what I think we have an opportunity to see happen through technology is not to advocate some kind of new financial model for investment in the cultural sector. It's to completely transform people's understanding of what those assets are and why they're important and how they can access them, because we know that physically attending a museum, crossing that threshold, being within an environment that may feel quite alien, there are very substantial challenges there. I've been working on that challenge for many years. Many of us here have. How do we make the younger generation, or in fact anyone in this country, feel comfortable with those cultural institutions as places in which to experience unique, fascinating, complex, challenging works of art, whether they are in traditional media or in digital media? The phones that we all carry around with us, the systems that support the information transfer that occurs when we share an image, download an image, buy. How can we make that something that drives people's sense of cultural value? Which picks up on another point around social investment. Now, there is a fundamental problem also with the way in which social investment is being introduced to the worlds of finance and people who have money to spend. And that is that traditionally, historically, until this point, social impact has, there's been a requirement to attach that to social change for particular groups of the community that may be facing challenges. Now, if we continue to think of social investment about addressing particular social problems, rather than on supporting an essential aspect of life for everyone, which is culture, then we are never going to get a sufficiently large population of investors and contributors to protect and build cultural value, because it will always be instrumental rather than essential, life-affirming, universal value, which is what it needs to be. So I say all of that in the context of the work that we do at Creative United, which is about ownership, private ownership, but absolutely fundamental to building a new generation of collectors is that they should understand the value of an artist in our society. If people don't understand the value of artistic creation, practice, product, they will never buy into it because they will not see that it has any relevance to them and the world in which they live. And so I would end really with a vision of the future, if we can project ourselves forward into the next generation or two, is to say that the new society that we find ourselves living in, both in the UK and globally, is a society that recognises the unique contribution of artists in providing the material or immaterial means through which we communicate and understand what it is to be human. And if we can get global endorsement and buy-in and participation in that through technology, then I think we will no longer have a funding crisis for the arts.
Thank you, Mary-Alice, for this great note. Before I jump on my question, and maybe there are some open questions in the audience regarding this provocation. But first of all, I would like to understand, so who is in favor of this private-public kind of a relationship or interaction? Who is against? So let's start by the who is in favor. So no cameras. One. Thank you. Who is against? I should see all the other hands. Not all the other hands. So what are you thinking, the others? Don't know. Don't know. Exactly. Don't know. Let's see. So, but now, before we jump into the question, do you have any specific questions on all the comments that have been made so far? So one just maybe remark on my side. So have you heard about the Quoquo initiative in Switzerland, in Geneva? So I think it was quite revealing of these discussions around that topic. So because they used, not even blockchains, whatever, so they basically used fractional acquisition, not even blockchains, whatever, for a painting of Picasso. It was a Musketeer. And in 3 days, they found 2,500 buyers that today co-own this painting, and now this painting is in a museum. So, yeah, Bernardine has a comment.
I have a comment on that. So the issue with that is never the initial public offering. It's never the first sale. It's quite easy to crowdfund people to want to buy shares in this art because it sounds really exciting. The issue becomes the liquidity element later on in terms of where are you going to be trading these shares? How do you exchange them? How do you value them? And I think that is the part that becomes difficult. And for example, in China, this was a very popular thing. There were quite a few platforms in the last decade that were built to crowdfund for works of art and have shared ownership in the private sector. And they were shut down by the government because of the fact that they started valuing the art. If you did the capex of it or the market cap of it, then you would get to a point where it was more valuable than it ever would sell for on a market. And that's the issue with art. It's a very illiquid asset. It doesn't get traded every day. So you have to create some kind of valuation metric to be able to counter the potential speculation that would happen if you're trading this on an open market. So I think the selling, there have been quite a few works. I mean, Messinas sold a Warhol, Feral Horses sold a work by a contemporary artist. That never is the issue, the first issue. The problem is what happens next.
And I fully agree. And of course, I'm not saying that we should or we should not do it. I just think that what is important is that this is on part of the discussions nowadays. So we see with these technologies, so those kind of thinking process developing. I also can tell you that I've discussed this kind of topic with private museums, And they were quite open to say, why not monetizing, in a way, the value we have in our collection through technology to have more financial means to develop our own activities. So they see that, because the open question that we can ask all ourselves, I think, so we have privatized in our environment nearly everything. So we have also privatized education and all the other things. Why not culture? And of course, it's a provocation again. I'm with you, of course. But if we can do more, the question I have more, which is also part of the provocation, is that we have value, monetary value, beside the aesthetic, the education, the cultural, and everything. But in a way, so this value is enormous in certain cases, in certain museums. So this value is basically sleeping today. We don't do anything with it. And the question is, and again, it's a provocation, can we do something with it? Can we try to, in a way, turn that into a working asset to support and to do more in terms of cultural impact? It's just part of the provocation part of my provocation. You have a comment, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so absolutely, yes, we can make those assets work harder and do more. The question is, what is the return that we are looking for individually, collectively? What is the motivation of an investor versus a donor? Right? We have an investment model for culture, which is that wealthy individuals are approached and they make gifts. And they make gifts on the basis that they feel aligned with the mission of the organization, that they care about what they do. This is very normal. It happens all the time. It works. Long may it continue. What we have a problem with is understanding it's connecting the philanthropic gesture of very wealthy individuals with the cultural impact and value of those assets within a community. This goes back to your point about social investment. What is the social value being created, and to what extent do those investors, philanthropists, or contributors, to what extent do they care about that? Or are they simply pursuing an opportunity to be associated with an asset that can at a future time be traded for an increased value? And I think that is where I have a real issue, is around packaging up cultural assets that belong to the public and have been invested in by taxpayers for many decades and centuries, and offering that up on a plate to wealthy, not to normal people, to highly affluent people, giving them increased control in something that they, frankly, I'm not sure that their contribution is being appropriately managed and targeted in terms of the value back, which is not to say that their contribution is not essential and very valuable, but this fractional ownership piece, I just think is the wrong play.
Any comments on that?
Well, I mean, you see the repercussions of this with the Sacklers and Epstein. I mean, we don't have to go any further. And I wanted to address the question of research, which is, I think, a very interesting one, especially in the relationship to digital. So how is research funded normally? It's funded by governments, or it's funded by private corporations. The 18 months to market model now is what drives research in private industry, and also increasingly in university context. When, for instance, Bell Labs, which of course was run by the AT&T, or the phone company, started its laboratory in the 1920s, people who were working for it, like Claude Shannon and others, knew clearly they were working for the phone company, but they were not forced to think about what product will come out of that, you know. So who is to support then research that doesn't yield product? Now in the arts, this is a very good example, because you don't know what you're going to create. Having worked with technologies now for 20 years, sensing and software and hardware, you never know what's going to happen, you know, out of that. And so this idea of giving money essentially to produce things that may be called knowledge, and that's what research is, it's producing knowledge, which is essentially public knowledge. The same thing's happening as well. It's being privatized more and more. So open science is all about privatizing. Even though it's open, it's actually privatizing assets that public money is contributed to. And in the United States, with the Baugh-Doyle Act that happened, where essentially universities could essentially patent goods that were essentially public. So this is issues not just in the arts world, it's across any kind of public goods that have then become privatized. So I think it's a huge question, because I see this all the time with fellow artists, but also I work in a university research context that uses public money to fund artistic works that actually then also go into the public. So there's a circulation system happening. Who's going to fund that work? Because yes, there's all these innovative technologies, but it takes a lot of money, not just in people think hardware and software. It actually takes human labor is what is the cost. The human knowledge to produce these new kinds of innovations. So who is supposed to fund that, because, now Canada is a very interesting example, because the Harper government has doubled the Arts Council budget, and it has also doubled the Research Council's, the 3 tri-council budgets as well. But they only have doubled that because the Trudeau government has done it. The Harper administration had reduced the cost of the funding so much. So everyone thinks this is a radical change in funding, but in fact they're just trying to catch up for where it originally was. So I think this is a big, big question about who is to fund things that actually are not necessarily going to be driven toward the market. Because most artists I know are not thinking about the market. They're thinking about basically getting the thing done.
And related to that, I think also how you measure that success is really skewed. So the algorithms used to value art once it's done are based on publicly accessible information about auctions. And that's only one small aspect of the value of art, but it is used to value all art. And so those assets that are hidden away in museums, someone estimated it was 3 trillion worth of art. It wouldn't be. If all those pieces were on the open market, you would suddenly have an influx of supply, and then you would actually decrease the prices of those works of art. Part of the reason that the Salvator Mundi achieved 450 million is because of the fact that the Mona Lisa is reputedly insured for 750 million. So you have a comparable, and you suddenly have this value. What I would love to think about is a different way of valuing the Mona Lisa, which is about how many people pay a ticket to the Louvre every year specifically to see that. And could we use the Internet of Things, sensors, etc., to look at what people actually want to see, and then use that data to influence those algorithms that we're using to value art, rather than just whether a person will lift a paddle at an auction. Because really the value is in those eyeballs, those people that want to Instagram it, those people that want to go visit that. And we could build models to do valuation in that way if we make that information more open and accessible. So that could then change the way that we look at the art and those assets that are in the museums, because we're looking at them as something that people want to go visit rather than something that people want to own.
Now, just coming back to more the AI topic, and this is a question for all of you on the panel. So how do you see AI transforming the art market? So we discussed that in the intro discussions, but from your perspective, from your personal point of view, what are the main trends that you can see in terms of AI transformation for the art market?
So some of the things that we're seeing increasingly is artists using tools such as virtual reality and creating digital, digital and immersive experiences. So looking at people like Marshmallow Laser Feast and being able to create immersive environments and virtual experiences that can then tour galleries and go into schools and go into places out in the community and into cultural deserts. I'm really interested in how the technology can be used for that, and the social impact in and around technology being an enabler for that, and artists being able to look at digitizing collections through 3D scanning, for example. So looking at Scan the World as a platform which is scanning collections and galleries across the world, and people being able to download and 3D print their own art objects and artifacts. I think that we're seeing that increasing. I'm also really interested in tools such as virtual reality and augmented reality, and how artists are using these tools to go out and to engage with new and diverse audiences, and also into the public realm, how we can experience art in many different ways through the use of these digital technologies, and also how artists can own those collections through applications such as Bitcoin, and looking at ways that technology can be an enabler for social good.
Sure. So I think one of the things that is apparent is the sheer volume of material that's available through digital feeds of one sort or another, and the use of AI and algorithms to filter and direct and connect people with particular artists or not. So I go back to my point about the recognition and role of artist. I can see that obviously there is an approach to connecting audiences with artists or with images to acquire or share. But I'm really interested in understanding how the technology might be able to also give people a sense of who the creator of that work is. I think there's a sort of homogenization of content where it's no longer apparent how that has been created. It connects a bit to what you were saying earlier about the intersection between machine-made and non-machine-made. And at the end of the day, we are talking about the creative output of individuals and the extent to which people understand that or don't understand that, and how that then translates into a navigation of the market. I'm very interested to understand what AI can do in terms of building that level of understanding and navigation at an individual level on what's out there and why. Now, I'm not an AI specialist, so I'm just talking about this from a layman's point of view. I think there's so much content and there's so many artists. So the democratization, that word which I have some problems with, it is true that digital has enabled anyone and everyone to some extent to participate in the creation and sharing of content, and to that extent, yes. How we understand the relative value position, meaning of that content, and how AI can help us with that, that would be my main interest in terms of how that would shape the market.
Yeah, so you have to understand that this is we're talking about artists working with AI as a creative tool. It's an extremely tiny, tiny percentage of artists. Most artists cannot tell you the difference between a recursive neural network and an echo state machine, okay? So art schools think that the devil has come in the door. My own, Concordia University has the largest arts faculty in Canada. It's 5,000 students within a big comprehensive university. Most of the arts faculty says, well, what does AI have to do with the arts? You know? So this we have to understand, this is like a very, very tiny discussion that we're having. The other thing is that also most artists do not have the technical knowledge to even begin to think about what creatively they can do with artificial intelligence.
Can I just open a bracket? Yeah. But can we make a comparison with photography? At the beginning, it was the same thing?
It's very, very different.
Very different.
It's very different. Photography was a mechanical system. Software is a completely different model because you have to master not only how you code, but also a thinking model, which has not been designed by artists, but is designed by computer scientists. So there's always an appropriation of technologies that take place as well. But we tend to think that this is happening everywhere. It's not. Yes, there's been a ton of AI shows all over museums recently, but this will be very similar to the 0101 phenomenon and the dot-com times. next year will be the next, oh, that was passed.
But maybe because of new tools that are developing like Runway ML, where you can actually use AI much more accessibly, it could become more like photography,
Yeah,
potentially?
this is discussed. The problem is that it took a long time for innovations in the camera to take place, you know, whereas the AI changes are happening every week. You know, I work in Montreal. It's a center of AI research around the world. The innovations that are changing and taking place that the researchers have access to, the artists do not have access to. So yes, you're right. These democratized tools like Runway and ML5 and these tools will become more and more where machine learning will become more WYSIWYG like the earlier HTML program was. But still, there's a level of knowledge you need to understand to develop something that those tools are, I think, were very, very different.
And I know that you have questions, but if you don't mind, I just ask one more question. So we have seen that the digital art market is still extremely limited. So it's very difficult to develop. So can I say that AI artworks is a sub-segment of digital art objects? And what would be your long-term view? Because if already the digital art market has difficulties to develop, what about AI work, if I may call it?
Yeah, I mean, you see the example with Sotheby's, and then you see the example of Klingemann, who made a similar project that didn't get as much money, you know, when it was auctioned. And yes, of course, there's a fascination right now with the idea of an artwork that behaves. So this is an old idea, as you see from my talk, that you build something that actually will change over time, you know, and transform. So it will never be the same as it takes in information from its environment and starts to adapt itself. So this is a very interesting model that some artists are starting to think about. The things that are being sold right now are things that are basically products of AI production, not ongoing examples of how AI actually functions. And I think that's a very important distinction we have to make, is that in the end, it's like, well, how are you using artificial intelligence? Are you using it to produce the outcome of something, or are you using it as itself as a process that creates a radically different form of you know, cultural production?
Yeah, and I have one last question, and after that I open it to the floor, if it's okay for you, Joe. So, and this is a question that in fact was kind of communicated to me by UCL, so this is why I want to use it too. So, but does AI challenge the value of human aesthetic?
I'll just make a very quick comment, which is also related to what you were saying. I think that also if the more simple, I guess, almost filter-like AI outputs become easier to create, we will have a higher level of scrutiny towards what makes a good work of art and AI, that then will create a new aesthetic that'll be much more interesting, and people will understand that just selling an output is not as exciting as selling something that's living.
No, I mean, that's interesting because you can see like the example of GAN art, the generative adversarial network art, it all looks the same. You know, and why does it all look the same? Because the algorithms are all the same, right? Whereas human artists are really all very different. You know, we should celebrate the difference and not the similarity. But, you know, until artists are starting to design those algorithms, you know. But don't forget, you know, artists are using these tools which are never meant for art in the first place, you know. And so you're basically having to fight the tool in order to do something differently. And this is the history of technologies, you know, in art.
Yeah, no, I think that the aesthetic is going to be... if we could arrive at a position where each individual artist was able to generate an aesthetic that was uniquely theirs and could be understood as theirs and collected and taught, if you like, what's the connoisseurship of the aesthetic of AI art? I mean, yeah, so to what extent is the individual artist's input into the modification or curation of the algorithms that are driving the work? What is that? What does it look like, feel like, and how does one experience it? Because of course one's experience of contemporary art practice, we might be talking about something very, very different as an experience in years to come. We are within the context of this conference talking about visual arts, but actually the word visual no longer really means visual. Experiential is kind of the word that we're most sort of using at the moment to be a little more inclusive. But yeah, the distinctiveness of the individual artist's algorithms is the aesthetic, I guess.
I echo that. I also wanted to just come in on the ethics piece and thinking about the people that are creating algorithms, and also thinking about the education piece, you know, and these technologies could be used in classrooms of the future, and that's something that I'm really interested in. But I also think that there needs to be robust policies and procedures in place to manage, you know, how this data is being collected, and the people that are creating these sort of algorithms and these experiences, because I think that it's mostly men, and that there's white men, and there's certainly work that needs to be done to address that in society. And I think that I disagree with your comment about AI for artists. I think in their hands, people can expect something that be much more creative when it's in the hands of artists.
So I know that we are running late, so I know that you have a question. Yeah, we have a question there. Why you are just asking questions now, or not before? So I can take, let's say, 2 questions if you don't mind. So.
Okay. Firstly, just to say, that has been the most interesting, stimulating set of presentations and discussion. I have lots of questions, but the thing I'd actually like to pick up is a hybrid of, Chris, your last 2 images of the audience at the opera, and then a bunch of 11, 12, 13-year-old girls all doing something on their phones together. Your point, Bernardine, about, I've got that right, haven't I, about could you use technologies to look at the Mona Lisa and understand our relationship with it, and then actually something you're just beginning to head into, which is actually what are we doing about the fact there's the whole world out here. Turn this question about AI around, and you might want to just think about this, because I can't be here for some of the day. My question would be, instead of looking at AI from the perspective of the artist and the use of the artist's use of it, how do we enable the vast number of people who are engaged with AI, all of us basically, bring that to bear on art? Because that surely is actually the part of the opportunity. Look at the video games industry, look at how they operate, and I know a bit about it. Just think, how do we bring the fact that we all use AI to bear on art?
For the next seminar.
I think it's a good point.
I mean, it's very early. I mean, it's early and it's not early. Again, you see the histories, you know, but it's very interesting because you know, you bring those perceptual models to bear when you enter into a gallery and a museum, but most of the art you encounter is made from, you know, another perspective. So it's like, and there's a big difficulty you can see from the Barbican show of not just, I mean, it was a huge audience success, but in terms of the critics, who of course we don't trust, but you can also say like, okay, you know, why does someone bring this old model of art always to bear? And I would also challenge this idea of the artist, because the important thing is that this is not just artists, these are machines, right? There is a entanglement and a passing, or let's say an offloading of agency between humans and machines. And this is what these things, so, you know, this challenges our idea that the artist is this kind of thing up on a you know, a pedestal that is responsible for this, because you're not, it's a co-collaboration, you know, it's a co-production between these absolutely ahuman things and us as human beings.
Sure. I'm Patrick McRae. I'm the CEO of Arctic. My question's for Mary Alice. I thought you spoke beautifully about the importance of society understanding the benefits of artists and what they bring to us all. And everybody on the panel has been talking about how technology can be used to an extent to almost create a new subsection of the market. But I thought, Mary Alice, what you're talking about technology being able to be used to engage new audience and actually bring people into and through the doors. Otherwise, we're you know, powering towards a future bereft of any culture. And I've been to a few of these panels and spoken to a lot of people about how we can use technology, but actually how, basically, because I run this business and have spent my career trying to make spend my career making the career of artists economically viable, but actually, how can somebody like me use tech to reach more people and affect bigger change, basically? If that's something that you guys can answer.
Yeah, so you and I share a lot in common. I too spend a lot of my time thinking about ways in which we can make artists' careers more sustainable, how artists can understand how to connect with their audiences. Many of them are very successful in connecting with audiences, but that doesn't convert into a commercial opportunity. Some don't want that. So I don't have a quick answer, except to say that we know that the level of engagement in visual media through technology is enormous. How do we make that make sense for people in terms of cultural value, ownership, collection, sharing, and make that meaningful in both the physical and virtual worlds together? So I don't know. If I knew, I'd probably be in that top 100 list of something, wouldn't I? I'd be in the top. But I will one day. But I haven't got it yet. But yeah, we need to find ways of thinking about how artists can survive and thrive in our society without simply being the producers of content that never gets credited or remunerated.
Thank you, and we will stop here. So first of all, would like to thank my absolutely fantastic panelists. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your participation. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, UCL, again. So it was a pleasure, and enjoy the rest of the day. So, and I guess you will all stay there. So, if you have any other questions, thank you very much.
Please, may we thank Adriano for a sterling start to the day. So with a quick change of personnel there, we're going to continue the debate, keep your brains ticking over of the consequences and implications of AI. Our next panel is going to discuss technological advances and the experience of art, and I'm delighted to welcome Simon Kane, Executive Director of UCL Culture, to chair this second panel. Simon leads UCL Culture, a multifaceted department that uses cultural assets in the form of historic and contemporary collections, performance spaces, public art and know-how to engage and connect UCL research with the world. He previously developed a career in the museum sector, starting out as a conservator before diversifying into other roles across a range of institutions and locations, including museums in York and Manchester, culminating as director of Birmingham Museums Trust before moving to UCL in 2015. He studied at Lincoln and Southampton and retains active research interests in conservation practice, ethics, and iconoclasm. Whilst his background is rooted in material culture and its preservation, he is equally interested in the power of knowledge and culture, their production, their sharing, and their impact. He says of UCL Culture, "We believe in the power of open and that creativity is at the heart of learning and knowledge." I'm delighted that Simon can join us, especially as the test match is on today and he's tearing himself away. So without further ado, Simon, please welcome.
Morning, everyone. Okay, before I get going, a couple of things. I'd like to invite the panel to actually come and take their seats now so we're ready to go. So if Miguel, Nick, Lawrence and Melanie, they're all here. Excellent. They're all here. That's a good start, isn't it? And I've got a question for you as an audience. I thought we were going to be using Slido for the questions. Are you happy doing that, or would you rather do Q&A via microphone and talking? What's the view? Slido, or a few, and voices, vocal responses? Yeah, there's a few more of those. Yeah, I think we're in that space. Okay, that's fine. Okay, what a great session that was. I've got like a million questions and my head's kind of bursting. Slightly irritated at parts of that, and then slightly fascinated as well. So we've got a fantastic panel for you here today. We're going to be thinking about technological advances and the experience of art. As Joe mentioned, my background is in conservation, particularly museums. I've been in and around museums practice for the best part of 38 years now, so quite a long time, so I've seen quite a few changes. And when I was asked to develop the provocation today, I was sort of reflecting on the audience and who was here today. And one of the things that I think is really refreshing is to see such a cross and multidisciplinary audience. One of my kind of critiques of my own sector, museums and conservation, is that often we have very narrow discussions, very myopic discussions, and we don't get the breadth of debate. And I think the opening session was a really good example of how healthy it is to get a range of voices into a room like we have today. So we have a distinguished panel who I'm going to introduce to you ahead of my provocation for you here today. They represent museums, galleries, and higher education sector. So I will give you a bit of background on them. So they are, in order of presentation, Dr. Michael Rodriguez, Reader Information Theory and Processing at UCL. Miguel is previously with the Department of Computer Science at the University of Porto, where he also led the Information Theory and Communications Research Group at the Instituto de Telecomunicações, yes. Miguel obtained undergraduate degree in electrical and computer engineering from the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Porto, and a PhD degree in electronic and electrical engineering from University College London. He then held postdoctoral positions both at Cambridge University and Princeton University. He's also been visiting researcher positions at Princeton, Duke University, and Cambridge University. Our second speaker is Dr. Nick Lambert, Director of Research at Ravensbourne University, London. Nick is also Chair of the Computer Art Society and studies art and technology in terms of the digital medium in contemporary art and visual culture. Through this, he engages with questions about the boundary between fine and applied arts, design, and interfaces. Lambert has written on a history of computer art and curates exhibitions with artists and theorists in his field. He's also developed interests in the evolution of immersive visual techniques, exhibited artworks in New York and London. And then we have, third up, Lawrence Childs. And Lawrence has given us the shortest biography, which I'm sure he's being very modest, actually. So he stuck to the brief. So Lawrence, he has over 15 years' experience of delivering large-scale digital projects for cultural and arts organisations, including the BBC, Disney, Discovery, British Council, DACS, Royal Museums, Greenwich, and the National Gallery. And finally, we have Melanie Lenz, digital art curator from the Victoria and Albert Museum. So Melanie works at the V&A, where she has also worked as a digital programs learning manager. Before joining the V&A, she was a curatorial fellow at the Barbican Art Gallery, has over 10 years' experience of working in the museum sector, curating, commissioning, delivering imaginative education projects. Her interests include early digital art practices and contemporary visual culture. She co-curated Chance and Control, Art in the Age of Computers in 2018, and has published papers on early Argentine computer art 2018, Women and Art and Technology 2014, Collecting and Conserving Born Digital Art 2011. She has convened conferences on art, science and quantum computing 2017 and Art and New Technologies for Health 2015. So she's initiated art partnerships with a variety of organisations, including Women Who Code and Great Ormond Street Hospital. She regularly gives lectures at universities, most recently for Schenker College of Engineering, Design and Art in Israel. She's broadcast about digital art on Resonance FM and Radio 4, and she's a juror of the Lumen Digital Art Prize. So welcome to the panel. So you've seen how the format works. I will do a bit of a provocation introduction, then we'll go into short presentations from each of the panel, and then we'll move into a Q&A. So if you could start thinking about your questions as we go through this. So I was sort of reflecting on that opening discussion. As I said, I've been in and around the sector for a long time. And when you've worked with public collections, which as I have extensively, you really start to take a long view, actually, because you realise that, you know, putting your own ego aside, that you are only a blip in the history of these collections. And I think that tends to change your perspective when it comes to this idea of value, authenticity and integrity around collections. And it's certainly something that I've thought about a lot, because in terms of technology, as a conservator, I'm often interested or been interested in the kind of instrumental value of technology, how we can take technology and use it to help us understand, analyze, and develop strategies around artworks and heritage. But actually, what I found throughout my career as I developed, I'm actually much more interested in intrinsic value, actually, in terms of the value of these collections. And I see preservation and conservation as not an end in themselves, but as a means to an end. And use, really, use of collections is, I think, what really interests me. A few years ago, 2015, I developed and co-authored a paper with a colleague from Tate, which was looking at replication of artworks. In this case, it specifically was dealing with a work by Noam Garbo. And what I was interested in is, well, what are the implications of using technology to recreate original artworks, and what's the status of those artworks? And I'm a big fan of sci-fi, and particularly of Philip K. Dick. So with my colleague at Tate, Louise Lawson, we used the framework of Blade Runner, which you'll know is based on the book Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. And in that book, and indeed in the film, the challenge is that we've created androids which then go rogue, and then they have to be hunted down. And I had this idea that if we create these replicas in this kind of safe environment of the museum, and those replicas escape the museum, would we somehow have to go and track them down because they would disrupt the art market? And we know how disruptive fake works of art can be, or reproductions can be, when they're considered to be original. So what was interesting about that, I gave the paper in Los Angeles at the end of the we were literally the last paper in the conference, and it really upset quite a few people. It was quite interesting. Unusually, conservators are usually quite nice to each other, and they're quite calm. And in the drinks afterwards, I got a lot of grief. It was quite interesting. So I think that's a good thing, right? You want to provoke a reaction. So I am interested in this kind of space of technology, and my provocation, which I'm not going to put up for you today, but I'm happy to share with you, I'm just going to briefly touch on the themes that I raised through the provocation, which is quite broad. Reflecting on social media, I've been following, I don't know if some of you have, the postings from the Rijksmuseum on the macro XRF scanning of the Night Watch. So this is quite an amazing project where they're going into the gallery space using this technology and scanning this painting in great detail. And Night Watch, along with many other masterworks, has been probably conserved within an inch of its life. It's had numerous treatment throughout its history. But what I think has been really interesting is the transformation in how technology is used and, more importantly, shared. I think that 10 or 15 years ago, this process would have been shrouded. You would not have had public engagement, but instead there's an engagement with the social media. They're inviting comments from the public and inviting the public into that space. And it starts for me to throw up all sorts of interesting questions. What does this technology mean for the professionals in terms of, you know, what does it mean for conservators? What does it mean for connoisseurs? What does it mean for curators? It really starts to challenge how we engage with artworks, how we communicate around artworks. And I was reminded of a project we developed when I was in Birmingham, probably 13 years ago now, which was using then, I don't know if anybody remembers Silverlight, Microsoft Silverlight technology, which is being able to use really high resolution images and zoom in. And so we put the pre-Raphaelite collection at Birmingham online. And it really struck me at the time, for the first time, we were making collections available at a level of detail and intimacy that was previously the preserve, really, of the conservator and the curator, or indeed the very, very rich, who could afford to have that intimate contact with paintings. And it's really interesting for me to see how technology can open up. And we heard earlier about this sense of democratizing and the problems with that concept. But certainly for me, there's a real interest in that technologies can really start to open out collections in a way that they weren't previously accessible. As an observation, I would say that we're seeing technologies become much more available. Conservation, which is my background, typically has always been a feeder off of other research and technologies, but what we've seen is a development in the sector where technologies are being developed and applied specifically. They're becoming affordable. Censoring techniques have become, sensors have become much smaller. and much more available and much more affordable. And so there's this idea that we can then start to employ a field of technologies which we couldn't before, which will help us with risk assessment, it will help us think about object lifetimes, and really think about how we display and engage with art. And just a few of the things that I've mentioned in my provocation: optical coherence tomography, 2 and 3D photogrammetry, enhanced X-ray techniques, SEM, EDX, XRF, gas chromatography, Raman microscopy, Fourier transform, infrared PET spectroscopy, FTIR, proton-induced X-ray emission spectroscopy, which is my favorite because the acronym is PIXI, and that's to naming a few. But then on top of that, we now have machine learning and AI coming in on the back of that, and what does that really mean? And I just had a look. I heard a presentation a few years ago which was looking at what is the risk, what risk is machine learning, AI bringing to jobs in the future. And currently, if you look on the ONS, there's quite an interesting paper. For conservators, it's predicted that 24% of conservation roles are going to be at risk due to the development of AI. And I have this idea, are we going to see robot conservators in the future? And interestingly, artists are more at risk, apparently, about 34%. So how they work those out, you have to read the paper yourselves. But what I didn't want to do, and I don't think it's helpful, is for us to get into, technology good, technology bad debate. I think it's about what opportunities the technology offers us and where we take that. And I think that really was born out of this morning's discussion. So we're developing, we have the opportunity, we are on the threshold, and we always are, aren't we? But without doubt, in my lifetime and my experience, we are in a position where we are able to know more and find out more about art and heritage than we ever knew before, in terms of analysing it to within an inch of its life. And there are huge amounts of data being generated. And there is a really interesting question for me about how that data is shared. In a university context, we're seeing a significant move towards open press and open publication, and indeed with the EU's S-Plan, which insists that all EU-funded research has to be publicly available. So we're moving to a space where we seem to have this dual kind of track where we're increasing huge amounts of information that are going to be available, but is it going to be public available? Isn't it going to be public available? The other challenge around that issue is how do we interpret the data? So the more data we get, what are the dangers of us sort of interpreting that incorrectly? And then also, how does that impact on our experience of art? So what are our expectations around experiencing art? And also, obviously, we've heard this morning from artists in terms of how they think about using technology and how that impacts on the viewer. So these techniques that we've talked about, they're going to create new opportunities for replica and virtual and augmented reality experiences. As I said, they're being utilised by artists. But I'm really interested, is there something about our understanding and the way that we engage and understand art, is that significantly going to shift? And are we actually going to see robot conservators? Are we actually going to see the connoisseurs being replaced by AI technology in terms of how we... And I was amazed at that statistic earlier on, which you mentioned on the level of inauthentic or artworks. I'd love to know the source of that, so we can talk about that later. So I'm happy to share my provocation in more detail, but what I'd like to do now is move over to our panel and invite Miguel to give us his response. Miguel, over to you. And there are a few slides as well.
Right, so thank you so much, Simon. I would like to start by saying, well, I'm a technologist by training. So I spent the last 10 years in computer science or engineering departments, but more recently, in the previous 3 years, we have been doing much work on application of some of these technologies in the sector of art. So what I'm going to talk about is not so much on AI for creation of art, but rather the use of AI in order to inform the technical study of art. And I'm going to try to convey some of the challenges that we perceive there exist in this domain, but also some work that we have done recently that is kind of emblematic of what can be achieved using AI in this particular domain. And well, I would like to start with this particular portrait, which I think was on the news about 2 years back, and it related to the discovery that there was a concealed design or a concealed picture beneath Sir John Maitland portrait of the Lord Chancellor of Scotland. And well, this concealed design was Mary Queen of Scots, and that generated quite a bit of excitement because, well, portraits of the Queen are quite rare. And essentially, so what is enabling this sort of discoveries is new ways to image artwork and new ways to obtain digital information about collections. So, for example, at the turn of the previous century, X-rays have been introduced, and interestingly, so they have also been used to, for example, initially to image artwork, and since then, a number of imaging techniques have been introduced and have made into museums, from, for example, infrared reflectography, well, to X-ray radiography, but more importantly, more recently, there's been various advances in imaging and analytical techniques that will allow us to understand artwork in far much better ways. And these include, for example, X-ray fluorescence and hyperspectral imaging, which are shown there towards the right. And what this produces a very rich data set, so we call it, say, a data cube, where we get to see artwork, say, at different wavelengths. And part of the importance of these imaging techniques is that number one, they allow us to understand, for example, the materials that are present within artwork, but also they allow us, for example, to visualize or potentially to visualize, say, concealed features within artworks. So, for example, say sketches, initial sketches made by an artist, but also say the different layers that may be present in a painting. Now, of course, the kind of data that we acquire, I mean, this is big data, is huge, and therefore it also brings about many challenges. Challenges that nowadays is not we cannot easily address using, for example, manual inspection of these data sets. And I think that's where automation comes in. And in fact, so the idea of using, for example, algorithms, artificial intelligence techniques, and machine learning, so in fact it dates back to an initial project that was run by a number of colleagues with the Van Gogh Museum. So that was the Van Gogh project, which started about 10 years back or so. And since then, the computer science community, really took on this idea and started developing a number of algorithms to address, many challenges that arise in this particular domain. So one of them where we have actually used artificial intelligence techniques in order to support conservators relates to some work that we have done with the Ghent altarpiece, which is attributed to the Van Eyck brothers, which is now undergoing a major restoration campaign. And part of the reason we have worked with this painting is because there's very rich data sets that are available for people to use. And essentially it's an altarpiece, so there's a closed position that we see here, and there's also an open position. So the altarpiece, used to be open on festive days, which looks like this. And what this means is that there are some panels within this altarpiece that are painted on both sides. Now, as part of the restoration campaign, so what restorers are also interested in is analyzing different imaging modalities associated with this altarpiece. And what we are showing here is the X-rays of some of these outer panels. And in particular, due to the penetration of X-rays, so when we X-ray one of these outer panels that is painted on both sides, so we get to see features from the panels on each of the sides, the front panel and the rear panel. And the problem that restorers and conservators are faced with is, ideally, they would like to contain, say, two different X-rays, one containing features associated with one panel, the other one containing features associated with the other panel, but of course, this is not what they get. And so what we have developed is a completely new artificial intelligence type of technique that it ingests these data sets that are acquired on the painting, and eventually what it delivers is, say, an X-ray associated with one of the panels, the front panel, and another X-ray associated with the other panel. And these results, I mean, completely excited the Ghent Altarpiece restoration team, to the point that they are now asking us to engage further in order to support the restoration of these outer panels, which is due to commence in 2021 or so. Right, so the work was published a couple of weeks ago. It also made to the media internationally, but you know, I would like to highlight one particular one because I think it's also emblematic of some of the things that we are hoping to achieve using AI, quite distinct from what was discussed in previous panels. And what the author of this article was suggesting is that AI is not just about the future, but also about the past, in the sense that it will allow us to understand our history via, say, the reconstruction, the technical study of paintings. So the way that they are created, their restoration history. And in fact, you know, some of these ideas we are now pursuing in a project that we hold in conjunction with the National Gallery, where one of the goals is to develop computational algorithms and artificial intelligence techniques in order to understand their paintings for conservation purposes, but also eventually for presenting art in different ways in galleries. I would like to finish with a very simple remark, which is, for us, meaning myself and people in my team, it's been absolutely thrilling to engage with people from the art sector, because number one, it's we get a completely different view, but also we get something else, which is many of the challenges, the computational challenges that arise in this particular domain are completely different of computational challenges that arise in other domains, for example, medical imaging and many others. So for us, it's not just an opportunity to expand our horizons, but also it is an opportunity to develop entirely different artificial intelligence type of techniques. So I think there's for people with my own background, I think there's an immense opportunity here also to enlarge the horizons of artificial intelligence.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. Next up, we have Nick Lambert. Nick, over to you. Are we queued up?
I think it's stopped, actually. Nope,
we're just looking over at the technical corner here. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. Okay. I think I'll begin anyway while the image is coming up. That's not me. That's me. That's you. Do you want to go first then? I don't mind. Hold on. Hold on. No?
It's a presenter mashup.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, as Simon sort of introduced, the fact is we're very good at generating a lot of data, and we're drawing it from sort of more and more sources. Now, in the course of my work, firstly at Birkbeck University of London, where I worked on and then ran 2 AHRC projects about recovering the history of computer-based art in conjunction with the Victoria Albert Museum, of course working with Melanie and Douglas Dodds. I got to see a lot of information being scanned, especially, and sort of put into large databases, large numbers of images, in this case quite ironic because they'd started off digitally, they'd been printed out over the sort of several decades that computer art has been around, and then the way they survived into the future was in fact that they were physical artifacts that we were then able to rescan much later, ironically because the original digital data had disappeared on old and obsolete formats. So there's a sort of a side question there about how long all that data survives and what happens to it. But also the other larger question, I think, of how do we navigate, how do we interrogate, how do we get useful information out of that data, and what do we make of it? And the project that I'm going to look at in a little detail here is actually one that I've done quite recently with quite a number of collaborators. And this is actually called Impossible Machines, Leonardo and Perpetual Motion, done for the anniversary, of course, the 500th anniversary of Leonardo's death this year. And this was actually initially suggested by Dr. Giuliano Barone, University of Oxford, and also at Birkbeck, an old colleague who goes back to my days when we were both studying together under Professor Martin Kemp. She was more of a traditional art historian, perhaps, than the areas I was looking at in the digital arts. But the reason she came to me and to the team at Ravensbourne University was because she saw an opportunity to take several images from the Codex Atlanticus, where Leonardo had sketched out ideas for a variety of perpetual motion machines, and to see whether we could take the sort of techniques of today, but especially using our knowledge of animation, augmented reality, and 3D prototyping, and interpret not only what was on the page, and what was actually quite unclear on the page in many ways as to what Leonardo intended these machines to be, and a lot of argument as to whether in fact he'd ever built them or not, and in fact how they would work if he had built them. And the point here is that we were not only sort of taking data from the page, we were also extrapolating and interpreting that data as well, finding ways to take various scholarly arguments. So we had Giuliano's interpretation, we had Andrea Bernardoni from the Museo Galileo in Florence, who are actually funding the project. And the fact is that between them and our animator, Mike Smith, who has a long history with Pixar and other animation places before he started teaching at Ravensbourne, who himself has also worked on other public interpretation, public art projects too, there was really sort of ways of looking at these pieces of information that had come from, you know, a flat piece of paper, how we could sort of draw out from those the data that we needed, how we could sort of reconstruct that in a number of different ways, and then also the experiential aspect of how, instead of simply showing these on a screen, as you can see there, we did actually create some straightforward 2D animations from them. We could also produce from them three-dimensional models and use those as a way of actually engaging people's understanding perhaps of three-dimensionality in the physical form, to walk around these. Of course, these are, you know, fictive recreations in many ways. We don't even know if these were ever sort of built in the first place. But the fact is there was a lot of inherent information there that could actually be drawn out. But the fact is, this is not merely an act of scanning. We were not simply sort of even 3D scanning an extant object, but rather using layers of interpretation and personal knowledge and discrimination really between different sort of you know, possibilities as to which ones would have been more likely. And from all those things, drawing together models that would actually function, if only in virtual reality, but at least have some sort of functional value as well. And perhaps that then could inform not only the general public understanding of what Leonardo was doing, the fact that he was, you know, sufficiently far ahead of his time to realize that friction would act on any perpetual motion machine and therefore slow it down, which many of his contemporaries never realized and continually tried to build these machines, but also whether they would have some explanatory value about his thought process as well. So all these things really came together. The reason I particularly like this photo is that you see all of these outcomes in one place. You've got the models, you've got the animation, you've got, on the wall behind, you've got the Codex Atlanticus presented as a kind of narrative, so you could pull together all those elements. And then there's a gentleman there who's actually got a pair of the HoloLens glasses on, and what he's doing, he's looking at that, on the stand there are on two sides of the stand, two of the central images from the Codex Atlanticus, from Leonardo's sketches, upon which we'd actually attached an augmented reality experience. And that fact of being able to walk into it as well, and not only seeing it animated, but being able to sort of interrogate it personally and walk around the object that's not only in the room sort of physically, you're seeing through that into the room, but you're also seeing behind it the print of the original work as well. And then there's you know, numerous layers of data in that, and numerous layers of experience as well, and the fact that people could either, if they didn't perhaps want to wear the HoloLens, they could also use a tablet or indeed their phone to investigate that as well. And what we were sort of really trying to look at was not only the work itself, but really a sort of a model for understanding these things, a model for rebuilding something, and also a way of perhaps drawing together these different pools of experience. And so, you know, my question there is that, you know, we could do that with any data source that could be turned into some kind of three-dimensional representation, but could you also then, how easily could one draw on those other areas of expertise through something that's simply quantifiable? Or to what extent can you use that to actually pull those things together? You can use that as perhaps a point of discussion, but also then to bring other people in. And what was interesting to me was seeing several quite established and indeed elderly art historians coming to see this technology for the very first time, and seeing in fact what it added to their understanding of the works that they've studied at length for most of their careers. And in many cases, you know, they were not simply bowled over by the actual nature of the sort of spectacle, but also they could see in it some sort of explicatory value as well. So I think there's, you know, sort of a great deal to be taken in mind, as it were, from those things, that by representing what already exists in data form, you can also then draw out some new knowledge, and that it's not simply an act of reconstruction, but one of actual investigation as well. So that's sort of one project having been involved with that. So I should also add, by the way, that although I wasn't involved in making or presenting the models, I created in Unity a virtual exhibition that looked at Leonardo's sources. And because we couldn't pull together, certainly because the physical space was quite small, we couldn't pull together all of the supporting source material, I actually presented it in the form of a three-dimensional library. And recreated a room that Leonardo had decorated in the Sforza Castle in Milan, and used that as an interactive way of moving through Leonardo's sources of inspiration. A very different project, but also one that I know quite well, is by Michael Takeo Magruder. This is Imaginary Cities at the British Library. It was still running until recently, and I think it will be on in various places soon when it tours. But Michael's been investigating very closely the possibilities of VR in art. And in this case, he based the work on the reconstruction of several cities, London, Chicago, Paris, and New York. But it came from a book called A Million Images from Scanned Books that the British Library brought out recently. And in that, he found the plans and the archival images of each of those cities. Using algorithms, he then extrapolated from those maps and found then ways to present those, both physically and, of course, in virtual space as well, therefore re-engaging with the source material in a whole different way. And we're seeing this now. I think a lot of artists are sort of taking interest in the archives, finding ways to actually draw from those entirely new sort of inspirations as well. My final example, just to say, is Sarah Kenderdine, formerly of University of New South Wales and now at the École Polytechnique at Lausanne. I'm very sort of impressed by the work she's done to pull together numerous different data sources, and the fact also that the way that these are presented inside a dome means that you're freed from the, you know, as I see them, perhaps the restrictions of wearing a headset. I think it's about sort of environmentally sort of displaying the sort of data and allowing somebody to interrogate in different ways. What is interesting about this project, it's called Pure Land. It's actually based on a major archaeological site on the Silk Road, the Mogao Grottos. And the fact is that that site was extensively scanned by Chinese archaeologists. It's been laser scanned, it's been photographed in a variety of different spectra. The question here is, how do you reconstruct it and present it meaningfully? And in this case, it's a navigable dome-based, or in this case, a 180-based experience that can be controlled from a single point, but also in another version that I've seen, members of the public can come in with tablets and actually use the tablets to zoom in on specific sort of interesting features within the context of the dome presentation. And I think if you're faced with a large amount of data and you're trying to make it explicable and understandable for people, this is one way of doing it, is to try and find a visual form that encompasses it all, but also a way through that data, perhaps in the form of a personalized device that you can inhabit it. Thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Over to you, Lawrence.
Great.
The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. I'm trying to juggle three things here now. Everyone's got notes on their iPhone. Yeah, so I think from my perspective as being head of Digital National Gallery and the sort of the work that the gallery's been doing over the last few years, and some of the work of my team into the debate and what this provocation is, I just want to focus on three projects that we've been working on. And just to sort of say where the need for these type of projects has come from, really, and kind of how we're addressing them. And a lot of this is really down to just arts communication and to audience and kind of the understanding of our audience. A few years ago, we started to look at what our digital strategy was and how we were dealing with new techniques to gain new audiences. And as part of that, we did some audience development work, which actually highlighted that we did have new audiences coming to us, very young new audiences coming to us, but we weren't actually doing much for them at all. And so I had to kind of engage with those new audiences through the use maybe of technology, or just to even find what their appetite for this type of work is. So the first project really just to highlight is a work we did just recently with a trial called Virtual Veronese, and it focuses on one painting. All of the examples I have actually do focus on one painting, which is a running theme, which I'll talk a bit more about in a minute. So it looked at Paolo Veronese's Consecration of St. Nicholas, which we have at the gallery. It's a very large painting. It's in Gallery 9. And we had a research project that was looking into where that, an art and religion research project, which is, very the type of research we would be doing at the National Gallery, and thinking about, well, how do we articulate that to an audience and get people within a permanent gallery to kind of be excited about it, to understand it, and to kind of have a deep dive into that experience. The project actually became quite an interesting one in terms of how it was funded. It's a collaboration with Story Futures, which is a creative cluster to the west of London, all funded through the AHRC. And so it became a very much partnership project in terms of how it was delivered, which is a really interesting model for us to approach. It really forced the gallery to think about how it did sort of innovative tech projects. We developed this in terms of having sprints, which is very new to the gallery, and even in terms of how it was funded. So the partners that are now involved in it, which is Story Futures itself, us, and a VR agency called Focal Point, all have IP within the project. And so it's a very different models for us to approach in terms of delivery. But the trial literally lasted for 2 weeks and finished a couple of months ago, and we're building towards how it might be publicly displayed. And we took, obviously, the painting itself and the story of its creation. We went to where it used to hang in San Benedetto Po in northern Italy, and basically built a VR and AR experience in the gallery that had two choices for the audience to go through. You could either take the curatorial route, where we had our curator who'd been doing the research, Dr. Rebecca Gill, or you could actually go through the experience with the abbot who features in the painting, who actually commissioned the painting. And so we were testing what type of story people are interested in, analysing that data in terms of which ones they selected, and also analysing the technology that was delivering it. We used the Magic Leaps for this, the Oculus, which one were we using? I can try to remember now. The Oculus Rift, and then also one called the Mirror Prism, which is a sort of more basic AR experience using an iPhone. And what's been brilliant about that project is it's really brought sort of prototyping and development at speed of this type of experience into the gallery. For Story Futures, their driver is really about how do you tell these kind of immersive experiences and stories, and what kind of storytelling technique to use. For us, it's that, plus it's also how do we do this type of experience in a permanent gallery that isn't used to doing this type of work and also has 6 million people coming through the door. How do you deal with very operational things and queue management, etc.? And also how do you challenge curators to actually do very minor changes to help the delivery of this, which is literally move the painting up 3 feet, which they did, which was great. But just to say, yeah, what we're learning from this project is that actually there is a real appetite. Audiences really respond well to it, and the reason, one of the sort of key points really why we're approaching this way of delivering work is we, in our audience testing a couple of years ago, really identified that a large part of our 6 million audience are new to art and new to the National Gallery. They don't know why they're really here. They're coming as a tourist. They're coming because they have a very small knowledge of art. They may know one painting. But how to get them excited and how to get them into the collection is actually very difficult. I'll come a bit more on that in a minute. The second project, just to go with the Leonardo theme, is the Leonardo Experience of Masterpiece, which is going to be launching in November this year. This takes all of our knowledge about one particular painting, the Virgin of the Rocks, and really builds a whole experience just to sort of fit with the common meme of experiences rather than exhibitions around this one painting, and take, again, visitors through a journey to really understand its 25-year history of how it was created. Realistically, it's still about the piece of art. It's still about the artwork at the end, and it's trying to get audiences to have a knowledge and a better understanding of the techniques and the scientific data that we have, and bring it all together in one experience that can tell a really rich and immersive story. also describing things that we don't know. It's sort of saying to the audience that actually we're not quite sure how this painting was hung in its chapel, which it was designed for. There's some data that we have knowledge of, but we're trying to sort of be more open to the idea of we don't actually know how certain ways that the painting was portrayed, and to really bring the audience along with us in a rich experience, and culminating with the painting on its own at the end, so you're left with the real thing. And the final example is another single painting, which was the Artemisia Gentileschi self-portrait that we bought fairly recently. And this really highlights kind of another strand that the gallery is taking of opening ourselves up. The whole journey of its conservation was documented and portrayed in its 12-part series in terms of how we dealt with our expert, Larry Keith, dealing with the conservation of the painting, how we went through to choosing the actual frame it was going to be in. All of this was put on a series of YouTube films. And then it led to this Artemisia Visits tour, which took the painting to 6 venues across the country, which were really, really different type of venues that the gallery wouldn't normally take a painting to. It included Glasgow Women's Library, it included a women's prison in Surrey, all really, really sort of difficult challenges for the gallery to take on in terms of how it presented and put this painting into a public context. And also the rich engagement that it led to in terms of how people dealt with the story of the painting itself and how it was conserved, and really basically having a tour that inspired we hope inspired a new generation of people thinking about that particular work and what we do at the National Gallery. So each of the examples, I guess, really home in on the fact of where we're trying to engage with new techniques to expose our scientific exploration into paintings. We're quite unique in a way in the museum and gallery sector in that we only have 2,300 things. They are all digitized, and so we have a kind of narrow collection, but it is very deep. And so to tell those rich stories, we have to find new techniques to bring a lot of those really interesting details that we have about the paintings to life. But it's really sort of opening us up and presenting ourselves in new ways to new audiences, because as I said at the very beginning, we know from the fact of our audience data is that a lot of audiences don't know what we have. They're not really sure why they're in the National Gallery, and they have very limited knowledge of art. And so we have to find new ways to deal with this. I'm not sure the examples answer the provocation in some ways. I think there is a lot more that we're doing. This sort of touches on the idea of kind of scientific research, about imaging, about those imaging techniques. There is a rich appetite for that. People are fascinated. They want to get to grips with their paintings and hear about our expert knowledge. And the benefit and the change in technology in terms of new tools is allowing us to do that and allowing us to do that at speed. The Veronese project literally was turned around in about 4 months, which is very unusual for a gallery or a museum sort of experience to be developed. That's a challenge for the gallery to move at that kind of speed, but we've ended up with an experience that was has been very successful. Leonardo are the same. There's been a lot of talk about it, but in terms of its development, we're working with 59 productions on that. Has been roughly about 6 months to start to where we've got to now, and how we might display that in November. Again, very rapid ideation, but that's really because we have the tools now to be able to do it, and we do have the rich data at the gallery in terms of how we photographed our works. In terms of what we're doing with AI, I think there is a really interesting area for museums and galleries. I'm part of a network at the moment between UK and US. We literally have our conference next week, second part of our conference next week, about how museums and galleries are dealing with the issues around AI and how to use them. Us as a team have been using them really focused at the moment on the idea of sort of audience data analysis, but also sort of predictions around commercial opportunities, and also forecasting models. And so using different types of tools and mechanics to kind of look at how we know our audience in more detail, basically, and how we can actually work towards providing experiences for them.
Thank you very much. This thread is actually coming together rather well. So, Melanie, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And with 5 to 7 minutes, the only way I could possibly begin to think about some of the many things you brought up in your really broad provocation was to write them down. So I rarely do this, but I had to. I'm going to just read from thinking about the provocation. So I'm going to be elaborating on the impact of technological advances on the experience of art and the engagement of art, but specifically digital art, as this is my realm, as opposed to conservation, although I work very closely with them. And I'm going to be drawing primarily on examples from the V&A collection. So a little bit of background just to say that the V&A holds the National Collection of Computer Art. Many of the artists that Chris mentioned in his first slide are in that collection. And it has been collecting such materials since the late 1960s. But it wasn't until a decade ago that it held its first major exhibition, Decode, Digital Design Sensation, which showcased what was then the latest developments in digital art. And I thought I'd begin by reflecting on quotes by two of the participating artists. Jason Bruce commented, "Digital technology these days gives us a lot of opportunities to do what I call a kind of digital narcissism," while Golan Levin stated, "Many of these pieces are not completed until they're being experienced, and the work is a collaboration between the systems designer and the systems user." So both quotes reflect on the differing aspects of the impact of creative technologies on the experience of art, but as Simon's provocation highlights, the implications of new science and technologies in the analysis of artworks has ramifications not only for the artists and the public, but also for conservators, restorers, collectors, and art historians. So technological advances has the potential to transform human creativity in many ways, but with only 5 minutes, I thought I would just focus on 3 points, which I think are particularly significant. So the first relates to this idea of creative process. So point 1 is it enables crowdsourcing and new methods of co-creation, facilitating approaches to engagement and enhancing public access. So an example of this in a V&A context would be Recode Decode, a work that was developed in collaboration with a brand agency who commissioned Carsten Schmidt to create an open source artwork and generative identity for the Decode exhibition. The malleable, interactive digital identity was designed to enable members of the public to remix the original piece and create their own artwork. The code was then published on the museum's website, and visitors could rework the code and create their own piece. A more recent example would be the V&A's work with forensic architecture. Maps of Defiance was an installation demonstrating how innovative methods of digital design and image can capture and enable on-the-ground DIY cultural heritage documentation in the use of human rights investigation. So it was curated by the V&A and was the UK's entry into the 2018 London Design Biennale. And using digital tools and image capturing, forensic architecture provided surviving members of the Yazidi community with a toolkit to make accessible digital methods to record spatial data from sites of violence and trauma and as evidence of war crimes. My second point relates to machine learning and AI, which enables analysis and exploration of image-based collections, generating, for example, tag sets. Interestingly, this was manually done by viewers of Carl McDonald's work, Exhausting a Crowd, which was exhibited in the V&A's exhibition, All of This Belongs to You, in 2015. And the work was a website and online interactive through which visitors could annotate 12 hours of footage shot over 2 days at Piccadilly Circus. And the users created tags pointing out details from narration to invented dialogues and ascribing thoughts to passers-by. And they offer observations about people's appearances, pose, and the occasional philosophical question of fixing onomatopoeic text to cars, buses, taxis, and pedestrians. So MacDonald took his inspiration from an earlier 1974 experimental literary work by George Perec, but this could easily have just been done, or it could have been done by AI. Another example that I recently read about where this is the case was by Vernon Systems, who use AI, have integrated it into their collections management system to do color analysis. So I guess it's the difference between thinking about how artists employ it in their works as well as how collections management personnel within museums also use the same tools, which kind of leads me on to my third point, which is the use of digital tools and methods such as blockchain to address contemporary challenges, such as creating digital scarcity, ensuring payments can be made quickly and flexibly, and proving authorship and authenticity. So in the case of provenance, on the one hand, we have platforms such as Neo and Monograph, which uses blockchain as a decentralized and cryptographically secure database to document, verify provenance, monitor reproduction, circulation, disseminate, track movement, and trade digital art objects. And their website suggests that their technology enables a degree of control by artists and stabilizes the commercial value of artworks, as we heard from session 1 as well. just to play devil advocate, Martin Zielinger, in his essay Digital Art and Meat Space Scarcity on the Blockchain, argues that the developers of blockchain-based digital art markets tend to invoke aesthetic theory and utopian political projects in discussing their projects, but ultimately their work mostly resembles the conventional capitalist agenda of intellectual property regulation in that it attempts to establish the uniqueness of digital artworks by rendering infinitely reproducible artifacts as artificially scarce. The artist Harm van Doppel offers an alternative view, commenting on his work with Cointemporary, an online gallery that sells subscribed limited digital editions and accepts payments with Bitcoin. He states that the classical internet has the memory of a goldfish, but what it does remember, it repeats like a parrot. It's great that a scribe allows us to trace our intellectual property. So in thinking about the implications of digital or technological advances for the curator, I feel like we need to rethink our role as traditional institutional gatekeepers, and a new skill set is required, and an openness to work in different ways. MUDA, the Museum of Digital Art in Zurich, offers one interesting example by enabling a bot to decide on its shows. But having said this, I think it's really important to heed a word of caution, as ultimately I feel technology reflects the values of those who engineer it. Gaps, bias in data sets, accuracy in training models are an issue, and the work of Rachel Ara, a former V&A digital artist resident, reminds us of the inherent gender biases, whilst the algorithms and the work of Joy Bulwini highlights how people of colour are profiled by biometric technologies. Nye Thompson, whose work The Seeker was displayed in the 2008 V&A show Artificially Intelligent, reminds us that the intelligence systems have a series of algorithms built into them in order to identify and capture instances of threat. The machine vision carries within its circuitry the neurotic concerns of the military-industrial complex. Data breaches remain another consideration, as does the climate cost and carbon dioxide footprint of AI. So this list is in no way exhaustive, but I hope to have touched on some of the many ways that technological advancements have influenced the experience and engagement of art from multiple stakeholders.
Thank you. I think what the panel has shown, this was quite a tricky session, and they all mentioned the broadness of my provocation. And I think it reflects the challenge in the sector of this is actually a really, really broad subject. So I'm just going to I'm going to ask just one response, leading on from your provocation or response, Melanie. Is there a danger here with all these technologies that we're kind of counting angels on the heads of pins, and for all of its immersive feel and its engagement, and reflecting on some comments from earlier, are we really using it to engage audience in new ways, or are we simply repeating these kind of tired pedagogies of these large national institutions? Are we really is this technology allowing visitors to engage and audiences to engage with collections in different ways than they have previously? I'm going to start at the far end, Melanie, as you finished.
Right. So I can speak about some of the things that we have been doing.
Sure.
Not so much about the experience of art, but how to engage with conservators. And our understanding is that some of these techniques, they will greatly help conservators to better conserve artwork. Okay. Yes, in the sense that it just makes the work far much easier than what can be done otherwise.
Okay, Lawrence, do you have a view? You did mention this.
Yes.
You talked about richness, so I thought I would just
the answer is yes,
poke
but
that.
It's about storytelling. Yeah. The depth of knowledge that we have is great, but you've got to find a technique to tell that story, and I think that's ultimately what it boils down to. I think the Virtual Veronese piece that we spent a lot of time trying to work out how do we tell this story, which is quite technical, quite, there's a technical element to it, there's an art historical element to it, and it's a very complex story. How do you get that across in 4 minutes of AR?
Okay. Lawrence, and again, you've been involved in something that's quite speculative in a sense in terms of in creating something that previously didn't exist, new approaches.
Yeah, definitely. I think it depends which audience you're trying to reach. I mean, in the different formats we produce, some are sort of more, I think, sort of universal in their appeal. Others, for instance, the 3D Archive used a game engine metaphor, and therefore a lot of the people viewing it, I think there was a bit of a demographic divide between those who are used to the conventions of that type of interface and those who weren't. So I think we have to understand really how it's presented, how it's understood, but also some of the assumptions one might make as a designer or as a sort of curator also have to be tested against the audience and understood in that sort of way.
Okay, thank you. Melanie, do you have anything to add to that? I mean, you have sort of covered it in your presentation.
Yeah, I would say a
but please.
resounding yes. I wouldn't do what I did if it wasn't the case.
Yes.
I think it's particularly relates to my work formerly as a digital programs manager in the learning team, and I think it really opens doors to different audiences. So, yeah.
Right, with that, I'm going to open out to the audience. So if I could have a hand, I will come amongst you and share the microphone. If you could say who you are and then frame your comment or question as concisely as possible.
So it's Catherine Hall from Unit 1. My question was for Lawrence. We've talked a lot about audience engagement, engaging audiences in different ways. I saw the Artemisia in a really run-down library in Walthamstow. It was fantastic. And was really struck by the conversations that happened around that and the kind of experience that I and my colleagues and friends had. You're telling the story of Artemisia. Is there ways that you're capturing then the stories and the experiences of the people that are seeing it, and then does that become kind of part of the artwork as well?
No, we didn't. But it's I know other projects I've worked on where and I know other museums and galleries that have done that as well in terms of how they did. We came up earlier in the first session about participation. We surveyed people afterwards. We did interviews with people, so those things have been recorded. I know other places that have done even more interesting things. The work at Royal Museums Greenwich with a project called the Maritime Memory Machine, which they took gathering stories across the country around maritime experiences that then led to being part of a permanent installation for their new galleries. And I think that level of participation is coming to the fore, a lot more. We had to work very quickly with that whole Artemisia Visits project. It was the security of it was off the scale. We were announcing things very last minute, so to capture some of those things afterwards was actually quite difficult with that project. But we certainly did interview everybody, and we certainly all the films we made, were a good documentation of that. They're all online. Certainly the ones in the women's prison as well were absolutely incredible, and brought tears to the eyes of everybody in terms of how people reacted to the work.
And just to follow up on that, you get this sense that, like governments are really struggling to deal with the world of open data that we deal with, that these very historic and very traditional institutions are equally kind of struggling to keep up. But obviously, you're attempting to have a go at the National Gallery in your approach.
I mean, the hardest part of that project relates to your example of the Rijksmuseum one. In terms of that openness. We had a long debate in one of the films we made about a particular position of a piece of tape and how the painting was hung on the wall. I can't tell you how much time that took up in terms of whether we should or should not show it.
Okay. You don't have to tell me. Melanie, I mean, the V&A, it is a traditional, I mean, forward-thinking as it is, it's still a very traditional and often can be quite austere for all of it's the way that it's moving. What's your experience of developing this approach, this digital, the sort of awareness of the challenges and opportunities of digital in that sort of historic institutional context?
Well, digital in the museum, specifically V&A, probably like many, means so many different things. But increasingly, it's more and more joined up. As I mentioned, originally, late 60s, it started acquiring work and looking at old registered files. It's really interesting to see back then what people thought about acquiring work in this way. They were like, oh, it's really cold. Why on earth is this in the museum? And to a large extent, those views were maintained. But I think in recent years, that's really, really changed. And it's not as austere, perhaps, as people think from the outside. We have a interdepartmental curating the digital meeting, which is made up from lots of different people from both conservation and education and techs and curators and lots of different stakeholders. There's the Department of Digital Design as well as digital art. It's not even mentioning the commercial. So I think things are changing. There's a lot of work happening in that ground.
Okay, I'm going to move over here. Now I'll work my way backwards. Over to you, sir.
Hi, I'm Vishal Kumar. I'm a cultural data scientist at the Bartlett at UCL. So my point's about taste, audiences and demographics, and kind of relating back to the previous discussion. I think A lot's been said about blockchain and cryptocurrency and how that can be used to either support digital art or buy art. And I think we need to look at where the transaction volume of this type of cryptocurrency is taking place, and that's in games mainly. My question to the audience is, to what extent are you working with the games industry to, and I know the DCMS and the Arts Council talk about how the games industry contributes to the creative industries in the UK. So to what extent are you working with the games industry to digitize your collections, whether people can be rewarded in games, for example, to buy works of Leonardo paintings or other works of art? And maybe for Miguel, to what extent can we use technologies like multi-spectral light stage technology to create photorealistic digital assets so that we can put these paintings in games and then people can buy paintings or experiences using cryptocurrencies?
Obviously, for quite a specific question around gaming, and it's probably worth reflecting, I think it was Tomb Raider 3 that had the Louvre in, wasn't it? I think that was probably the first major game to have a gallery space in it and, you know, trying to steal things out of the gallery. But even if you can't answer it directly, what are your thoughts around this issue, around how do we engage this particularly rich market of perhaps people who don't necessarily engage with art and culture in a traditional way? What do we think about that?
I can't actually answer that question, but I can put it to our curator of digital games, who it's a role at the V&A. So it's not, to the gaming industry, it's certainly something, and those communities with the recent video games exhibition at the V&A that we engage with. So it's not answering your question, but certainly something I can pass on.
Well, I'm certainly aware of things like Assassin's Creed, where there's a lot of cultural artifacts have made their way into it, but also a lot of people are now finding, you know, there's been quite a few examples of the Egyptian one especially being used as something of a teaching tool, because people are suddenly finding it's a way of engaging with that. We brought some games methodology into the way that we present Leonardo. Like I said, there was a bit of a demographic divide between those who were familiar and those who weren't. I think it really depends on where you're presenting it. I think it depends on, I suppose, the format, the context, and the sort of way, whether you're sort of doing that outside the museum or within it. Whether you're using it perhaps as a means of outreach or whether you're using it as a way of actually showing things in a context that you couldn't show in the museum. You know, I think that's where some of the gaming technologies I've seen can be most usefully deployed.
I think I mean, just to speak from the point of view of the National Gallery, I think we're on the beginnings of a journey, and the 3 projects I've sort of highlighted have opened up a number of conversations. So I think we're more warm, we probably are more warm to the idea of doing more things that now we could start to explore. One thing to mention is that we're next week launching an innovation lab. Everyone has a lab now. But that whole, we have now, you know, a space and a place to start to explore things in a lot more rapid way and working with different type of collaborators. So I think, you know, the projects that I've said have got a big public profile and kind of have money behind them, etc. But I think they've opened the door to different ways of thinking, and I think, you know, there's lots to explore in that area.
Right, so I'll try to answer your question about, you know, trying to create more photorealistic versions of, say, artwork. In principle, yes, you know, by having access to, say, these modalities such as, for example, X-ray fluorescence and hyperspectral imaging, you can understand the painting far much better and therefore present it in different ways. But there's a concrete startup, I believe, that was out of work carried out at EPFL, that this is exactly what they do. I can't exactly recall the name of the... ArtMine, yes, exactly. So what they do is they capture artwork using many different sensors, and by doing that, they do capture all the details about artwork, and then they can use it to display artwork in a very realistic way in digital media. So this is already being done. Perhaps not so much in the gaming industry, but it's already been done in other contexts.
So I'd add one thing to that is I think, you know, whilst we might not be doing stuff in that area, I think because technology has become cheaper, you know, a number of our paintings have appeared on Sketchfab without us having any involvement, and that's really interesting. You know, so if we're not going to do this, people will be doing it anyway.
My name is Kristina Pulejkova. I'm the manager of the Art and Technology program at SPACE, also a practicing artist in said discipline. My question for you today is, could you expand on this idea or the notion of the curator as a UX designer? I guess the idea of how are you as curators engaging with user experience design and navigate the current thirst for interactive experiences, and what are the pitfalls, and I guess there are a lot of aspects of being this. Yeah.
Okay, curator as UX designer, as we were suggesting.
I think it's about collaborations. I think there are experts. Curators are experts, and we need to draw on their knowledge. I think the way we're trying to challenge the way we bring teams together to make experiences, and I think there are specialists in all fields. There are to take elements of UX design or experiential design and bring those together with curators is the way. We're all, the terminology about certain types of job roles actually changes, and I think to your point, people are coming together a lot more, and I think how we're challenging at the National Gallery, how we even come up with ideas. That's the whole point of the Innovation Lab. How do we go on a process of coming up with ideas for a presentation of either a piece of work or a theme? And it's about those collaborations and how you bring those collaborative methods for development together.
Okay, Melanie.
Just to add to that, I mean, for instance, we're seeing more and more specialists in that area emerge. Ravensbourne's just started a UX UI course in the graphic design department, but it'll be interesting to introduce some of those students into the area of heritage and museums and just see what they make of the user journey in those sort of places. That it takes place in a very different sort of arena, as it were, to a lot of other experiences, and therefore what they design will have to reflect that.
Yeah, I can only really mirror that in that there's lots of slashes between curator and multiple other job titles. I think in the end we end up doing lots of different things, but only through collaborating with lots of different people or machines.
Yes, Robert Thompson from UCL. We're looking at the use of technology in the performing arts, and one of the discussions that has come about is as we put technology into the art form, are we actually detracting the engagement with the art form, and is the technology still part of the art form? And in the performing arts, that's perhaps a slightly easier question because the artist we're working with to create the technology at the same time. A lot of what I heard you talking about there was creating technology and experience wraparounds around a piece of artwork that's existed for a long time. And I wondered what your view on was whether you're actually engaging these people in the art itself, or whether they're engaging in the experience and the technology wraparound that you're creating, and perhaps that's actually reducing their engagement with the art form for the art form's sake as the artist intended it.
Okay, nice provocation, I think.
From my perspective, no, the artists, they're digital artists in the first place. They're very involved with the technology. They write the codes. It's great to see so many artists here in the collection, in the audience today. So it's not necessarily the case that the art form itself is older. They're integral. But
I think if you're bringing back something or reflecting on something that's there, but it's hidden, if you're sort of imparting something that's part of the backstory of the object that maybe only a few specialists might know, but it's actually quite relevant and people should. I think that justifies that usage of the tech, certainly in relation to the Leonardo, for instance. But if it sort of impedes or sort of just becomes a piece of spectacle, then that's a bit different. I think if it sort of stands between you and the work, then that's sort of actually damaging one's experience. So I think any good curator would want to understand that sort of process and make sure it doesn't sort of get in the way as such.
Yeah, I think the Veronese piece, the whole brief was to work with the real painting. So the MR, the mixed reality experience, we ended up, the original project was supposed to be just purely a mixed reality experience. We ended up running the trial using VR as well because we could port it into that. And then we wanted to do a genuine test between the two to gauge which ones audiences prefer. Do they need the real painting there in the experience, or are they happy to take off the headset and have it in front of them, or is it actually having the painting directly in the experience is more beneficial? And to be honest, the stats that have come back, they both work. Interestingly, the difficulties with technology, the Magic Leaps are quite hard. They're difficult headsets, but actually from an audience perspective, it still worked. One of the big tests of the storytelling for that piece of work invited people to kneel in front of the painting. We had 500 people do it, only 17 people knelt. The very first person who did it did kneel down. But just that kind of emotional engagement and reaction and that sort of thing, having the painting there, that was the test, that's what we wanted to do. Again, with the Leonardo, the point is we had long debate, does the painting need to be there at the end of the experience? And for us, from the National Gallery, we want to drive these experiences. It's about the painting, so therefore we do end with the real painting. You're left with the painting to take all that knowledge with you. You know, theatre and performance, yes, it's very hard to do it with paintings, and I think that's what we're trying to test, really. It's a different experience.
Hi, thanks. My name's Theodora. I'm also from UCL. And I think maybe my question's the flip side of Rob's excellent question just now. Melanie, I was really struck by your quote that the work is not complete until it is being experienced. And it took me back to Miguel's opening slides where we showed how even the finished work is actually, it bears all the traces, all the previous efforts, the process of making it. I wondered if you had any thoughts on how technological advances and indeed technological obsolescence will change how people 400 years from now are able to experience the artwork created today and tomorrow, where the traces of the process are maybe no longer present or present in a different way? Thank you.
400 years?
400 years.
Okay.
It's a long game, as I said earlier.
I think that's up to us. I think that's what our role now, both as institutional curators, thinking about what we collect, how we collect, and the processes. What we do now will inform in 400 years. I can't, it's really difficult to say. I hope the answer is yes, it will be around, but it's incredibly difficult. It's really difficult. It's interesting with colleagues on the panel who are talking about basically really early work and how those digital technological advancements help us experience those arts. But when it comes to actual work that digital artists are making now, the tools that are around for preserving those objects just aren't there. They're being used to create and fuel the ideas of the artworks, but then actually applying them to preserve those same artworks, I think there's a long way to go. So I hope the answer to that is that yes, they will be, but I honestly don't know.
Nick.
Well, just to say, I mean, between the 1980s and now, there are something like 200 different incompatible 3D formats, for instance. I mean, trying to recover sort of objects built in any of those things and sort of get the software running again. I mean, people often talk in terms of 2D objects, but if you think of 3D, there's a sort of huge amount there. On version changes between different versions of Unity, you can sort of destroy your entire project. I mean, I think there's a lot there. It depends what we're trying to recover. It depends how we sort of want to view it or recover it, or how we want to at least see it being used. I think there's a lot of scope for just capturing the sort of audience interaction with things just by filming it, for instance. I think there's a lot to be said for just sort of seeing how people engaged with these works as we've seen from works in the 60s. So I say we can save some of it, but not necessarily everything.
The National Gallery is 250 years old in 2024, so the idea of 400 years is quite difficult.
But your artwork's a lot older.
Yeah. I think it's a really hard problem, and there's a big technology and funding gap for this really in terms of thinking about the future. I think for what we've just described in terms of new technology and stuff, we still as any organisation that I know of still struggles with archiving, with storage, with the investment around that. It's a growing problem. I don't really have the answer.
No. Okay. So, thank you very much to the panel. Before we wind up, I just would like to try and just have a few comments. It's very difficult to sum this up, but there seems to me a dichotomy going on here, that we have the application of these technologies in preservation of sort of historic works of art. And I think there's something really interesting in the fact we're using these super cutting-edge technologies on Renaissance art, where the application of Aristotelian physics applied in the mixing of paint. I think that's particularly interesting. But I think, as Melanie has pointed out here, that there's a real challenge around the born digital pieces and about how have we got the tools and processes and systems in place in our major collections and galleries to really deal with this challenge. And I think the answer to that is no. I think the sector is trying to respond to that, curators, conservators, art historians working together to make that happen. And I guess if I finish on a slightly controversial note, I guess the worry or the concern that I have is when I see these kind of immersive pieces happening, I wonder whether, and it's reflected in the question from the crowd, from the audience here, whether we're actually getting in the way of engagement with the art, and we're not really using the technologies to engage with those audiences in new and interesting ways. The potential is there, and I think people are genuinely, they have integrity in their approach, but I think there's a danger that sometimes we can get carried away or with the the shine of the new, if you like. And I just think that's something that slightly concerns me on a very personal level, because I really don't like immersive experiences, so I'm just going to put that out there. Anyway, but I do love digital art, by the way, and performance. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, can we thank Miguel, Nick, Lawrence, and Melanie for their fantastic contributions. And thank you all for participating so well, and time for lunch.
Please, can we thank Simon as well for chairing that fine panel. And please, can you go and enjoy yourself and take some refreshments and a break, and we will be back at 10 to 2. Thank you very much.
I was going to mention that.
Hello? Hello, good afternoon. I need to stop some more interesting conversations and call you all to your seats. Oh, look, bit of business card swapping happening at the back. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back to UCL AI and Art Futures Symposium. Hope you enjoyed this morning's conversations as much as I did. I'm sure lots of those themes and points are still rattling through your brains and things to consider as we move forward. For those of you who have just joined us, welcome. And just to do a recap, I'm Jo Townsend. I'm the Senior Partnerships Manager for the Creative Industries at UCL Innovation Enterprise. And today has been put together with Kieran Reid, Director of the Slade School of Fine Art. You're going to have to wave again, Kieran. Come on. Bit of energy this afternoon. And with Miguel Rodriguez, oh, he's not standing up, and Anna Donovan from UCL Laws. Thank you, Anna. So already this morning we've enjoyed an international perspective on the potential for the digital to democratize and how we experience culture in all its forms and from all our perspectives. And this afternoon we will be considering our relationship with technologies again, and to open those discussions, I am delighted to welcome a fellow curator of the event, Tonya Nelson, Director of Arts and Technology and Innovation at the Arts Council. Tonya Nelson was recently appointed to be the first Director of Arts, Technology and Innovation at Arts Council England after co-authoring the DCMS policy report, Culture is Digital. She's held a number of leadership positions since entering the cultural sector, including acting as Director of Museums and Cultural Programs at UCL. While at UCL, she led a digital program that produced one of the first 3D interactive museum websites in the world, as well as sector-leading research projects on the use of augmented reality and gaming technologies in museums. She's currently Chair of Bomb Factory Arts Foundation Board of Trustees, Chair of the UK Committee of the International Council of Museums, and sits on the Board of Trustees of the National Gallery. In addition, Tonya is a member of Christie's Art World Professional Advisory Group, and prior to entering the cultural sector, she was a lawyer and a management consultant in Washington, DC. Tonya, please join us.
Well, it's been a fantastic morning so far, I think. Just first to say, excuse me if I have a cold, and if I have started a coughing fit, just excuse me, I'll just step away and have a drink of water. But I'm really excited to be here today, because I think this topic and what we're covering today is so important for the Arts Council. The Arts Council is embarking on developing its new 10-year strategy at this point in time. Some of you may have gotten the documents regarding the consultation around the strategy. Now, I know it sounds a bit naive in this day and age to say that you're going to have a 10-year strategy. We know that once you write a strategy, the moment you publish it, it's out of date. But really what that strategy is about is signaling a change of direction for the Arts Council, a new path forward. And I think that new path forward has a lot to do with new technologies and the way that we're interacting in the world these days. Yep, there it is. So what I'm going to do today actually is give you a bit of an overview on what the 10-year strategy is proposing, and particularly highlight a couple of priorities that I think would be really important to this audience going forward. But before I do that, I actually just want to give a little bit of background on my role and kind of how the Arts Council's been kind of reacting to the need to support digital technology in art. So my role, as Jo said, is Director of Arts, Technology, and Innovation. But I join actually two other directors in an innovation unit. And what we're really focusing on is thinking about digital from like a 360 perspective. So we've got one director that's focused on digital and enterprise, so thinking about new business models, new income streams that come from digital technologies, as well as thinking about intellectual property. How do we make sure that we protect intellectual property? How do we make sure that we allow it to be exploited in the ways that artists want it to be exploited online? Then we have a director of audiences, and data. And that's really about thinking about how do we find out more about our audiences? How do we use data to understand our audiences better and shape experiences that meet their needs? That's also about creating a data culture within arts organizations. So thinking about, I mean, I think we all amass lots of data, but do we actually use that data? So how can we use that data to actually inform our business practices and be better organizations? So we've got one person focused on that. And then my role really is about content. It's really about thinking about, okay, who are going to be the artists of the future? How are they going to make work? How is digital technology going to affect the way that they make their work? But it's also about thinking about existing artists and arts organizations and how they can use digital technologies to create new experiences. So with that kind of background, I'm going to talk a little bit about the 10-year strategy. So for any of you who have seen the consultation documents, this is the main kind of opening page, which are, what are the outcomes that Arts Council is looking for? Well, we're looking to create an environment in which we have creative people, where everybody has the ability to be able to develop and express creativity throughout their lives. This is a bit of a sea change for Arts Council in the sense that it's always been kind of focused on arts organizations and developing professional artists, but really is thinking about how can we promote everyday creativity. Cultural communities is really about how we foster collaborations that support, towns, cities, villages, and using culture to become thriving communities. And then finally, a creative and cultural country is really about how does England's cultural sector stay innovative, collaborative, and international. And that's really a big part of what I'm working on, is that international country bit. And so what I thought I'd do is share with you a couple of the priorities that are shaping up. So what you see there is what's been published, but what I'm going to show you now hasn't been published. So you're getting the inside scoop on how we're shaping up our priorities. And basically I'm sharing this with you because I really want to hear your thoughts on what we need to do to support arts, particularly in the realm of digital. So, and it's really funny, some of my slides, I think most of my slides are the same pictures that Chris used in his presentation, so sorry not to change it up enough. But, so first priority is supporting independent creatives that enables more people from different backgrounds to sustain careers in the creative sector. And how that relates to digital technologies is we know that the arts and culture sector is not as diverse as we'd like it to be. And similarly, the tech sector is not very diverse. So we have those two things coming together. What Arts Council wants to do is make sure that the next generation artists who are going to be using digital tools to produce their work reflect the population of England. And so some of the ideas we have around this is around creating academies where young people from age like 15 to 19 can have the opportunity to learn how to express themselves using maybe immersive technologies or thinking about AI. So trying to get those people from the age of school into thinking about new technologies and how it can be used for creative expression. We're also thinking about a set of fellowships that will allow artists and arts organizations that are already existing, that already have careers and offers, how to give them exposure to working with digital technology and digital tools. So that would come in the form of something like, fellowships that allow people to go into Magic Leap. Magic Leap was mentioned this morning in terms of National Gallery. People having the chance to go into those organizations, test the equipment, see and experiment with what they can do with it. So we're kind of thinking about that whole idea of how do we promote and how do we support creatives going forward, particularly in the area of digital technology. The second priority really is about collaborative approaches to innovation, risk, R&D that develop new ways of creating and sharing cultural content. So, I think this is something where Arts Council needs to make a change so that the rest of the arts sector can make a change, which is Arts Council tends to focus its funding on outcomes. What are you going to produce? What's the outcome going to be? There's less room for basically creative exploration, experimentation, and we want to support organizations and make them feel there's actually not to be afraid to fail and to be able to go and have an inquiry-based practice that allows them to explore and innovate. And so a big part of this is actually, it says the first word is collaborative, which is we can't do it alone. So we can't just have the Arts Council and the subsidized arts sort of sitting in a silo. What we need to do is collaborate and branch out, particularly with higher education. So we're thinking about, and I'm working on a strand of activities in which we can broker a more close relationship between artists and universities. But we're also thinking about it in terms of the creative industries and commercial sectors. So we shouldn't think of these sectors as silos, but actually people are moving between them all the time. And as Arts Council, we know we need to change in order to make that happen. Ensuring the country's collections are dynamically managed, researched, curated, shared to the highest standard. So this is in here because we know, first of all, museums are kind of a newish part to the Arts Council, still getting to grasp, I think, the Arts Council with museums and how to support museums. But we think it's really, really important that Arts Council does support museums and that they are, held to the highest standard. We're really thinking a lot about how digital technologies can help museums in terms of the way that they operate and in terms of how they can share collections. So a lot of our work in the next couple of years will be around digitized collections. So we know there's lots of digitized assets out there, but how are those collections, how are those assets being used? When I say, how are they being used by the public generally? We know they're being used by researchers and academics, but what can we do so that those resources are being used by the general public? We're also thinking about things, and this is referenced this morning, around artificial intelligence and machine learning. What are the opportunities around computer vision in terms of documentation, aiding in documentation? What are the possibilities in terms of conservation and preservation? I think we're just at the beginning of thinking about these issues, and what we want to do is start to, I think, provide funding to support organizations in exploring these issues and charting a path forward. For international and national and local collaborations that harness and develop the best talent, expertise, ideas, and can open up new markets. So we want to make sure the UK stays at the top in terms of cultural production. And to that end, we really want to focus on developing platforms for exchanges and for showcasing internationally. So interestingly enough, we've been talking with Canada quite often. I visited Quebec, where Chris is from, a couple of months ago, because we know that Quebec is really doing leading edge work in terms of AI and immersive technology. What we want to do is foster relationships with Canada so that we can have exchanges and so that we can have mutual showcasing. And we'll continue to do that. So for instance, I'm putting together a delegation of artists who are going to be going to South by Southwest this year. We want to support our artists in terms of being able to get that profile that they need, and particularly in the area of digital technology. So I didn't obviously go through the whole strategy. It is online. You can see the parts that are around creative people and creative communities. But I thought for this particular venue and for this particular event, it was really important to share with you those priorities as they're shaping up for us. The strategy will be published in the end of this year, and then we'll be putting together basically what they call a delivery plan behind it for the next 1 to 3 years, which will really then show you how we're going to change our investment and shift our investment in order to support these priorities and outcomes. So anyway, I really do want to hear your thoughts on this. So at the break, pull me aside, let me know if we've got it totally wrong, hopefully not, but tell me how we can refine it. And particularly because there's so many people from UCL here and from universities, I really want to hear about how we can work more closely with universities. So thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. So now we move on to panel 3, our discussion for this afternoon, and having thought about the relevance of art and how we can think about futures for art in all its propositions, we've touched several times already on the position of blockchain with art, and so we've got the panel starting with Will Blockchain Save Art as an opening, and to chair that is Dr. Anna Donovan. And Anna Donovan is a lecturer at the Faculty of Laws at University College London, where she was the inaugural Vice Dean of Innovation. She is also a Research Associate at the UCL Centre for Blockchain Technologies. Anna is a member of the UK Law Tech Delivery Panel, where she chairs the Education Task Force and is a member of the BSI's steering group developing industry standards for the utilisation of smart contracts. Anna regularly advises global law firms, tech companies, and financial organisations on the adoption and regulation of law tech and distributed ledger technologies. I'd like you to welcome Anna Donovan.
very much for inviting us to what I think everyone at the lunch break was saying has been such an interesting and exciting morning, and it's certainly been a delight for me to hear more about the use of this technology in the art domain. So we thought we'd start with the fairly uncontroversial provocation. Will blockchain save art? Auspicious or audacious? I'll let you decide. But joining me to discuss this topic, I have an exceptionally distinguished panel, and thank you all so much for joining us today. Amanda Gray is a partner at Mishcon de Reya, where she's an expert in art law and luxury assets. And Amanda advises stakeholders across the market, from individual to corporate clients and collectors, institutions, foundations, auction houses. So we're really delighted to have you here, Amanda, and the breadth of experience that you can bring to this debate. We're also joined by Robert Norton from Verisart, who, as I'm sure many of you know, is CEO and co-founder of Verisart. And I think Verisart was such an early front runner in using this technology in the art market, looking at real-time certification and verification. And so we're grateful to you for joining us and particularly sharing those experiences of how this type of technology has been met by the market, the resistance that might have been there, and how you brought that community with you. And then finally, we're delighted that Mark Waugh has joined us from DAX. Mark was heavily involved in the Bronze Chain project, and I just love the innovation around this and the idea of bringing that traditional model of hallmarking together with blockchain technology, indeed the Verisart blockchain, to provide that additional security checking and really using the blockchain for that provenance function that we hear so much about. So really looking forward to the kind of the partnerships and the collaborations that help lead to that. So against that, I'll share a few more thoughts on our provocation before we turn to some questions, then obviously open up to the audience. Because I am really thrilled that Joe said, Anna, we want a legal panel at our blockchain conference. And, wow, that's quite bold, because not many people hear law and think innovation, and particularly not thinking, well, that's going to save us money, that's going to help protect artists' rights. Law can unfortunately, and as a lawyer I would have to say erroneously, be seen just as a compliance cost and a barrier to innovation, rather than a foundation to provide the protection that we need to develop this kind of product in the market. And similarly, those of us outside of the art world might hear disruptive technology and not necessarily link it with old masters and fine art, and how can we bring the two together to help protect artists' interests, help protect the cultural society that we've been hearing about this morning. But blockchain does offer these promises. As we've seen, we've got experience on the panel that's going to share that, and it does offer this potential. But we also have to be very mindful, and I think this is a theme that will probably come out of the panel discussion, is, well, we can't just rely on the headline that blockchain is going to save art, or is this immutable ledger that we can trust without fear. And I think, certainly as I've been preparing for this conference, learning more about some of the specific challenges that the art market can bring, misattribution of artists, for example, when you're using technology about this. So certainly what we're learning in the legal sphere, and some of the things we'll dig in today, is we're getting to this stage where we're looking at wider adoption of this technology, and it certainly has incredible benefits. But let's now dig down into those detailed questions. Let's work in a multidisciplinary and collaborative way to really understand where the benefit is and where some of the challenges might still sit, where clarity is needed, where further work might be needed. Are there issues of off-chain governance that we need to be concerned about? What are some of the ethical challenges? What's the narrative that we might need to be concerned about if we're looking at questions of consumer risk? So these are some of the points that we'll be diving into. And then we can potentially ask ourselves, well, will blockchain save art? Hubris or not, I don't know. Or as one of our panelists was saying, does art even actually need to be saved at all? So against that, I'll ask the panelists kindly to give 5 to 7 minutes of their opening remarks, and I've asked just you to give context of your experience in this field. Then we'll have a few questions between ourselves before opening it up to the audience. So Robert, if I may ask you to kick off proceedings. Or you can stay here if you want, whichever you prefer. And there's a cup in there, and there's a glass of water.
Okay, well, thank you so much for having me here. I'm going to be
talking a little bit about my experience with regards to bringing technology to the art market, and more recently with Verisart. Today I read a quote from Tim Schneider, who I think is one of the best writers about the art market. He actually interviewed me and a bunch of others in Art Basel last year in the first blockchain discussion panel that they hosted. And there is a report out by ArtNet, which is a sort of looking at the role of the ArtNet Intelligence Report over the past 30 years. And what the thesis that Tim posits is that the art world has evolved into an art industry. And I'm going to quote him because I just think his writing is fantastic. Once the modestly sized province of connoisseurs, passion-driven dealers, and hobbyist collectors, the art business today exists as an interconnected global network dominated by multi-billion-dollar corporations and swashbuckling, profit-minded investors who care about numbers as much, if not more, than they care about the art itself. From one point of view, this market is a strange, chimerical amalgam of the luxury industry, the financial sector, and a high-class casino. Seen another way, it is a burgeoning engine of creativity and innovation that could yield a new renaissance in art. As with art itself, the art market's nature is in the eye of the beholder. I think it's brilliant because it kind of cuts to the sort of polarity of how we look at art. And actually, in many ways, I've used that term that blockchain is in the eye of the beholder too, because the blockchain world is equally polarized in terms of how people look at it, either as a panacea for all things, like will blockchain save art, or as an irrelevant technology, or as a sort of devil's curse. But my background is I've spent the last 10 years seeking to apply technological solutions to the art market. First, I was founder CEO of a company called Saatchi Online, took it from Charles's sort of private asset into a separate trading business, and we sold it to a US business several years ago. And then afterwards, I became founder CEO of a company called Sedition, which was the first platform to really think about how do you create a market for digital art that people can buy online in an affordable price. But I'm here to talk about, hopefully this will work, talk about my new business, Verisart. Well, it's actually not that new. We started in 2015. We were the first company to take on the challenge of thinking about how do you apply blockchain to the physical art market. At the time, there were some other businesses that were looking at applying blockchain to the digital art market, but having spent 3 years struggling with building enough of a coherent and scalable value proposition in digital art, I decided that the problem in the art market, or in the digital art market, wasn't that there weren't more trusted certification standards, there were more fundamental problems of actual value. And that's the idea of owning something that isn't actually real. But when you look at the art market itself, there are a whole history of problems in the physical art market with regards to unauthorized reproductions, fraudulent activity. I mean, some of the kind of highlights I sort of talked about a few years ago when we started was, the Knoedler Gallery, one of the oldest galleries in New York, having to shut down for selling fake Rothkos to none other than the chairman of Sotheby's himself. So if you think of kind of the endemic problem of, the promise of a quick return or a quick buck and the ease of being able to do that in the art market just has unfortunately generated quite a lot of fraudulent activity. So our idea at Verisart was to say, could you build more trust and liquidity in the art markets, essentially by moving away from reliances of one person's word against another, moving away from pieces of paper that somebody holds up and says, this relates to the real thing, into a more useful, secure digital identity for artworks and collectibles. And our view was that, before you can think about tokenization, asset securitization, smart contracts, all of which were kind of not as familiar terms back in 2015 as they are today, you have to first sort of think about digital certification. Because if you don't have the certification in step 1, it's very difficult to run those things in step 2 and step 3. So just a few slides, because I know my time is brief, but the art market has struggled to actually move online. 4.2 billion, it might be 5 billion, depending on what figures you look at, but it's generally accepted that under 10% of yearly transactions in the art industry are online. General retail is around 15-16%, and this is despite people like me and a number of investors and a number of businesses out there that attract a huge amount of funding and a huge amount of talent. Basically, we haven't done a very good job in terms of getting people to buy art online at any level. And I think, some of the reasons for that is because making an online purchase you have to go through a higher hurdle of trust. And so I believe that with more trusted certification standards, you can actually build that online art market figure quite dramatically. Of course, the 1.6 trillion is effectively the sort of deadweight assets, the ones that don't ever make it to a yearly sort of transaction. But ultimately, this is the sort of area that people are excited about in terms of peer-to-peer transactions, fractional ownership, etc. How can you unlock some of that value? So at Verisart, proposition is pretty simple. We believe that if you have trusted documentation, you're going to find it more easy to preserve value and more quick to transact the work when you choose to transact it. So we effectively build evidentiary infrastructure using the Bitcoin blockchain to basically enable people to retain value and retain these digital certificates, which we hope will be very useful to them when they come to transact. So over the last few years, we've built a sort of arts and collectibles data platform where you can create a certificate on our site. Anyone would like to try it, I'll give you an invitation after the talk. And now we're building out some of the more important other modules around verifying a user or closing the gap between the physical asset and the digital record through different forms of authenticity tagging, and then ways to deal with duplicated claims, disputed ownership, all the kind of real problems that no doubt the legal world deal with on an all too frequent basis. So here's what one of our certificates looks like. Shepard Fairey is one of the artists that uses Verisart for all his fine artworks. And before he would print off a piece of paper and sign it. Same things that were on the piece of paper that he signed, the signature, the description, the image of the work, year of production, materials damage, is something that conforms to Object ID standards. But we also have a timestamp from the hash of this data, a URL, a public key, which is the cryptographic signature associated with that user's account, and a QR code to make it easy to read if you don't want to have to look through all of that yourself. We've been pretty successful in terms of getting some industry partnerships. We were the first blockchain company in any capacity to work with eBay. Last year we certified 3,000 works by the artist Ai Weiwei to benefit New York Public Art Fund. We also have integrations now with Shopify, Art Systems, and we have this project with DAX for the bronze chain, which we're delighted about. Here's a sort of example of our eBay integration last year. This is one of the Ai Weiwei certificates. He chose not to have a signature. He chose to have this as his signature, which is up to the artist, of course, how they want to customize their certificates. And then we were delighted to have been quite early on with working with artists using AI. So this was the first AI work auctioned at Christie's, and this was the first one, which actually my previous speaker had her slide on too, which is Mario Klingeman's work, which was auctioned at Sotheby's earlier this year. So with that in mind, I'm looking forward to answering your kind of questions and hope that was a very quick overview of where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see everyone. I come from a very different perspective in that I'm an art lawyer. Primarily I'm a litigator, but we also work on a great deal of transactions as well. So I come from a different perspective to both my fellow speakers. We've heard a lot of talk about blockchain over a number of years now, and also for fractional ownership as well. However, I have to say in reality, and we deal with multi-million pound level transactions, we act for galleries, collectors, dealers. None of our transactions have ever really involved anything to do with blockchain. So it's just an interesting observation from a law firm that deals with a lot of art transactions at a very high level. It just hasn't been adopted by our clientele in terms of from any level, really, in terms of a request, or it's not actually seen at any level between a buyer, a seller, or those in between, which involves, in a typical art transactions, lots of agents and potentially introducers as well. I think the reason for that is there remains a level of skepticism about it on a number of levels. One, they see it as potentially an additional cost. Two, and this is something that I also see as well, I see it as just another arena for potential disputes. For me, it's very early days. I can see it being adopted in and being more successful in certain other areas, such as with living artists. But for deals such as an old master transaction, you've got a different starting point. You've already got questions potentially about authentication. Attribution changes dependent on the expert that's involved. Similarly with antiquities. So there is this issue that you've got a starting point from a living artist. It's easier to say this is by this particular artist. It leaves a studio. It contains the various blockchains, so that there's a continuous chain there. But if you're working with artworks we frequently do that have disputes already or question marks of their own attribution, there is a problem. Who financially is going to pay to investigate that? And who is going to be the custodian to say this is definitely by Caravaggio? And who's going to be the decider to say that is the information that goes onto the certificate? So there's a question mark there for me that maybe it's something we can discuss, because it's never really been bottomed out for me. I've never felt that I've had an answer that I'm satisfied with. Similarly, the approaches that we do have primarily been from platforms. Platforms have come to us to discuss new technologies, which are very interesting, but I still think they're at a very early stage. And my question is, what happens if that company goes bust? Are we going to be left with a position very much like the advent of the trains between narrow gauge and wide gauge? So one goes, can that technology be easily transmuted to another company? What about the different tagging systems? And we're presented with a lot of different tagging systems. And I've had also disputes over tagging, not related to blockchain, where the artwork in question has been physically written off as a result of the security marking on the back of the work. It was a colour-filled work in this particular instance that had been recommended by an insurer. The collector diligently applied this particular tagging system to the back of the work, and lo and behold, it leaked through to the front, and the work, it was destroyed. It was incredible. An incredible story. So there are things like this that I feel there's a disconnect between the digital and the physical. And I also think it's often when I meet people from platforms, etc., that are talking about blockchain, there's also there's an approach to the art market as if it's a problem. And I'm not sure whether art on the art market does need to be saved. I don't even know if there was a problem, whether this is actually the solution. There are obviously issues to do with transparency. Transactions are notoriously opaque in the art world. It's one of the areas that does interest me, of course, as a lawyer. However, there are different approaches to that. I don't know necessarily whether blockchain is the answer. I see it as another forum for potential dispute.
Yeah, so I'm going to come round to bronze chain in a minute. And while I'm going on that trajectory, if you have any jewellery on your hands that have a hallmark on them, you can consider that maybe the bronze chain is not so contemporary. What I'm going to talk about is, so basically DAX distributes, well, last year it distributed £18 million to artists. What we do is we collect royalties and we distribute them. That started in the early 80s as basically copyright images in a time when lots of British artists were really struggling to get any remuneration for their images at all. And then it evolved, obviously, with the introduction of artist resale rights into distributing the artist dividend from secondary market sales. And as the business grew, what became more apparent is that the long-term vision of the management of those rights was going to become a problem. Any of you who've been in an organization that's had to review their CRM systems or anything like that will be aware of the ways in which data gets messy. It gets messy over time and it gets problematic. When you're dealing with artist rights, which for us, last a lifetime and 70 years, and then also we might talk about fractional ownership. They bifurcate naturally in terms of the heirs and the dividend of the thing. We have an increasingly fractured cartography with which to work with. So for us, the question about digital ledger technologies was one which might be a type of technical solution with a long-term vision of immutable data, which we can build systems to transact on internationally with our partners. We initially worked on some solutions to do with our image licensing in terms of the interface between the day-to-day business of our organization, the licensing of works. We also issue large-scale image files, and we became aware that there's a need to kind of track and contract those, and that's when we first started looking at blockchain around that notion of just the management of those images. We did some tests on that, and then we kind of paused because we decided that actually, as an organization with actually 30 years of successful history, we're not a startup, so we actually thought we might take a little pause to do some research. So we collaborated with the Alan Turing Institute and University of Oxford to write a report called the Art Market 2.0, Financialization and Blockchain in the Art Market, where we essentially asked what the long-term play out of blockchain in the market might look like. And also in order to ask ourselves some questions about the implications of where these technologies might go. And as we've heard around fractionalization, some of those are kind of fraught, but they're also really interesting. There are models which you can fractionalize, and potentially not with old masters or super expensive works, but to initiate works, which I think definitely could work. But all through that work, we have been trying to look at practical solutions for artists. It's to make their life and life processes more efficient. And I suppose that the culmination of this thinking in the immediate sense was an artist came to us and said, I'm a sculptor and I'm really concerned about the amount of plastic masquerading of bronze on the market, the amount of forgeries of bronze there are in the market. And I think there needs to be a hallmark for bronze. And so from that conversation, which that was interesting, we said, well, a hallmark, that might be useful, but actually, someone needs to manage where these hallmarks are being made. And then the simple conversion of that sense of what a hallmark might look like in a digital era, I immediately thought of Robert, because he's had such I suppose, a long track record of evolving user interfaces which actually work and transform marketplaces. So Robert, basically agreed to be the digital certification for the bronze mark, which is there, and it's up and running. So in terms of you asked one of the practical questions. The practical questions are not what you think they are. To get this hallmark made in the Goldsmiths Hall took me 6 months. Apparently, a lot of jewelers want hallmarks, and you have to get in a queue. And then, as Robert's probably found out just generally with certification, you then have to do a lot of, just have to go and talk to people a lot to tell them why it is that this might be a useful solution. So I don't think that blockchain is the answer to all the art world's questions. But when you're thinking about the evolution of the ways in which the artist studio operates and the way that assets are produced, to bring in some cognizance within the artist in their lifetime that says your legacy may well be more manageable if there's a certification process which can last beyond your lifetime, I think is really where DAX is at the moment in terms of that thinking.
Thank you so much.
We get to play pass the microphone, I think, on this panel, so we'll get a little bit of our exercise in as we go. Thank you for those comments, which raise so many interesting questions, and it'll be great to dig down into some of those before we perhaps open up to the audience. And I was thinking, Amanda, when I was hearing you speak, and it was so interesting hearing, on one level, the lack of engagement. And so it would be good to get your thoughts then if anyone else wants to join in. What would you see then were the main use cases for blockchain in this space? And where do you see the main drivers for adoption or change coming from?
Thank you. The main drivers seem to be coming from the blockchain platforms themselves in terms of approaches to us. However, looking at areas where I think the potential could be, and it's very interesting to hear you talk about it, in terms of artist resale rights. So for those that don't know, this is a royalty that is basically for certain qualifying sales after the secondary sale, artists are entitled to a royalty as their work is then sold on. And there are gaps, shall we say, aren't there, in terms of collection. For auction houses, records are very public. For private sales, they are less so, and you have a job enforcing. I can see a real benefit in terms of tracking ownership in that way from a living artist onward in terms of, and also tracking their legacy. So I'm very interested to see how that develops in terms of living artists. I can see another area being in the online sales area. And I have to say again that we might touch it in terms of helping, advising on T's and C's, etc. The type and the level of sales that we deal with are not done online, and it just isn't present. And I can't see at the moment, or I'm not convinced, I can't see yet how it will fit necessarily with how art deals are done. There will have to be a shift in how art transactions are done for it to fit, in terms of transparency, in terms of how people are involved. I can't see art dealers being not present, and it comes down to people. If people are, deciding that they're not going to be honest, they're not going to report on ARR, they're not going to, there will be a way around, because there always is for that type of person. So I see problems there, and there are definite problems for me still in relation to the information that is held on the blockchain. And that I can't see a way around at the moment. Who's going to decide who authenticates the work? What happens when that is wrong? So if I give an equivalent example, we deal with Holocaust-looted art matters, we do restitution of the same. We do a lot of research on that, and we find out the actual information about the catalogue raisonné of that particular artist is incorrect. It didn't pass through X's hand. And it's a very hard sort of process for us to row back from that, because it's you have to say, no, you're wrong, the catalogue raisonné is wrong, it's incorrect, this wasn't a forced sale, and this is therefore a legitimate purchase. If that information is crystallized on a blockchain, it's almost compounding the problem, it's not solving the problem. So that's for me, I can see areas where it can develop and areas where there are residual issues.
I disagree that because somebody has said something in the past that is subsequently found out to no longer be the case, that's an inherent problem with the blockchain. The whole point about the blockchain is an append-only data structure, and you would just update that data record, and it would be a very easy way to update that data record with a new attestation from a trusted source that this was no longer the case. The whole point about the blockchain is that it is a continual point of reference that you can go back to from when that record was done. And I 100% agree with you that dealing in the secondary works, in the markets where the works, there isn't necessarily as indisputable trusted source authority as a living artist saying that I've created this. This is like the big bang of creation, the first record of my work. And that's our focus at Verisart. We're not focused at all because we recognize the manifold increase in kind of problems associated with trying to deal with secondary market works. I think you can get there, but it requires a lot more consensus from different trusted parties and a lot more work that, as a business, we focus on where we can actually see a quicker win. And a quicker win is, the first point to sale or the first point of creation, which is why we look at e-commerce platforms, why we look at living artists. But I think it might be worth a minute. I might be talking to a blockchain literate audience, I don't know, but just brief show of hands. If someone had to come up here and explain what blockchain was, feel comfortable putting your hand up? Okay, so maybe 10% or so of the audience. But I think it's worth just kind of recapping a little bit why we think or it is a useful tool, particularly with regards to provenance. I didn't come to blockchain because I suddenly bought Bitcoin or was a sort of part of the sort of crypto wave. I came to it actually through an artist that we'd worked with at Sedition called Casey Reese, who's very well known because he invented a thing called processing, which many digital artists use for generative art purposes. And Casey wrote to me and said, hey, Robert, I was thinking what you did at Sedition, where we created certification for digital objects in-house. There was no blockchain back then. And Saatchi Online, we didn't need any certificates because their work was so low value, people didn't necessarily think about creating certificates for unknown artists, although I think they should. He said, I think you should look at blockchain. It's an interesting technology for certification and verification of digital and physical art. I was like, blockchain, what is this? Is he hard up on money? What is he talking about? And so I kind of went down the rabbit hole and started looking at the essential attributes of what is effectively a distributed network and also a new type of data structure. There are, I think, 3 characteristics that are relevant to a sort of broader discussion as to why it may be a useful tool for provenance in general and specifically in the art market. So the first is it's an append-only data structure, right? So 10 years, well, 11 years in now, no one's gone into the Bitcoin blockchain and manipulated an entry. Therefore, it's a very resilient and at this point tested and trusted data structure, very secure. Because it's distributed, less likely to be a subject of an attack, a central point of failure, which many data breaches, which I'm sure your firm is more than familiar with, happen at the highest level of governments and companies the whole time. And therefore, as it's just a data structure, it's a more secure data structure than I think others that are touted out there. Therefore, less possible to manipulate. The second thing is, and that's partly because of its distributed nature, and also because of the fact it's every single action to the chain can be looked at from the beginning at any moment. Any person who's maintaining the chain is maintaining the whole chain. They're not just maintaining their own part of it. And then thirdly, there is a consistency of statements made on the chain which are related to a set of cryptographic standards, shared cryptographic standards. So, some people sort of all talk about, oh, what information are we putting on the blockchain? I mean, I don't know how many of you have actually looked at Etherscan or, the sort of an explorer on Bitcoin. There's absolutely zero information you can find out. It's a whole bunch of gobbledygook, which if you're a computer and you can follow a kind of Merkle tree or a Merkle path, you might be able to understand what some of these transaction hashes are pointing to. You can see what the value of that is, but you don't understand what the underlying asset is at all, or who that person is. And why that's relevant for the art market is really, really critical to this discussion, because I don't believe in full transparency in the art market. I actually think that full transparency ultimately leads to an erosion of value. And I think that value is still very much like on a one-to-one basis. But undoubtedly, the art market in the last 30 years, as it's moved from a market to an industry, has seen a huge amount of more transparency fostered upon it, largely because of technology. Auction price records, Instagram, image search on Google. We have a huge amount more data available to the average person or to anyone as a result of the internet, as a result of the transparency of information being online. What's interesting about blockchain is because it is both opaque and transparent, and it's opaque where it matters. And where opacity matters is private information. Now, we're not going to put digital records associated to the social graph because our social identity, our public identity is very vulnerable. It is exposed. It doesn't take much for somebody to find out your Twitter or Facebook photo to find out more information about yourself. So you're not going to suddenly publish your net worth or the valued assets that are in your home in any form of social graph. But if you're going to do it in a sort of cryptographically anonymous graph, which is effectively what a blockchain can support, I think you'd have the best of both worlds. You have the safeguard of anonymity of your user identity, and you have the transparency of when claims were made. Now, you still need some form of filter in order to not be, because a fully decentralized application is not very useful. It's not very user-friendly, which is why if you look at the most useful applications, Coinbase, for example, which maintains currency accounts, there is an element of custodianship, an element of kind of ease of use that a central provider provides. But I just want to say that the reason why we're excited about blockchain, I joined AOL in 1995. When I started looking at this kind of blockchain world in 2015, it had that sort of anarchic, disputed, what's the point of it kind of conversation that was going on. But what I see as an entrepreneur that's like in the war against trying to get the best developers and talent to work for me is if I wasn't using blockchain, that I wouldn't have any kind of call to arms. Because there are so many people that, although I absolutely agree with you, at your level, I wouldn't expect you to be seeing transactions that have kind of blockchain records, because the reality is it's quite difficult to make a blockchain record. We're like one of probably 5 or so known companies out there. And there are hundreds that providing services, but I think we're one of the more well-known ones. But it's not that many, we've done 10,000 certificates to date. It's not that many, right? Once you get to maybe 1 million, and remember these objects are not frequently transacted. So it will take quite a long time, I think, until it pops up in somewhere like your level. But my hope is that when it is there, that if there is an issue where a trusted authority, a court judgment, an insurer, a new gallery, a disputer, say that dispute can be part of the record. The record isn't just true or false. And so, that's kind of my
jump in, I'm afraid, and exercise chair's privilege, because I think we're shockingly close to time. And there was a question I just wanted. No, not at all. It's a problem I suffer with. As a lawyer, why use one word when you can use 10? But it's such an interesting conversation, and it was so useful, I think, for everybody to hear the technical aspect and how it intersects with these questions that we've been talking about. But I did want to pose one question to Mark quickly, if I could, because when you were talking there, Robert, there was a lot about is this a kind of anarcho-tech and Merkle trees? And I think there is a big piece, if it's okay with you, Mark, to speak to. We've talked a bit about the characteristics already, about the narrative around this technology, which I know was a conversation we had earlier about. We see with blockchain a lot of headlines. It's immutable. It's the trust machine. There will never be any litigation. And I think linked to that narrative is a piece around education and training and helping consumers to understand. And I wonder, in your experience with the Bronze Chain project and others, your thoughts on some of the narrative issues around the technology and how, as a community, we might be able to support change in that field.
Yeah, I suppose the interesting thing around the narrative, from my experience, is that certainly in places like Berlin, there is a very, very vibrant scene where there are a lot of people exploring DLTs from a lot of different business positions. Not so many of them necessarily arts. But then when you attend things in London, people just tend to start saying, oh, are you here for the crypto thing? Yeah, I'm really into crypto. And so maybe the evolution of the sophistication of what might be possible with DLTs hasn't really gone mainstream. And obviously when everybody's concerned about fluctuating currencies, it's wonderful to watch a roller coaster currency in the mainstream media going up and down and people being fearful of it. So I think that there's a degree of hysteria around what cryptocurrencies are and how they relate to the wider question of the distributed ledger technologies. Certainly, our sense, and we launched our paper in the House of Commons. We had the 3 ministers for culture at the time at that launch, all of them saying they really welcome this kind of serious engagement in these technologies from a non-hysterical point of view. But as Robert said, I think it is a long game. I think to evolve a language which is nuanced enough to work in something as complex as the art world is not going to happen overnight. But with the Bronze Chain, what we're finding is that the foundries are really excited to be able to launch a new service to people who've been making bronzes in the same way for thousands of years, to say, oh, okay, this is a little bit of an update on that system. We put this mark into the bronze work, and then we have a digital certificate, and we have a better certificate we can exchange. That evolves our practice. We feel a little bit more confident that 3D print of our work is not going to actually get out into the world and be a counterfeit. So I think, yeah, it's really interesting just the way in which that there's so many different tangents of what blockchain might signify. And I think that the art world is a tiny, tiny fraction of that.
Thank you. I'm so to a close, it's such an interesting area, and I think we could all talk for hours about it. But a few observations just to try and keep us on track and be a good colleague to Joe. That last point, I think, is such an interesting one and indicative of all the comments that you've made. I think blockchain can sometimes be doomed by its own success. There's been so many promises, and as Rob was saying, this is an emerging process, emerging businesses, and it's allowing that to emerge in a responsible and a sustainable way. How can we work across our disciplines to find real problems, not just, hey, I've got a solution, let's engineer a problem, and do it in a way that works for all of the stakeholders. And I think the other thing that I think is so important to bear in mind, and we see it across all domains when we're talking about blockchain, is Amanda's point about this is still a people problem at the end of the day. You've still got people buying, selling with interest and expectations. And contrary to a headline I once read, smart contracts do not mean the end of litigation. Just a whole extra layer of it, I think. But thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be around for questions. Thank you to the panel. It was such a fascinating debate and the best explanation of blockchain I've heard. So I might watch this back and then just play it to people. So thank you. And if we could thank the panelists in the usual way.
Thank you to our chair, Anna Donovan. Thank you. So moving away from a technological memory, at UCL we're very privileged because we can enjoy the institutional memory of some of our areas, and the Slade School of Art certainly represents trust and provenance throughout. The school is made up of fabulous people throughout time, and I would now like to welcome Susan Collins to give some words about the Slade School of Fine Art. Susan Collins is an artist who works in response to specific sites, situations, often employing transmission, networking, and time as primary materials. Key works include the BAFTA-nominated Tate in Space, commissioned for Tate Online, Underglow, a network of illuminated drains for the Corporation of London, and Brighter Later, a light installation for the Redcliffe Observatory, Oxford, driven by live weather data. She has produced a range of year-long pixel-by-pixel internet transmissions from remote places, including Seascape, a solo show for the Delaware Pavilion in Bexhill, Land, a live transmission from Jerusalem, looking across the West Bank towards the Jordanian mountains, and 5 hours later, a current exchange between Sheffield, UK, and Boston in the US. Susan Collins is currently Professor of Fine Art at the Slade School of Fine Art, where she founded the Slade Centre for Electronic Media in 1995, and has been Slade Professor and Director from 2010 to 2018. Please welcome Susan Collins.
I'm afraid I'm going to read this because I'm going to try and do 50 years in 10 minutes, which is a challenge for me because I like to talk as well, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Aha, okay, that happened. Great, so hello everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Thank you for the introduction, Joe. So I've been asked to discuss the Slade's contribution over the years to the field of art and computing. And I first started working with technology when I was a student at the Slade in the 80s. So I go back kind of even further than 95. So I'm going to give a really whirlwind overview. And I'm going to start by going back just over 50 years to 1968 and Cybernetic Serendipity, the seminal exhibition at the ICA here in London, which included work by both artists and scientists. And one of the works included was this one, Sam. So Sam was the first moving sculpture which moved directly and recognizably in response to what was going on around it. In this case, specifically sound, but sadly I haven't got, apologies, I got this off the internet, there was no sound with it. It was by Edward Ignatowicz, who was a researcher at the time in the mechanical engineering department at UCL. And later, in Atowitz was to be one of the regular visitors to a new experimental department established at the Slade in 1973 by systems group artist Malcolm Hughes. And here you can see people sort of interacting with it in the exhibition. So visionary for its time, Hughes employed an artist programmer, Chris Briscoe, for his experimental department, and the Slade acquired a Nova computer. So the Nova computer was primitive and limited by today's standards, but being very state-of-the-art in the early 1970s, it provided students an opportunity to develop programs, to become programmers basically, to make their own computational artworks. At that time, I believe, the Slade was the only art school in the world to provide this kind of access to a computing facility, and students learnt to write in computer code to develop their own automated drawing systems. And here are just a few examples. Another thing to come out of the experimental department was Digital Pictures. It was the first company in England to specialise in computerised special effects. It was founded in 1980 by Paul Brown and Chris Briscoe in partnership with the Slade. Very unusual at the time, probably unusual even now. So here is an animated tire commercial. And it was the first solid shaded computer graphic
great range of tires
ever made
from
in
Michelin.
the UK. And it was
Tires
made
that combine even better cornering
by,
with even better
Slade
braking in
staff
the
and
wet
students
and the long,
actually
long
in the
life
school
you
itself.
expect from Michelin.
So, when I arrived at the Slade in 1983 as an undergraduate, which ages me, there was absolutely no sign of this very rich early history of computational art. The Department of Experiment had been enclosed the year before, and that's a story for another time when we've got more time. It was actually while I was in New York on a student exchange in 1986 that I encountered my first computer. It was a very early Mac, and I began drawing on it, but this time with a mouse. And when I returned from New York, I very luckily happened to find, in the way that you do at UCL, some very friendly researchers who worked in the computer science department, which at that time was next door to the Slade. And they just happened to be developing their own drawing program in their spare time, on the computer science mainframe. So most of my evenings in my final year as an undergraduate were actually spent in the basement of computer science, making drawings for myself while also being the user tester, helping these researchers develop their software. And here's a rather scrappy picture from that time. So in 1995, I actually returned to the Slade to be a lecturer and to set up the Slade Centre for Electronic Media and Fine Art, ably assisted by John Thompson, who you will hear from shortly. From the outset, we centred on integrating the use of new and emerging technologies within a wider fine art studio practice. And at the time, it was a very unique approach. We were not artists as programmers, although you could if you wanted to, like those that preceded us. Rather, we were artists experimenting with and exploiting the opportunities that desktop computers and fast-evolving technologies gave us, as well as trying to demystify the technology, which was a kind of abiding goal, I think, for us, to the students and staff across the school. It was also really important at that time to have a sort of wider advocacy role. And so we did a number of things. One of them was spontaneous reaction, supported by the Arts Council actually at the time, a 5-day interdisciplinary seminar in 1987, which examined interactivity and human behaviour. There was a public lecture series which focused on interactivity, telematics and digital art. And there was Cached, a monthly series of artist presentations and discussions at the ICA on asking how artists were dealing with the conceptual and practical issues of making work for the internet. We also led on online streaming, supported again by UCL Computer Science on some projects. I still had some friends there. My own work in Conversation from '97 enabled pedestrians on the streets of Amsterdam, Berlin and Brighton to speak to people all over the world via a web interface. And it was a very early example, possibly the earliest, of an interactive artwork which used live streaming media on the internet. And it's working. Student projects around this time included Mislaid, an evening of student performances from the ICA that was sort of webcast as an audio webcast with support from Virgin Media at the time, and Not TV, an online streaming channel for performative artworks, was launched from the Slade Gallery in 2000 with a wide range of student works, including, is it Duck? Including a work by Amy Cunningham called Delayed Dreaming. The slide will come up at some point, hopefully. It was sticking earlier. And it was a singing performance where she actually used the delay that at that time was really inherent in online streaming to actually sing with her own kind of echo. Exploring the context, brilliant, thank you. So that's sort of an image of Amy's. But exploring the context and the specificity of the internet in terms of both material and content has been central to much of the work that's actually come out of the Slade Centre for Electronic Media. And works like my own Tate in Space, which was commissioned for the Tate website back in 2002, created an elaborate but very fictive online development program for a new Tate in outer space, which was made plausible with the support of UCL's Mullard Space Science Lab. And Thompson and Craighead's Beacon repurposed the once ubiquitous analog flap sign technology to display random live web searches in a form that could be described as concrete poetry. And can you help? So I'm going to, you can sort of see it up there, but I'm going to go on to the next work I want to talk about is, there were student works during this time, one by Jack Strange, which was called Spinning Beach Ball of Death. And as some of you, brilliant. So on to the next. This is Spinning Beach Ball of Death. And as some of you, I could hear the kind of laughter guessed, it refers to the spinning weight cursor that Mac users see on a screen when an application is being unresponsive. So this work was actually a tiny paper drawing with a hidden motor, so that all the viewer sees is the paper circle spinning on the wall. And it was shown in Jack's degree show at the Slade in 2007, is now actually in the collection of MoMA. And I'm quite curious as to what people will make of it in 20, 30, 50 years' time, when maybe that spinning beach ball of death isn't so kind of recognised. Another student work was by Katie Patterson, and encouraged listeners anywhere in the world to call this number by telephone. And the number actually connected to a submerged microphone in Iceland that transmitted the live sounds produced by the melting, I need your help, by the melting sort of glacier. And it allowed callers to become directly connected to and touched by this politically charged but geographically distant event. One thing many of these works have in common is in trying to make sense of and to some extent translate the world around us. And since 2002, I've been actually working on a series, thank you, that has been exploring materializing time through placing cameras in remote landscapes and capturing these places over the course of months and years. And I'll finish by showing a couple of examples from this series. Firstly, Land, which was mentioned earlier, which was where I installed a network camera in Jerusalem looking east across the West Bank towards the Jordanian mountains. And it actually constructs the image pixel by pixel, line by line, so that each complete image represents just over 12 hours of time. And the 12-hour time frame loosely refers to halakhic time, an ancient Hebrew time frame, which divided the daylight portion of the day into 12 equal hours. And finally, my current work, 5 hours later, where the views of Boston Harbour and Sheffield are being transmitted live via network cameras simultaneously. And this time, each image is actually constructed over a 5-hour time frame, so that each image depicts exactly 5 hours of time embedding quite literally the time difference between the two locations and playing backwards and forwards between the past and the future, which is a little like what I've just done over the past 10 minutes. And now it's time to hand over to the next panel, who I believe will be talking about the future.
Thank you, Susan, for covering such a broad period of time in so few minutes. It's absolutely superb. And to give the context again of the artworks that have been happening at the Slade that we've been interrogating today. And so we come now to our final panel, where we're looking at digital futures, materiality and added value. And for this discussion, I would like to welcome our next chair, the latest director of the Slade School of Fine Art, Kieran Reid. Kieran Reid's art research encompasses sculpture, public art, performance and installation, from studies in form to the production of architectural structures. His art is most often linked to a process, place, site or a consideration of space or situation. Through investigations that challenge making, materials, functionality, concepts of collaboration and methodologies of deauthoring, Kieran creates generous artworks that further new knowledge in socially engaged and participation art practices. Working individually or in collaboration with Abigail Hunt, his recent projects and commissions have included Tate Modern, Tate Britain, Folkestone Triennial, Whitstable Biennale, Focal Point Gallery, Camden Arts Centre, Icon Gallery, the New Art Gallery, Artsway, Herbert Reed Gallery, Gasworks, Studio Voltaire, and possibly more. But may I welcome you up to the stage, Kieran, for the final panel.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today, and Joe, thank you for that lovely introduction. Can I ask my panel members to come on and sit on the stage so far? So as you can see, we've got quite a large panel, okay, thank you for agreeing to be on our panel this afternoon. Our panel is Artificial Intelligence and Art Futures, and particularly considering the position of us, as within the arts, as artists, but also as the Slade School of Fine Art, which is a world-leading art school. So we have on the panel is, as you can see, Phaedra Schambaum. And Phaedra is a lecturer of the MA Digital Media, Culture Theory and Education MA at the Knowledge Lab at UCL. And she co-curated and directed Axion Gallery for New and Experimental Media in Boston?
Yeah, in the US.
In the US, okay. We're going to share a lot of the biographies with you, so I'm not going to read through everything, because I think we can spend a lot of time doing that. And then we've got Professor John Thompson, who is teaches on the MA at the Slade School of Fine Art, and Alison Craighead, who is an artist and teaches at Goldsmiths, and they are collaborators. Alistair McKinven is an artist. He also teaches at the Slade School of Fine Art, in the painting area. And Jake Elwes, he is an artist, and he's a recent graduate from the Slade. Well, recent, last 3-4 years? Fairly recent, okay. And hopefully during their introductions they'll explain more about what they're doing as artists. And I'm going to go through our, we sent through a provocation as the other panels, and I'm going to read through some of the provocation first of all to kind of some of the points that I was trying to get across. I'm going to paraphrase into it, so there's a bit more of my context as well. I think many of the questions that were brought up throughout the day kind of, I think we've got some space to elaborate on, because I think there's some points which I think are all very relevant to how art is situated and placed. Oh, sorry, deeper. Yes. It was on the other side of the page. Sorry about that. So, and then Deepa Manko, who's a visiting professor in immersive futures at Ulster University, and is also the CEO of Neon, which is an immersive health and technology company. Yeah, and sorry about that. That's okay. So, through disruptive technologies, the fourth industrial revolution is changing the way we live and work. Artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, virtual reality, machine learning, and advanced robotics are affecting our society, our economy, our environment, and our politics in both predictable and unpredictable ways. It's almost certain that these technological advances will overtake current mechanical and digital processes and will allow for previously unthinkable to become a normalized reality. It is thought that one of the most immediate outcomes of the fourth industrial revolution is the automation of manual processes and, as this accelerates, the development of automation itself. As artists, we deal with materials and objects, traditionally in 2 or 3 dimensions and through time. We connect with our senses in considering how our audience experience an artwork, and as artists and as viewers, have a relationship to materials and the objects, as well as the processes of making art. And both making and viewing art is connected to direct experience and place. But when data becomes the medium for artistic expression and the experience of viewing, it becomes intangible, without physical form beyond its code. But there will still be a future. So kind of one of the questions I'm asking is, can there still be a future for the material artifact? Is a digital experience within a virtual installation, for example, different from a physical experience of the same installation when faced with real objects and a physicality to moving around a room and a space? The Slade is an art school with a world-leading reputation, making a significant contribution to the field of contemporary art. At the Slade, we approach the practice of contemporary art and the histories and theories that form it in an experimental, research-orientated and imaginative way. Through future programming, and this is particularly thinking about a foundation access program we have been developing as part of the UCL East program, where we're considering how young people come into the arts which don't necessarily have the same opportunities, particularly from the 5 boroughs around the Olympic Park, and bring them into UCL and into the arts through an interdisciplinary methodology which doesn't actually exist within arts education. So through future programming, we are continually developing ways to support artists and having a deep knowledge of technology and its theories and a capability to use and apply them effectively. In higher education, it is often talked about how we offer the interdisciplinary skills necessary to enter the workforce and most likely to engage in work and carry out jobs at present don't yet exist. How can we prepare artists for new forms of art or for employability in an uncertain, ever-changing future? And how, as an art school, should we evolve to enable critical discourse within this technical and theoretical field? Artists are highly skilled and trained to read and decipher images, and their interconnecting meanings. Artists are also disruptive, much like the new technologies, and they often think in abstract and unconventional ways. Cyber companies have been saying that they need more arts graduates to fill jobs, and industry is looking to us and the arts to enable them to understand more creative ways of thinking and developing ideas. And this is particularly, I think, in relation to post-Brexit, the industrial strategy, and the soft diplomacy within a post-Brexit world. It is vital we also consider the ethical position in all this too. And one thing I would like us to consider is like, how can the artist be a key and the fulcrum point of engaging ethics within AI and machine-based learning? So the first person I'd like to who's going to speak is Phaedra. And do you have slides or?
No, I don't. I'm actually going to be quite short.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you want me to stay seated? Or? Yeah. Okay. Hi, I'm Phaedra Shambaum. I'm a lecturer at the Knowledge Lab at UCL in digital art. So thank you, Karen. I find questions around artificial intelligence and machine learning, materiality and intangibility, like the bronze that Kieran was talking about, interesting. Just because we can turn a projector or computer off, or that something is digital born, does not mean that the thing that it is displaying does not exist, is a disembodied entity, or doesn't have materiality. These concepts, disembodiment and embodiment, materiality, and immateriality, were discussed and debated in the late 1990s and early 2000s, most notably by scholars like Catherine Hales. However, just because these concepts were discussed in the past doesn't mean they aren't relevant today. For example, narratives of disembodiment and immateriality of the human body, of technology, and of the art object have recently resurfaced in the art world and beyond. One simply has to think about things like algorithmic anxiety attached to surveillance technologies like facial recognition technology, and claims around invisibility attributed to ubiquitous technologies like interfaces to see these narratives at work. The fact that these problematic narratives are resurfacing means we have to find another way about talking about these issues. I personally think the discussion needs to be reframed around the ontological rather than the epistemological concerns that technologies like AI, VR, and machine learning raise. For example, the socio-political and cultural stakes of these technologies encompass much, much more than how we experience an artwork, including changed perceptions around notions of human agency, identity, and subjectivity. In this way, questions about emerging technologies, materiality, and intangibility aren't only confined to epistemological concerns, but they envelop ontological issues as well. So epistemological concerns about emerging technologies like surveillance and privacy can and are being addressed to some extent through policy and regulation and public protest and scholarly critique. Ontological issues like to what extent human agency, subjectivity, identity, and bodies are being reconfigured by these technologies are a lot harder to understand and therefore a lot harder to address. Since they're so difficult to deal with, our reaction to them tends to exist on the level of resistance. So how do we stop this from happening, or how do we stop this from becoming the norm? But if our reactions to these issues or concerns remain solely on the level of resistance, then we might possibly lose the opportunity to critically explore the potential that these technologies hold, begin to demystify them, and possibly correct misconceptions around invisibility, intangibility, and immateriality of digital art and artifacts. Given all this, I think that the answer to the question, possibly, raised at the end of your talk, what can art and artists offer to AI and new and emerging technologies, is exactly this. Art and artists can show us how to use the potentials of emerging technologies and reimagine them in unexpected and constructive ways while still remaining critical of them. And there are loads and loads of examples of artists who are doing this already. I'm sure some of you will probably talk about how you're doing this. Two that kind of popped in my mind, now I wish I had slides, is Zach Blass's Queer Technology Project and Electronic Disturbance Theater's FloodNet. And they're two really great examples of this, of how these reimaginings of new technology happen. They're also interesting projects in my mind in the sense that they raise questions around agency. More specifically, the problem of who and what is recognized as a subject and who or what is not in discourse around art and new technologies. Furthermore, both of these projects expose two problems. The first revolves around the supposed neutrality of emerging technologies. Technology is never neutral. Rather, it is built by specifically situated people in very specific sociocultural settings. The second revolves around agency. Agency is not a universal concept. Rather, it is endowed upon very specific groups of people by very specific groups of people. Blass's Queer Technology Project uses parody to expose these problems and critique them, whereas FloodNet does this by utilizing tactics like disruption and audience participation. In doing this, Blass and Electronic Disturbance Theater allow possibilities for different ways of thinking about the specific technology that they are examining to emerge. Ways of thinking that position these technologies and the groups of people, like members of the LGBT community or people of color, that they tend to erase as visible.
Thank you. So the next speakers are John Thompson and Alison Crager. Do you want to come here? Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So in in 7 minutes, we'll try and explain a little bit about the kind of work we make with specific reference to our use of information. We've been working together as artists for about 25 years. We do a whole bunch of stuff, but one of the central elements in our practice is perhaps trying to look at information, often digitally, data, as a kind of material, if you like, or to have some sort of material quality. So I'm going to try and...
That's what we're going to focus on.
So we're going to use 2 pieces of work today as just a way to perhaps give a brief illustration of that kind of thing.
So basically, data is our material, and it gets messy working with it. So we thought we would actually show 2 pieces of work. So the first piece of work we're going to show is called Stutterer. Stutterer is an instructional-based artwork that uses the First Human Genome Project as a...
kind of musical score.
To assemble a video montage.
So if you look, you can see here we've got 2 screens. On the left, we have a series of video fragments which are triggered by the human genome. When I say the human genome, the first genome that was sequenced between 1990 and 2003, it plays from beginning to end, and the genome itself is made up of around about 3.2 billion letters, which are all T's, A's, G's, and C's, which represent the 4 base pair nucleotides of DNA. So as it plays each T, A, G, and C through the sequence, it triggers randomly from a database a broadcast piece of television, mostly in English language, that was broadcast between 1990 and 2003 as a kind of evolving piece of poetry. So each clip begins with the letter T, A, G, or C. We have a little bit of video, which will probably explain itself better than I just explained it. Just the sound at the beginning, it gets better later.
Theory. Compulsory. Congress. Atlantic.
Good night.
Also, UN. China. Terrorist. Gone.
China.
Time. Curved.
Acting.
25.
Conception.
And going.
Changed. Accomplishment.
Got. Chechens. Treasures. Gruesome. Together.
Games.
Tired. Ask. Today. Cookie. Protest. Archives. Generation. Captures.
Graves.
Acceleration. 2. Chechens. Both.
Apocalyptic.
Conflict.
Genetic.
Catastrophe. Troubles.
So all the clips of video we were using came from broadcast TV between 1990 and 2000 and
April 2003. So it begins around about the time that Nelson Mandela was released from prison. And one of the last things that happened in April 2003 as the first genome was completed was, is it Desert Storm in 2003?
Desert Storm.
Or
So
one of the, yeah.
And there's some lovely things that happen in between. We have the Cookie Monster. We have Apple Mac computers becoming kind of mainstream. And we tried very, very hard to go through and get an array of those clips, these iconic moments.
There are hundreds rather than thousands of clips in the database of video. So you get, over a period of time, some sense of familiarity with the clips. The instructions that drive the work are quite similar, are quite simple. It's to play the genome from beginning to end. It's to trigger a clip that begins with the letter that's being played at random from the database. And if the letter repeats, for the clip to repeat. But otherwise, everything is assembled randomly.
So we like this work, and we see it very much. When we first made it, we were trying to make a kind of monument to this collective process, because the sequencing of the first human DNA was done collectively across countries, and it seemed from the outside, when we first started working with this data, an amazing, beautiful, the best of humanity, like working together, sequencing something, that then becomes open source. That's what we thought.
But of course, the kind of documentary, primarily documentary window that we open up through this sort of poetic fragmentation is a lot messier than that. And also as well, we're interested to look at language as the main trigger for the work. because in a way language is arguably perhaps our linguistic abilities as animals is perhaps arguably what's led us to apprehend our own genetic code in the first place.
And then the next work we'd like to show you is a commission called Here Not Here, and it was commissioned by UCL for the New Student Centre.
So it's a simpler work in terms of the material it uses. It's 2 screens that just play 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And there's a bit of video.
And what,
yeah.
they're using live data that shows you who is represented in the student body at UCL and who is not represented in the student body in terms of countries of origin.
So crudely, it's a representation of every country in the world, except that on the left-hand side, it shows you who's here in terms of the UCL population, and on the right hand, who's not here. And that updates, well, we poll the database every 15 minutes, but that updates fairly slowly because it's the global student population of UCL. With a big change happens at the turn of each academic year.
So we see it as a kind of contemplative work that allows us to visualize the whole of the world, all the countries that are in the world, but also allows us to see a reflection of what we're representing and who we're not representing.
So that's 2 works briefly, and if discussion develops later and you want to ask questions, we can talk a bit more about it. But just before we finish, though, I'd like to say one thing about the human genome, which is interesting. That first human genome is now called the reference genome, and it's used in relation to other genetic and epigenetic research fairly regularly as a kind of something you can measure other things against. We worked with computational biologists when we were developing that work, because the work was made for the launch of a life sciences building in Scotland. And they said that that genome is made up of lots of different things, it's a kind of amalgam and it's anonymized, but they also said that they thought that most of it was a white man in his 50s from North America, which itself I think is interesting because it introduces significant structural bias into something which is used as a reference.
And I guess, the messiness of that data kind of reflects the kind of messiness that we have then later found out about how medicine is developed and what genomes are used. And, it's very good medicine if you're the human genome if you're a white man, and if you're not, it's not quite so good. So
anyway, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next person.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have you got another holding slide? Who's next on the... Yeah. I assume it's Jake, but... No, deeper. Yes.
I should be okay. Just point this there, yeah. Okay, so art is dead, long live experience. I'm not sure I necessarily believe that, but it's interesting. So my background, Kieran mentioned that I'm visiting professor in immersive futures. I'm also CEO of a health tech company called Neon. I'm an artist. I'm a non-executive director for 2 companies, and I'm a diversity and inclusion consultant. I started working in VR and AR in 2016, and for the first time in my life, I felt as if all the experiences that I've had over the X number of years have converged and are actually really beneficial for the first time. So in Kieran's provocation that he shared with us, my first reaction to it was fundamentally, what is it to be human? Because as technology develops at breakneck speed at the moment and its capability develops, I'm really challenged by the notion of what it is to actually be human. And is our understanding of this changing in pace with the unfathomable disruption that's currently taking place? And will the lines between reality and not reality blur to the point of obsolescence? I'm going to share a video which shows work by a Russian artist called Vladimir Tomin. And he uses experimental AR to really disrupt the normality of reality. And I'm hoping that there will be an audio with this as well. So his work is brilliant because you absolutely don't know what's real and what's not real in it. And I think it's really challenging in terms of how AR is used. But what we have to remember is that we're viewing that through a device. And I think in this next piece that I'm going to share with you, it's called a portal illusion, that the implications and the effect of it, because we're viewing it through a device, it's slightly lessened. But what's going to happen when we start to wear glasses and we start to have contact lenses or wearable tech? You know, how are we actually going to be able to define the differences between reality and not reality? Oops. Just going to pause there. And the next piece and in the final video is a piece by Marpy, who's a really well-known AR artist. Now, he has created an invisible AR exhibition where we have an AR robot interacting with an AR sculpture. Is the video? No, I'm not sure. Is that video going to work? So I really like this image. It kind of represents a sense of where we are at the moment, in that we're faced with two choices for me. We either go down a road where we future-proof what we're creating, or we go down the road of digital heroin, where it just hits us. And I think about Facebook, I think about our data, I think about how it's commoditized at the moment, how little control we have over it. And I think about the responsibility that we have as artists to try and interpret and make sense of that data. And your work is really, really interesting in terms of, and what you said about the human genome, the reference point, the first question in my head was, who was that person that the reference point came from? And there is a real sense at the moment that we have so much bias and discrimination being built into artificial system intelligence at the moment that I'm not sure how that's being future-proofed. I'm not sure if we're aware of all the intended and unintended consequences of everything that we're creating at the moment. And in the provocation, we were asked about whether the artifact would become redundant. And I would argue that maybe the human body is going to become the future artifact, where we will have wearable tech, where that may become the norm. And I think in terms of the potential and the capability of this tech, there's a potential for it to present politically disengaged art that doesn't pretend to try and heal society anymore, but it presents it as it is. And digitally, I think about digital litter, about the digital space. Once we start to have these devices, there is so much that is being created in this space around us. How are we going to manage that? Are we going to have subscription services for people where the super elite can block out all the ads, but you see these dystopian future films and Black Mirror where you're just bombarded by advertising which is personalized because all your data has been sucked from you. And on a happy note, I'm going to end with a quote from Antonio Gramsci, where quality should be attributed to human beings and not to things. Thank you.
There we go. Cool. Actually, I've got two microphones. I can use that one. So yeah, I'm Jake. As Kieran said, I graduated from the Slade not too long ago. I think I'm right in saying I was the only student actually using machine learning algorithms for art production. So I guess my research was a lot around artificial intelligence, although I prefer not to use the term artificial intelligence because I think it adds to a lot of the mystification that goes on. I think it's a buzzword that's used a lot by the press, and it has, a lot of other connotations. And I think it could be a valuable term, but I think it's more to talk in a wider context of kind of the philosophical and socio-political context that we use that word. For the actual techniques, I like to use machine learning, which kind of refers very specifically to the algorithms. Now, I missed this morning's first session, so I don't know how much was explained here. But I kind of see it as my role as an artist using these technologies. And I don't come from a computer science background. I come purely from an art background. But I see it as my role to demystify the algorithms that I'm using and to kind of talk about them. So I wanted to introduce two concepts within machine learning quickly before I show you a couple of my artworks. So the first one is this concept of what's called a latent space. So basically the kind of, I'm going to hold this, that's easier. Within machine learning and deep learning, what you're doing is you're taking huge data sets, whether that be data sets of text or sound or images or video or financial data, whatever that might be. You feed it into an algorithm, let's say a neural network, which is commonly used for machine learning, and it compresses that data down. So what you get is you will get an output. So it will create a function. The machine is learning to create a function from features it sees in all of these data points. And what you will get is you'll get this space. And I love to think of this as a spatial thing. And I think, for me, it's this really rich philosophical concept, this idea of a latent space. You have a multi-dimensional space which contains everything the computer has learned from everything you fed it. So let's say you feed it 14 million photographs, which is a standard data set. It's called ImageNet, which was made by Princeton University. You feed it all of these images, and it learns features in all of these images, and it will assign each image a number. Actually 512 different numbers, which correspond to a point in space. So let's say like that whole red area up there, that all kind of corresponds to like features it has seen in cats, and kind of, you know, the shapes of faces and the sort of ears and the whiskers. And then up at the top, you've got trees and you've got kind of natural elements, and it starts to, it's like a really beautiful metaphysical idea, and you can do the same thing with language. You can plot the whole of an English language in this space, and it will start to make like semantic sense from where things are related to other things in space. So you can say like the word queen to king is the equivalent of the word man to woman, and it's kind of understood gender. And then you can start to see gender bias as well from what it's picked up. So the second concept I wanted to quickly explain, I'm not going to go too deep into this because it's a bit more technical, but it's this idea of a generative adversarial network. So what you've got is you have your data set and you feed it into a discriminator. So the discriminator is basically that algorithm that has learnt what to look for in images of trees or images of cats. And it's really good at saying, okay, these are all images of cats. These are all images of people. You know, that's used by a self-driving car. It can sort of identify people in the street, computer vision algorithms. So that is what the discriminator does. What you can then do is, once you've trained the discriminator with a training set, you can then feed a generator network which knows nothing about images of flowers, let's say, for this data set, this example I've got here. And it starts with noise, just black and white noise. And it will evolve and try and create a new image. But it's not an image that was originally in the first data set. It's a completely synthetic image. It's simulacra. And it's mimicking something. And now this is fascinating to me as an artist. I don't think, you know, I wouldn't say the computer is making art. I think a lot of engineers kind of come to this conversation and say, wow, computer is kind of creating something new here, so it's art. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that there's any kind of nuance or intentionality in what it's doing here. It's just mimicking what it has seen before. But I do think it's a really interesting thing as an artist to explore conceptually. So this is what I'm doing. So just going to show you quickly 3 of my recent pieces which are using these algorithms. So this is a piece of mine called Closed Loop, which I created a couple of years ago. I think because I was one of the quite early adopters of using machine learning algorithms for producing artwork, I've been curated in quite a few shows, and I've been very lucky to kind of be with this group of artists, and we've been shown quite a few times. And I think there are problems, I think we were talking about this earlier, of like, you know, who that represents. I think, you know, I saw a lot of slides of Memo Acton and Mario Klingemann, who are people that I've shown with a few times, but there are these kind of white men who kind of are running this scene at the moment. I'd like to also get people to pay attention to people like Anna Ridler and Libby Heaney and Joy Buamwini, who are like amazing artists working in this area too, who have been in some of these shows with me. But yeah, so sorry, get back to this. What is going on here is a conversation between 2 different algorithms. So the one on the left is an algorithm which was trained on ImageNet, so that standardized data set, 14 million photographs, to make images from what it has seen before. But like I said, new images, simulacra. On the right, it's labeling what it sees in these images. So right now, it's seeing a man's head in that image. Now it will try and generate a new image of a man's head. Once it settles on an image, it will then say what it sees in that one. So it's this back and forth conversation. For me, this is kind of really opening up, like showing what this black box has learnt and the biases that it has learnt, and actually just by setting them against each other and kind of seeing this meaningless conversation they have with each other, it's kind of, you know, starting to see what these algorithms have learnt that are being used right now by companies and governments. And this data set is a data set which is a standard data set for training image recognition algorithms. So quickly onto the next one. So this piece here is doing the same thing with birds. So these are images of marsh birds. So I spent a lot of my life going to the Essex marshes. I wanted to take these artificially generated species of marsh birds, so all of these are synthetic birds, and go and place them out in the mudflats in the environment, and taking kind of our most cutting edge algorithm right now and putting it out in nature and having it interface with the real birds in nature. All of the sounds you hear as well, they're quite quiet, which is good because they should be quiet, but these are also all synthesized using machine learning, so none of these sounds, it's from 3 hours of field recordings from this space and then creating new sounds of birds. And then the last piece that I just wanted to show is, so this is my drag kid. This is Zizi. You can find them on Instagram at Zizi Drag. This piece, I've been thinking quite a lot about the bias in the data sets. So you might have seen the Face app, which a lot of people are using at the moment as an Instagram filter. The way that's working is it's using an algorithm called StyleGAN, and it can basically stretch, like I said, this latent space. It can take a photograph of you, find the position in latent space, and then stretch it to make you older, or to like find the vector to make you, change your gender or change your race. All of these sorts of things. StyleGAN uses another standard dataset called Celeb-A HQ, which is basically a dataset of American celebrities, and there are a lot of problems with representation within that dataset, as you might expect. So I was interested in querying this dataset. So what I've done is I've fed in my own custom dataset of images of drag performers, so drag kings, drag queens, gender fluid identities, and effectively corrupted what their datasets can generate, and creating something quite new with that. So I think it's this idea of, I've had some very interesting conversations with my friends in the drag community about this, of saying, but we don't want our identities in their data sets. What are you doing? I'm like, I'm not literally adding you to Google's data set. Like, this is my own data set. But it's this idea of like dirtying the data set, which I think is something we should all be doing more. That if, we give sort of false information, if we kind of, so I think there's a few conflicts here, because it's also about underrepresentation, because, the fact that a self-driving car might be less likely to recognize a woman of color in the street is obviously like a very serious ethical issue. So I think there's just, opening up all of these sorts of discussions. So I want to use my art as a way to open up these conversations. I'm hoping to collaborate with some drag artists, some Afrofuturists, and some theater makers on this project to kind of create a theatrical project in the upcoming months. So anyway, yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Jake.
Alistair, do you want?
Thanks, Kieran. I'm last. This is quite funny. I've been invited to speak at this symposium as a practitioner, an artist who paints, or what is referred to as a painter. I hope I've not been invited here as a Luddite, because I refuse this title. But I must admit, I did pause on receiving this invitation. Why me? I spend my days holding hog's hair brushes, smearing pigment on a woven cloth. But I must have exuded something to my colleague who invited me that suggests I have something to add to the proceedings. Therefore, I felt no need to pad my limited knowledge by Googling, what does AI stand for? So here are my thoughts on AI. I have no interest in AI in art, not one jot. But I also have no interest in paint, brushes, and canvas. In some way, I assume the way the writer cares not about paper, or the musician cares not about vinyl. I'm subjugating AI to the role of tool in relationship to art. And I prioritize art over its production. And furthermore, I prioritize the artist over art. I see the artist as a snail, self-contained, autonomous, with his house on its back, sliding along on an abject slime it excretes. This slime is synonymous with the product an artist makes to move through life. But I'll quickly respond to Kieran's provocation point by point and move on to what I want to talk about. The fourth industrial revolution. If we question art in the fourth industrial revolution, we must first note how art slipped effortlessly through the last three industrial revolutions. First industrial revolution, the factory, assembly line production, outsourcing to industry. The artist was doing this before the Industrial Revolution. Warhol made a point of it, made it sexy, and did so to debase the values placed on the hand done, mocking the genius of the artist. The second Industrial Revolution, electric light, means we no longer have to glue candles to our hats to paint at night. And the third Industrial Revolution stops the artist from the utter humiliation of giving out slides to gallerists and curators at an opening. So why should the fourth be any different in art's ease to negotiate? The manual vis-a-vis automation and dematerialization towards the virtual. Whatever means is used to make art is fine. Whatever form art takes is cool. It's fine. Proximal engagement with art. Could be argued that since conceptualism, no one needs to be in the same room with a work of art or even see a work of art. Within this methodology, the art is a springboard to discourse. And supporting artists in future tech endeavors, well, this is where I want to digress and talk about pentimenti. Pentimenti are the ghost images that lurk beneath the surface layer of a painting. The word comes from the Latin to repent. The painter does something and then says no and changes it. They repent. We now have a negation as a tool for the creation for the painter. When you look at a painting, you look both at the surface as a result of negation and you see the residue of that which has been negated. Unlike other media, there is no pure extraction in painting. To remove a section of film is to delete the scene. To crop photographs suggests this is all the lens was focused on. We cannot with total confidence know what lies beyond the edge. And we do not know how the Venus de Milo's hands were sculpted or if they were holding anything, maybe a laptop in the left, a keep cup in the right, we don't know. But painting wears its soiled underclothes bunched up beneath its Sunday best. Painting is a deep space. It is not surface. It is a negotiation away from all the things the painter could not allow it to be once idea is dragged from the theoretical into the real and quickly determined wrong. The resulting destruction is a positive creative force leading away from the optimistic desires that enthused the painter at the start of this process, away into an unknown. Painting is a negative construction. It does not allow an affirmative path. In the text Picasso speaks in 1923, Picasso starts by saying, "I can hardly understand the importance given to this word research in connection with modern painting. In my opinion, to search means nothing to painting. To find is the thing. When I paint, my object is to show what I have found and not what I'm looking for." Way back in 1923, painters were already balking at research culture, knowing that it's a misunderstanding that art production is the answering questions that are set before production is commenced. This is forcing the wheel to spin in the opposite direction. In this symposium, we are asking, what will happen to art when AI advances? How will artists use these technologies? This is asking the question in advance. This belongs to bureaucratic structures, power structures, funding bodies, and museums that are the main organ of visibility. It preys on artists who've lost their snail-like autonomy in exchange for a meta-autonomy that has produced a new academy of sorts, and I'm against this. But I also believe in AI and art. I think, cool, give it to artists. To misuse, to not read the instruction manual, to break, to apply to unorthodox thinking, and enable artists to use the technology to find the art. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That's, yeah, yes, thank you very much. exactly why I wanted this panel to bring through new ideas. As an art school, we have our disciplines at the Slade. We have painting, sculpture, and fine art media, and often we get questioned about interdisciplinarity and working with technologies, and I think it's very important that we have many people thinking in different ways and using different ways of making art with the different tools. I'm very pleased that some of the ideas that have come through is asking about questions about being human and the edges or the edginess of ideas or the ways of looking, and I've been thinking a lot about texts that which I hadn't gone back to for about the last 15 years, but thinking about Baudrillard and simulacra and simulations and hyperreality, and machine learning and AIs in the notions of assimilation of human intelligence. And I'm also, I think it was brought up in the other panels earlier on about the experience rather than exhibitions, and how that is a changing position. I think particularly with when artists don't always get access to the hardware, or if we do get access to the tools, it's mediated with a collaborator, and it's how we can get to that point of disruption as well. I'm just wondering, first of all, are there any questions from the panels to each other from the questions raised? Do we have any questions from the audience? None so far. Okay. I want to ask a question of about I think one of the points I actually left off when I read out the provocation was about the what can artists offer to AI and what AI can offer to art. I think I'm going to ask Deepa first, if that's...
Okay, you've all got time to think about the answer now. So, I think that every single person in society needs to be informing the AI debate at the moment. And I think what the artist can do is to help people understand what is actually happening at the moment. I think it was lovely the way that you explained your work and what you're doing and the way that you explained. But it's how do you get that out to the broader public? I mean, the work that you're doing around queer representation, I think that's wonderful in terms of bringing in underrepresented people. I think for me, my work isn't primarily AI. I have taken virtual and augmented reality, and I'm using it in a very therapeutic and well-being sense. So we process visual information 60,000 times faster than we do the written information, and we most of the information that we understand, we do 90% of our brain uses information visually. So I have used that and used the latest tech alongside the most human act, which is to breathe, to create an app called Breathe VR, which is to help people in pain. Because I've seen that capability in terms of the impact that it can have in people's life, in terms of helping them manage their pain. But the artistic collaboration and input alongside that is that the app is really creative. It's been beautifully done, but it's not expensive for people to access. So for that for me is something that becomes really beneficial to people. I've worked in AR. We're developing an app for use for children in hospital to distract them when they're getting injections as part of their chemotherapy treatment. So I think that's where technology, where it becomes something beneficial on a day-to-day basis, becomes really, really meaningful. And I think it's interesting as well the way we talk about tech and digital. I think we're at the stage where, You know, when electricity was invented, everything that followed then became the electric car, or had the word electric in it. I think tech will become a means to an end, and we will stop using the word tech. And finally, I think that there's a really interesting vlogger, Crystal Beasley, and she talks about where we are in terms of our understanding of virtual and augmented reality in particular, that we're at the stage where the camera was invented. But when the camera was invented, all they did was plonk it down there in front of the stage. It took them a few years to work out that they could pick it up and walk around with it. And there's a part of me that feels that that's where we're at with everything that's confronting us at the moment. And it does take artists to break and disrupt and to really push the boundaries in terms of the opportunities that we have at the moment.
I think I answered that.
Yeah, you did, yeah. So, shall I? Yeah. Okay, I'd say, yeah, I think the photography analogy is wonderful, by the way, and that's something that I think about quite a lot. I think in terms of the fact, you know, with this, as, if you want to call it a new medium, possibly, using some of these tools and techniques for art production, I think, you know, it's interesting that it often goes back also to, you know, in the early days of photography when they would try and recreate a Renaissance painting to give authority to that as a new format, and now I think a lot of scientists are trying to sort of use AI to recreate the style of a Van Gogh painting to kind of say this has artistic potential. I really believe like what's it got to offer an artist? I think it's a tool. I think you wouldn't ever say a piano was making the music and that was the creative. I think, you know, it's a tool, but I think it's also a provocation for an artist. I think it also does ask the question, what if? You know, it does get us to challenge what our own creativity is and get us to ask much larger metaphysical questions about our own creativity and artistic decisions and what those really mean. And I think, you know, that's why I'm really interested in using some of these tools. And, you know, my first work, the closed loop, the one that I showed you with the two works sparking off against each other, the two models, you know, I mean, there's a history of kind of, you know, in systems art and generative art of using randomness, but I think this is going a bit beyond randomness. And I think, you know, maybe in the future with things like deep reinforcement learning, there's potential for, I mean, I already believe that algorithms have made creative moves. You know, you can look at AlphaGo, it made a creative move. Whether that's like an artistic move with intentionality, a message, you know, that can actually get people asking a deeper question, I think is a different thing. I think the flip side of your question is also like really important and really interesting, which is what can the artists offer, you know, the tech people, you know, where I think the artist is coming from a very specific perspective. I think I meet a lot of tech people who may be working at DeepMind and other sorts of places who are actually, you know, working on disruptive ideas on their lunch break, and they're not thinking about these things as, you know, they don't come from a humanities background. They're not thinking about the socio-political consequences of what they're working on. And I think as an artist, it's our role to challenge it and to find poetry in the mistakes of these algorithms, to point out the flaws in them, to, you know, maybe have some kind of message to get people thinking harder about it. And I not necessarily just artists, I think people from all cultural sectors, to actually, you know, provoke more discussion from different perspectives.
So I suppose also, so if we're kind of moving on with that, kind of picking up on ethics then, as well. So I think if, because I often feel that some of this technology is gatekeepered, and we're not creators. It's a tool, and we never get to use it properly. So it's with everything. It's in a box, and we can't open the box anymore. Whereas myself as an artist, I've always wanted to create the tools, and I'm in charge of my means of production. And I feel that I'm kind of blocked behind something at the moment. And the tool is always, you're given a new tool, but it's mediated.
Yeah, sure. But then you wanna unwrap that black box and kind of, not every artist has the means to do that. So, yeah.
So I have to collaborate.
Yeah.
Or not. Yeah. Alice, do you want?
Yes, I'll try to respond. Yes, I think it's an unfair question, Kieran, to start with, because there's a sense of a kind of newness that that makes it very present when you're looking at the piece of art with which is using AI. So it is something with which kind of is there as a blockage before you enter into what the artist is using. So it's kind of at this subject state of the work that's being made at this point in time due to its newness, whereas painting and its history, with which goes back thousands, tens of thousands of years, there's an invisibility to the medium with which you kind of forget the medium, yet the artist holds this massive weight of its history whenever you pick up the brush. So the point when AI is going to be active is when you forget that it's actually being functional, that the piece of work is empathetic or is making you experience something without that kind of point of like a barrier before you enter into what the artist is using it for. So this is kind of one of the perks and one of the burdens of being a painter, which I think also makes the question kind of very difficult at this point to predict it, because it will be active when it becomes invisible. And right now it's interesting being this symposium where to be on your phone is totally de rigueur, you know, and the fact that everybody has the kind of technology and they are willing to use the technology at this point, which 10, 15 years ago is totally not available. So this has become invisible, whereas it will increasingly get invisible, and hopefully it'll be as invisible as painting, and it will just be a tool.
But doesn't that make it passive? Then there's no longer an active debate.
The AI becomes passive.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Like when it becomes invisible. Like
well, there will be transitionary points. It's like it will be constantly moving. It will be. It's like, you know, it has been developed in a time which is under the brackets of postmodernity, whereas painting has transformed and moved into epochs time and time and time again, and being active in the transformation in it. And so then when using AI, you have to deal with the form of the using of it. So that becomes a part of the problem with which the artist has to tackle in terms of dealing with the medium as well. And so this has happened for, you know, I don't know, I've just lost my thread. I don't know. I'll pass it on.
Okay. Alison, I think considering your works, you're together, you're questioning technologies and theories around it, but also the materiality of the works becomes very present, and kind of so considering that where the contribution to artists and AI and vice versa.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. It's quite interesting about what artists we can bring to AI and what AI can bring to artists. For me, it sounds, I don't know. If I break it down, I think I don't think of, well, I think of myself as an artist, but then I think primarily, I think of myself as a person, and I think about machine learning, and I think that actually the responsibility should be not on artists or institutions, but should be on all of us now about our responsibility to machine learning and our responsibility to the data that we give, and to demanding as consumers, you know, that actually we have more, the databases that are being used, the data that is being used is awake to diversity, to, like, you know, representation. So it's not actually about, yeah, I think we're all a lot more awake now than we were 5 years ago. A lot has happened, and we realize that data is a material, but it also is not an invisible thing. It's very, very real, and it changes everything. You know, it's a political issue.
There's a few times today people have talked about things being real and not real, and I think that's not always the most useful way of looking at things, because in many ways digital space contains lots of information and physical space contains lots of information, and the fact that lots of technologies now bring those two things together doesn't change us a lot in terms of our daily experience, but it also doesn't change much in terms of the way we perceive the world around us. As a basic function, we have eyes, we have ears, we have our sensory perception, and then we perceive digital and physical spaces either alongside each other or as distinct things. And I think artists can often offer a lot of ways in which we can tell stories about how that happens that perhaps transgress kind of the furrows that we often find ourselves operating within, whether we're a graphic designer or a TV director or a blockchain manager, or, you know, that artists are quite good at jumping between those tracks and actually then seeing the tracks themselves and then sharing that experience back to all of us as well.
Can I think that's a really interesting point in terms of that real and not real, and I absolutely understand what you're saying. But when we live in an age where even the truth is contested, and I'm not going to mention the B word, but that epitomizes where we are. I think there is a huge challenge in terms of reality and not reality, and, and who's constructing that, and who's informing that, and where we're going in terms of the source of that. And I mean, Alistair, your point in terms of AI becoming invisible, that to me is really dangerous, because we are where we are in this mess in terms of data, because 20, 30 years ago, we did not have these discussions about future-proofing the implications of Facebook and the social network. And we still do, we tick the terms and T's and C's. I have never read them. I tick them, I'm giving everything away because I need access, or I feel I need access to function in this system. So I think discussions like these are absolutely critical. And your question around ethics, who is defining the level or the parameters around ethics in our society? I don't know where those discussions are taking place, and I don't know where the ordinary layperson is informing that at the moment. Because I think the ordinary person is so wrapped up in terms of just living. So I feel sort of there's a tremendous opportunity, but also a huge responsibility at the moment in terms of the current climate.
Phaedra, you were nodding and disagreeing to some things there.
Well, no, it's not about reality or being real or not real or anything like that. It's being visible or invisible. Like you were saying earlier, you have all these technologies and you want to open them up, but you can't. So they're invisible in the sense that you can't get at them, right? So it's really not, like talking about things in terms of real or not real, material and intangible, these kind of things, that's the wrong way to talk about it, because that's how you end up with fake news or this or that. Because some things are hidden, or some things are revealed to you and some things aren't. Some things are hidden, locked away in black boxes, or envelopes that the government won't release because, all of this stuff. So it's less about real or not real, fake or whatever. It's about visibility and invisibility. What are they making visible to you and why? And what are they not? What are they locking in an envelope or behind a black box that you can't get to, and why? If we talk about things in terms of real and not real, in terms of a material object and immaterial data, then we miss the point. Does that make sense? And that's, again, these kind of, you end up kind of going around in these circles about these epistemological questions. Like, why is this happening? How can I control it? And you're just like, well, you can't, because it's not visible to you. You don't have the access code to control it. They do, because it's invisible to you, and it's been made invisible for a reason. So why? Right?
So with all, so considering within the terms of the art school or the university, how do we prepare young artists to consider some of these ideas and thoughts, particularly as we are, as it's accelerating towards us?
I mean, I think it's probably more about collaboration, like we were talking about.
Yeah.
You want to go first?
You guys seem to have an idea.
Okay. Don't worry, everyone. I've got it sorted. Right. It's a very simple solution. No, I was just thinking when you said that, I was laughing because it reminded me of Werner Herzog. Am I saying it right? And he's got, anyway, wonderful, wonderful man. But he's... John's just very jealous about how I feel about Werner Herzog. Anyway, but moving on, he said that in an art school that you have to be very strong, and he thought that there should be a boxing ring, and all young artists should be taught to box. So I'm just laying it out there. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions from our audiences?
Sorry, is that really? But I do think you have to know. But I think you have to be. He was saying, and this was him talking 20 years ago. He was just saying that you have to be physically strong. And he was thinking about carrying the camera, etc., etc. But also, he's saying you have to be mentally strong to be able to do it. And I think it's about mental strength.
Could I just say one thing really quickly?
Yep.
That I think one thing that happens at art school, which can be quite useful, is artists learn through endless discussion how to be able to say fairly accurately or to report fairly accurately about what they see. And I think if we can all do that, that will help a lot.
Okay, so do you want to answer?
No.
Okay. We have we have two
No,
questions.
well, I could just say, well, at our school, our job is to, regardless of where they go afterwards, is a kind of sense of critical thought, and this is what we do by looking and talking about these inanimate objects or watching films. This is what we do, and if you employ a critical thought, you can then, negotiate through many different worlds.
Yeah, thank you. We've got two questions now from the audience.
Hi, I'm Misha Curzon. I'm the Senior Curator at the Eden Project. And obviously, as a cultural institution with an art programme, we want to embrace the digital revolution. But the challenge I'm kind of navigating and looking to engage with this kind of conference and ask experts like yourselves about is the challenge around environmental sustainability and artworks created using AI technology. So I just, while we're talking about ethics, wondered if we could speak on that topic.
John, do you want to...
Environmental sustainability? Yes. Is that the question? In what respect? Are you able to say a bit more about what you mean by that?
Well, I mean, it was a question I wanted to put to the cultural institutions. I don't necessarily believe this is a question that artists have a responsibility to navigate, but maybe we all have a responsibility to navigate it. And I don't really know if I've got a specific question or if I'm just asking for your individual perspectives on your individual roles and responsibilities towards kind of civic environmental concerns.
Speaking as an artist, and we use electricity quite a bit, we do try and make things that use less rather than more power. But in terms of the subject of environmental sustainability as something we perhaps want to share and create discourse with an audience with, we've not done lots and lots about that. We have done some work looking at nuclear waste and trying to make the deep time scales that are represented by how we have to store our nuclear waste more visible, and to use cultural institutions as a way of embedding that memory into somewhere which is not just the Nuclear Decommission Agency, which is a very secretive organisation. I'm not sure.
I was going to say we are going to pick up on some of that on the closing presentation as well. But I think as part of the art school, we often take our students to see big data centres. So seeing the materiality of the digital, where you go to a room particularly low in temperature, low oxygen spaces, and you see the consumption of electricity with something which is just support your emails being sent. So we're kind of looking at that, and I think that's part of that material process of experiencing the digital.
I spoke to an artist this morning who is making a generative artwork, and she told me she had just received a £5,000 bill for the power that the computer processing's consumed just to create this artwork.
Yeah. Alistair.
Okay, how to reply? It's interesting this morning hearing about kind of the market a lot. You hear about the market, you hear about kind of investment, you hear about kind of securing investment, you hear about kind of provenance, the kind of making sure this is all kind of tied in after it leaves the artist's hands, the kind of these things that happen after it leaves the studio of the artist. And artists kind of live a weird life, which is like there are these romantic stories about the starving artist, and they've been fed this, and then they kind of continue this myth by kind of living on very little and consuming very little to do this live an obscure life. And you know, you never hear the myth of the starving accountant or the starving CEO. You only hear the myth of the starving artist. And so therefore, you know, maybe there's an offset going on. I cycle around. I might not take as many flights. Yes, I use turpentine. Some things I try to dispose of it carefully. But there's an offset going on, really, because you buy into this kind of life that after things leave the studio, that's when it becomes profitable, and that's where we need to kind of, you know, secure it for future. So.
Does anyone else want to touch this? Okay. Can we the second question?
Hello, I'm Ghislaine Boddington from Body Data Space and BBC Digital Planet. And I may be going back a little bit, but I just felt, maybe I've missed it because I was out for an hour, but we maybe felt, and we needed to go a bit further, but thanks to this panel, just talking about personal data usage and actually the potential misuses ahead. And Deepa, you've touched on it, and Jake, you've mentioned some bits, but I'm really aware from the amount of use of biometric information that we all bring into particularly immersive experiences and installations, and the ongoing extension of that heartbeat, breath, gait, etc. This is behavioral economics, and that mood and emotional information is very valuable for private use, for governments, for corporates, and as we know, in some countries, misuse as well. So I'm just wondering how we tackle that next in the arts, and the ethics of ownership on that, in relationship to, for example, the King's Cross surveillance stuff that's just been coming out around Central St Martin students, everybody involved in that, facial recognition. And actually how we start to, as you said, Deepa, really be part of the debate, yeah, through our art, but also how do we really get involved alongside things like the Royal Society Neural Networks report that just came out this week too. Just wondered what you felt personally about that, maybe all of you, because of course what it does is it affects how we move forward in immersive, reactive and generative art, and it also affects what we set ahead of us for our kids and our grandkids too, in relationship to identity and ownership of data?
That's an easy question. Oh, wow. So when we were talking earlier in terms of the visitor experience in art and galleries, there was a bit of my mind going, oh, well, if they used eye tracking, the galleries would know exactly what it was that visitors were interested in. They could then ascertain the mood and the impact of that experience on people. You can learn and interpret so much in terms of visitors, but you're right, then do people sign a disclaimer when they come in? They don't, I don't think, at the minute. Do they know what's going on? I don't think they do. I think there has to be more opportunity to come together for collaborative discussion and to have a really clear sense. I think what's missing is we know what we don't want, but I'm not sure we're really clear on what we do want at the minute. So there is a real misuse of facial recognition technology. I know that there is jewelry being developed that people can wear, which hides 3 key points on your faces, which completely messes with the technology. I don't see many people wearing that on the street yet. Do we start to organize collective movements and demonstrations? How do we make space for that when we've got all the B stuff happening in the UK at the moment, and we're living in this crazy world where, you know, you can't predict what the news is going to be telling us from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. But I think there's a need for a positive discourse in terms of, with all the data that is available, there is an opportunity to do real good with it as well. So all the things that you've mentioned, there are real opportunities to create personalized therapeutic healthcare treatments for people. So when they're in pain, that the treatments that are prescribed to them, you know what kind of music works for them, you know what kind of visuals work for them, and that can be on a kind of loop, so it's, you know, it's like real time. So there are some really, really good applications that could come through this, but honestly, I don't know. I mean, it's that sense of empowering people. How do you empower people?
I think we're going to have to. We're quite quickly running out of time, and it's the sort of thing that could be a follow-up breakout group or a conversation or a time for another day, because that's the next stages, I think. But don't use Facebook. Yeah. Also, yeah.
Not a long one. I guess I'm just thinking like it's just how we communicate to people how important it is that you're aware of the value of the data that you're giving away, and I don't think anyone solved that yet. I think it's a really interesting one to kind of ask as an artist and think about ways we can kind of provoke people to think about that stuff. I don't have an answer. I just think it's, these corporations that aren't being responsible. I don't know what I as an individual can do, but I guess that's why we all need to be asking these questions and thinking about it together and thinking about the value of our data. I also think it's interesting, like some of the research I've been doing, looking at, for instance, like Memo Acton, when he looks at bias in language. Like, we talk about the bias, but actually it's all the bias in the data set. It's the amounts of data that we're taking. So we need to be responsible in how we curate that data in the first place, because it can do amazing good. But it's also really interesting to use these algorithms to reflect upon the data sets that you've got to point out the biases which exist within it. So looking at gender bias within natural language processing data sets and things like that, I think is really interesting. I think there are some artists doing some really cool research on that, and it is artists that are often pointing those things out. So
thanks. Can I say thank you to all here, and thank you to my panel for today. Thank you.
Thank you, and can we thank Kieran Reid as well, please? Oh, okay. And just before we move to closing notes, has anyone lost a watch? It's been dropped outside there, so just if your wrist is now feeling a little bit bare, I'm holding it here for you. So, finally, I'm delighted to invite Natalie Kane from the V&A. Natalie Kane is curator of digital design at the V&A, where she is responsible for the acquisition, care and display of the museum's digital design collection. Natalie was curator of the UK entry to the 2019 Milan Triennale with the work of forensic architecture. She's a visiting tutor at London College of Communication and the Institute of European Design in Barcelona. She's an advisory board member of the Society for Computers and Law, and Natalie is a 2019 recipient of the Art Fund New Collecting Awards for her work developing digital design collections at the V&A. For our closing remarks, please may I welcome Natalie.
You've very generously given me 25 minutes to rant, so that's fine. In all honesty, I only joined probably in the last 2 sessions, so it's quite interesting to walk into a group of lawyers when yesterday I was sitting on a panel of lawyers talking about very similar things, well, not to do with blockchain art, but more to do with general technological nightmares. What I wanted to do is talk a bit more about what I initially started with what I do at the V&A. So the V&A, as you know, is a museum of process and design, and is very known for having lovely plates and lots of marble sculptures and a really expensive cafe. So we, in 2013, set up the Design, Architecture and Digital Department, which was started by Corinna Gardner and Kieran Long, nearly said Kieran Reid, a different person, to look at the impact that design has on society. So usually in our collections we have sculpture and metalwork and glass and that kind of thing, and we look at the ways in which that design kind of manifests and the many ways it can happen and the innovations that it shows. But then in our we didn't want to kind of have a contemporary collection, because that didn't really make sense. It comes from the contemporary the initial name was Contemporary Collection, but we wanted to have something which really confronted the impact and the understanding and the socio-cultural impact of design, so we can think a little bit more about what might be coming next, but what realities we're living with now. And I was, a couple of years ago, employed to deal with digital design, which, as you can imagine, is literally everything in some ways. Everything is either born digital, is a digital physical hybrid, or is being digitally contextualized, mediated, and analyzed. Everything that we deal with at some point. It's a very broad statement, and I'm happy for anyone to smack me down about it, because it's something that I believe is there's ways that we understand the world now which has been enabled or understood by the way we think about the world digitally as well, even as a comparison point or otherwise. And so thinking about AI and art, I mean, my colleague Melanie Lenz is still here, who is the expert on digital art and computer art in this field. But the way that I look about it is from the design side and the technological side, and the way that we understand AI is kind of bleeding into things that we think about the future. But actually, it's difficult, because people ask me this question all the time: how do you collect AI? And the thing is, like, well, do we know what AI is yet? And as Jake correctly said, AI is a philosophical experiment. It's not a real thing yet. And if anyone does try to tell you that it's a real thing, then I would maybe talk to someone else. But it's interesting to talk about the idea of pulling in machine learning and neural networks and GAN and CycleGAN, and all these things are really influential to tools and technologies to artists, and think about actually what we as a museum want to collect. And if for us process is the thing that we want to think about, then we have to think about it in terms of performance. So I was speaking to a couple of artists last week about their work creating AI fonts, AI emoji, AI language, and the thing that they were really kind of battled with when they were showing or displaying or thinking about this art was the way that it could be displayed, because the curator had taken a screenshot or a video or something of that artwork, and they were like, well, that's documentation of what we're doing, but actually the thing itself is a performance, and that's where you get the interesting stuff, that's where you get the surfacing of stuff, and you might miss it initially, and you might have to watch it a few times to see what it's doing, and you end up having this interesting relationship with the work where it's like, so here is where the dodgy stuff comes up, here is where the bias and all of the things that you didn't quite notice about the data set coming up. And that's difficult for me as a curator to think about, because the ways that we're previously thinking about collecting the intangible is through documentation, through means that we haven't even really conceptually thought about yet. So we're trying to think about how we work with artists and how we think about and designers about how they think about their work, and we're trying to work more with artists and how they understand their process, so that you still prioritize the reasons for and why they chose it, and don't just think about AI as being this this catch-all, well, AI, the means of thinking through or using AI. I'm trying not to use a shorthand, as an interesting way to think through what we as museum collections, what we as artists, and we as I don't know, I'm trying not to involve collectors and galleries here, because I've got many words about them, in terms of what they understand these things to be. And the thing that I'm always land on is the critical use, and the idea of for me personally as a curator and a collector of this work, I'm interested in that interface between design and society, and what AI, things that we claim to be AI and neural networks and machine learning and things which are using algorithmic work and logic are doing to our understanding of the designed objects and the design sense of our world and the way that we exist and are around things, and it kind of becomes an act of philosophy in that way. So what you're thinking about is what we understand knowledge to be, what we understand technology to be, what we understand language to be, and language fails us in many ways for anything new, and it's new and it's not new, but this in particular has a particular newness to it, which is us not understanding the breadth or the width of it and the impact that it has. And when you try and choose one or two examples or singular examples as a way to manifest this in a design collection, then you're automatically going to fall to that problem that all curators have, which is that I am the person who apparently has been given the gift of bringing this in the VA's collection, but obviously that I'm not the person who should be dictating that in many ways, and which is why working with artists and designers trying to think through what they understand their work to do and their work to be has led me to some other interesting questions, which is what I wanted to kind of bring up here, which is around materiality and responsibility. And as mentioned by the person who was talking about Kew Gardens, I am going to talk about climate change and climate emissions of AI for just a little bit, because I think it's really important that if you choose to work with these technologies, or if you choose to be a person who engages with these technologies, that you are fundamentally aware of some of the facts of this. So I apologize if I sound like an advert here for a second, but just to give you an idea of the material cost of it. So 10% of global emissions are from data centers. That is a huge amount of energy. And as mentioned in the last panel, I mean, OpenAI in 2019 published a study that demonstrated that computational resources to train large models were doubling every 3 to 4 months. And based on a report from the University of Massachusetts, the act of training a neural network, a large one, creates a CO2 output of 284 tons, which is 5 times the emissions of the average car, which is a significant thing to think about. So when you really think about the people who, this is why I struggle sometimes when you see the artwork that comes out as being made by AI or being made of certain things, and there is I don't know, I try not to ask the question, is it worth it? Because that is a question that I think we need to think through in some ways. Is it worth making work which is essentially sort of almost like a tech demo, which shows a capacity or the brilliant, or like how many things we can do with various things? And I understand that we as humans lean towards progress and we lean towards wanting to be innovators and pushing that forward, but there is an argument for slowing down, and this is where artists have been notoriously really good at this. Artists are really great at slowing down things enough for us to see them and for us to really critically unbundle and critically unpack the things that are there that we may not immediately see. So whenever I think about things like when artists do choose to use AI, I feel that there is perhaps a level of responsibility. And I know that artists don't like being told about this sometimes because they should be able to make artwork, and in a perfect world, it would be great if we could, if that was the case. But fundamentally, if you're using technologies which have that carbon cost, particularly work that uses machine learning or huge amounts of data, or leans on the backbone or the background of companies that kind of train and use this data, we should be critical of it and think of it in that way, and we should be sparing. And there's a lot of initiatives that are happening across artists of sharing data sets. So rather than you creating your own, sharing them and seeing what new working collaboration can come out of that, but also being very critical and aware of where the original data sets have come from. As Jake mentioned, a lot of these come from interesting sources, and even things like the as Phaedra said as well, we live in a time in which certain abuses and oppressions are happening as a result of this idea of progress and the idea of us kind of scanning all of these things and putting them into data set and being like, oh, but we want to be able to see. Machines can see, machines don't see. Anyone tells you machines see or think or hear or feel or do anything other than that are selling you snake oil. It's in more of a, I'm being very angry and very stressed. I've had a lot of conversations about this in the last 3 weeks. It's been something that's been quite at the top of my mind about the idea of how we encode these actions towards machines when they are in some ways tools, but like following on from responsibility, a lot of these things are born in also not new things. So AI art and a lot of work that uses these particular open data sets, they are trained often in line for things like the military-industrial complex, or found in certain ways of making sure that there is that they're useful. I'm always very critical of Google's, Google, anyone who's in the room, art projects, because there is a criticism that it's ultimately R&D for capitalism in some ways, and that artists are being used as a way to test the capacities of these algorithms and these works in order for them to become more useful for Google, much in the same way that back in the I'm trying not to remember, the 60s, 70s, in the experiments in art and technology, when they're working for Bell Labs, and ultimately the artwork and the results of that artwork could be argued to then go, and probably did go into the military-industrial complex in some ways, and who knows where that then went, we don't know. So it all seems like I'm being a massive negative Nelly, because I do believe in the power of critical art and artists who make work which really test and make us think about things. But I think we can't also as artists say that we are, I'm not saying we're neutral, but that we have a free pass in some ways in terms of opening up. We have to also be aware of the systems that we use, and we're able to use, and if we choose to use these systems, that we use them critically, and we don't use them just to make things look beautiful and pretty and be the next headline for an auction house or a newspaper. And I don't know, it sounds like I'm kind of going on a bit of a tangent here, but it is something that I've been trying to formulate for a long time when people do ask me about what the future of AI art is, which is kind of what this symposium about. And it's not a new question, but it's one that we have to be really careful of, because we are battling against corporations and battling along across the history of design in which things are made to appeal to us and made to make us feel like this kind of modern or postmodern or whatever sensation. And we need to be careful, because a lot of people in this room hold a terrible amount of responsibility, that's from the legal field, or it's from the auction house field, or from the artist or the educational field, and I think there just needs to be a much more of a critical unbundling. This is where, again, art methodologies are great for this. Loads of art methodologies, when they're applied to these things, can be fantastic ways of finding new ways to think through new knowledge, and we shouldn't be removing it from that when we think about AI. It's not just a case of being like, oh, it's a tool and the data's like impartial, like, but also like the data, as Thompson and Craig said, it has these embedded issues. Like the genome is a really good example of that, the idea of how you standardize things and how you standardize people. I just wanted to end very closely by asking everyone to kind of look at who is excited about AI beyond artists at this point. I'm not going to say the name of a particular person who thinks that the AI is going to solve the government's problems and who happens to be very instrumental in it. But there is something interesting to be brought, a new field for interrogation of how the kind of government agenda and various things are thinking about AI. I'm sorry if I've gone off on a bit of a tangent, but as someone who has to think through the history, the future history of AI and the future history of digital design, I can't help but be responsible for my own part in that, because the things that I choose to collect and I choose the things that come into canon, that come into scholarship, that come into the things that we will then 10, 15 years in the future look back on. I need to be responsible and aware of that as much as the people that I'm kind of thinking through and collecting, because I would hate to be, I mean, it's always ever going to be impartial, because one of the problems that I found with trying to collect digital design, as Kieran has mentioned, is the inaccessibility of it. Is I maybe in 10, 15 years' time, I will end up having a fantastic collection of people like Thompson and Craighead and people who are open and interested about their artwork and the work that they open up. But the problem is, if you use any of these technologies that are closed, it becomes difficult. I'm finding it incredibly difficult to talk to Google about collecting, because I still do have to acquire Google, by the way. We can't ignore that they exist. But the way in which we think through their impact in society is the way that we frame them with an exhibition and think about them through the scholarship and the writing we do around it. But they don't understand the idea of kind of giving stuff to people without there being some sort of restriction, which I understand from a copyright and IP point of view, again, from the law side. But ultimately, it will mean that we might, maybe optimistically, have a collection of really interesting radical artists who give us this stuff, and then in 15 years' time, there's nothing of Google, Facebook, but the impact of them and the effect and the cultural and social cultural bruising that they kind of potentially create, which is a very pessimistic way. But this is ultimately a call for hope and a call for those who are working with this stuff to be wary and critical about the material you're using as much as you want to create, and also don't fall for the fads of being like, oh, so like your work will make thousands and thousands of pounds if you do. It's like, it's all about power and networking, who you talk to, who gets in there first, who gets there in the right time. But anyway, I'm being really critical. I've had a very long day. If anyone wants to talk to me about why I'm wrong, then please do. I will be leaving in about half an hour. But yeah, I think I come across as quite an antagonist in that for good reason, because before this job I worked in Futures and Foresight, and I met a lot of tech companies, and I met a lot of people who don't think this way. And it's encouraging to hear the last panel, especially, that people are. So good.
Thank you, Natalie, and for closing the panel discussions today and giving that overview from a different perspective again. I now need to thank lots of people, everybody, all our contributors, our panellists, our chairs for today. Today's event has been made possible with the support of Arts Council England and with the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council. We hoped from the outset that this was going to be the start of ongoing conversations, events and collaborations, and I think we've touched on many different points which we'd really like to take further. So we will be sending out a survey for you to complete to make sure that we've captured your interest in taking this forward. Talking of further collaborations, there's one in the offing with Creative United, and Mary Alistack, who you heard from earlier on, is due to publish a report on the future of the art markets. There is an unconference taking place in Somerset House. Mary Alice, remind me of the date, please. Wednesday, the 13th of November at Somerset House. Look out for that one. So, sincere thanks to everybody that's contributed today, who's travelled far and wide for your thoughts and your valued contribution. I would now like to invite you to go through to the prototype lab, where we will test some emerging and novel opportunities. Thank you. Oh, thank you.